Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
After several days of practice, Vezet had no choice but to grow used to the strange life of keeping a leaf in his mouth. He soon discovered a clever workaround. By using the levitation charm with delicate precision, he could stabilize the leaf whenever he spoke or ate, preventing it from being spat out. As long as he cast the spell the moment he opened his mouth, the leaf would float lightly inside, leaving his tongue free to move normally. Even so, it still felt odd. Whenever the other Ravenclaws saw the leaf in his mouth, they would ask with genuine concern whether he had been poisoned and if he needed help from a professor. Students from other houses reacted much the same way. Hermione and Harry, for instance, both seriously suggested bezoars, insisting they were powerful antidotes. Harry even said in a solemn voice that bezoars could detoxify almost anything, and that he had gone through considerable trouble to confirm this information from Snape himself, so its reliability was beyond question. Ron eagerly added that this had been mentioned in their very first potions lesson last year, and that Harry had even lost points for not knowing the answer at the time. The Hufflepuffs were even more direct. Hannah and several of her friends sent over a large supply of high-quality burdock after learning from Professor Sprout that it had strong detoxifying properties and could help suppress various curses. Even Draco Malfoy, in his own way, offered help. He told Vezet that if he truly needed treatment, he could ask him, and Draco would find a way to obtain medicine from St. Mungo's. According to him, the hospital was distributing a limited antidote that was exceptionally effective, far superior to ordinary anti-poison potions. With so many people showing concern, Vezet could not help but feel a warmth in his heart. Still, each time he had to patiently explain again and again that he was not poisoned nor cursed. He was merely practicing a kind of magic. While adapting to life with the leaf, Vezet had also begun trying to uncover the secrets hidden within the memory Helga Hufflepuff had left behind. However, when he used the pensieve in the memory chamber to explore it, he quickly realized that truly viewing the memory required solving something like a puzzle first, and every one of those puzzles was related to runes. It would take a great deal of time to crack them all and reach the memories that truly belonged to Helga Hufflepuff. That realization made Vezet keenly aware that his recent goals had become far too many. In Transfiguration, there was the demanding and exhausting study of the animagus transformation, which remained his current top priority. In Charms, he had already more or less mastered the memory charm, along with the memory extraction charm he had only recently learned. In a sense, both of them could be considered forms of mental magic. As for more unusual branches of magic, the ancient magic, soul control spell seemed capable of working in tandem with the magic eye. Both were used on magical creatures and could perhaps be studied together to reveal deeper mysteries involving magical biology and magic circuits, subjects that fascinated Vezet greatly. And then there were the rune puzzles tied to Helga Hufflepuff's memory. After thinking it all over, Vezet could only reluctantly place rune studies in a lower position for now. Not long after, he found a quieter evening and went to look for Fred and George, leading them toward the mahogany cabinet. He had always remembered what he had promised the twins. The moment they arrived in the corridor, Fred and George's eyes lit up. One looked left, the other right, their gazes darting everywhere before crossing in comic confusion. Perhaps because Vezet had come, Selena had once again opened access to the hidden corridor. To the twins, the place was practically a dreamland. They admired everything they saw, from the wine barrels to the armored dummies, even the cobwebs in the corners. "These wine barrels are brilliant," Fred declared, immediately climbing into one. His voice came out muffled from inside. "Perfect for storing all kinds of ingredients." George hoisted up one of the armored dummies and grinned. "And these dummies too, we can use them for experiments." They even stared in amazement at the distant iron gate as it slowly opened, praising it extravagantly. "The security here is incredible. And look at this long staircase. What thick walls. It's like another world," George said in wonder. "The walls feel solid too. I'm telling you, we could do any experiment we want here." Seeing their exaggerated reactions, Vezet only shook his head and chuckled before stepping into the corridor first. The twins hurried aside at once, stopping at the entrance and making a grand welcoming gesture. "You are the first person to discover this place," they announced dramatically. "Please go in first." Not long ago, Vezet had also used magic to build a simple bookshelf for the strange blank books stored here. As they wandered farther in, Fred suddenly picked up one of the books and frowned. He ran his hand across its cover again and again. "It looks familiar." "Feels familiar too," he muttered. "It's like there used to be one like this at home." Then his attention was drawn elsewhere and his mood immediately brightened again. "This place is enormous," Fred exclaimed, clapping his hands. "Compared to our old secret base, this is simply paradise." Eventually, the two of them stopped in front of the mahogany cabinet and cried out in unison, "Merlin's miniskirt, this is it." Their expressions were so over the top that Vezet nearly laughed. "Such a beautiful cabinet must be hiding something," George said, crouching down to inspect the gears and rubbing them one by one. "It's a shame, though. We've already tried every kind of spell we know and we still can't get inside. No matter what we do, it won't open." "I knew this thing had a secret," Fred said, pressing his nose against the cabinet. "George and I actually discovered it last year when we were sneaking around and dealing with Filch." Vezet raised his wand, placed it lightly against one of the metal discs and shifted the pointer upon it. "First, we turn this pointer," he said calmly, "and then the incantation is our time is engraved here." The metal disc gave a sharp click. Immediately, the gears began spinning at high speed. The face of the cabinet shifted and folded inward, transforming into a metal door. Behind it, a dim staircase was revealed, descending into darkness. Fred and George gasped together, then looked at one another with shining eyes. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Before Vezet could say anything more, the twins had already rushed forward. "Vezet, leave the scouting to us." They filed through the metal door in a hurry, unable to contain their excitement. A moment later, their delighted voices echoed back from within. Then, absurdly, the two of them linked hands and began spinning in circles until they were too dizzy to remain standing and collapsed to the floor laughing. By the time they recovered, they took a deep breath and began exploring the corridor all over again, glancing everywhere with renewed excitement. Then George suddenly paused in front of the bookshelf. These books," he murmured. "Why do they feel so strange?" He turned and called out sharply, "Fred, Vezet, come over here and take a look." The moment Vezet immersed himself in the pensive, that familiar sensation of weightlessness returned. He drifted through the swirling silver substance, sinking deeper and deeper until he finally entered the memory itself. "Oh, this feels amazing," Fred and George shouted together. Fred lifted his brows with a grin. "Remember this feeling? Doesn't it feel a bit like a dream?" George's face lit up as well. "Exactly, I've got an idea. Do you think there's any use for a magical item that lets people daydream?" The twins slapped each other's hands. "Of course there is. It would be perfect for daydreaming in class." Even though they were being as noisy as ever, it did not disturb the true owner of the memory in the slightest. At the center of the memory was a witch inside a wooden cottage. She sat calmly on a chair with her wand in hand, shaping clay into the form of a teacup. Vezet watched closely and quickly realized that her magic was fascinating. It lay somewhere between transfiguration and charms, showing a level of magical understanding far beyond the ordinary. Once the teacup had taken shape, the witch picked up a carving knife and carefully engraved words into its surface. Then she filled the grooves with some sort of powder, pressed her wand against it, and chanted, chattering teeth and mouth. Under the influence of magic, the powder fused together, then disappeared beneath another layer of clay that concealed the carved words. After that, the teacup was placed into the flames to be fired, and at last the strange clay teacup was complete. Vezet watched with full concentration. Even the Weasley twins had gone quiet, their usual joking expressions replaced by rare seriousness. The witch then stood up and altered her appearance. Her robes changed into a simple long dress, an apron trimmed with ruffles tied around her waist, and her pointed hat became an ordinary headscarf. From her clothes and the furnishings in the cottage, Vezet could tell this memory came from some point in the Middle Ages. Once she was ready, the witch stepped outside and walked along a cobbled path toward the village square. The square was crowded with villagers standing in rings, all craning their necks to stare at the center. There, on a crude execution platform, stood a thick wooden stake. Bound to it was a thin, unconscious girl, with stacks of firewood piled around her feet. Vezet, Fred, and George exchanged glances and immediately understood. "This must be a witch trial," Fred muttered. He frowned thoughtfully. "But what's she planning to do with that teacup?" "And she changed her clothes," George added. "Maybe she's going to interfere with the execution." The disguised witch moved quickly. She replaced one of the servants, swapped out the original cup for the enchanted one, poured herbal tea into it, and delivered it to the inquisitor standing on the platform. The man was red with fury as he waved his hands dramatically, listing the girl's supposed crimes. He accused her of practicing dark magic, cursing the village with drought, and causing the mysterious deaths of livestock. The villagers, already stirred into anger, began hurling mud and stones at the helpless girl. A few among them looked troubled and tried to speak up in her defense, but their weak voices were drowned beneath the furious shouting. Soon, they were shoved away from the square by the others. The disguised witch followed behind the executioner carrying the torch and stepped onto the platform. Smiling gently, she handed the inquisitor the herbal tea. Then, right before his horrified eyes, the rim of the teacup suddenly sprouted sharp teeth and clamped down hard on his nose. Chaos exploded instantly. Militiamen rushed forward. In the confusion, the witch was seized and tied to the stake beside the thin girl. The inquisitor, blood streaming down his face with part of his nose bitten off, shrieked in rage and ordered the executioner to begin the burning at once. The flames roared up immediately, igniting the wood and swallowing both the disguised witch and the girl. The crowd's shouting grew louder. Fire crackled wildly as it consumed the wood, and yet through it all there were no screams of pain. Vezet and the twins stepped through the flames without fear. Inside, they saw the disguised witch shielding the thin girl in her arms. Neither of them had been burned at all. In fact, the witch looked delighted. Ah, this tingling, numbing feeling is simply irresistible. The thin girl looked up at her timidly. "Sister, are you really a wizard?" The witch reached down and gently patted her head. "That's right, would you like to leave with me?" The girl stared blankly into the fire as though trying to see through it, as though she were searching for someone beyond the flames. But the fire blocked her view. Slowly, the confusion in her eyes faded. "Maybe, they'll be better off if I'm gone," she whispered. "Then I'll take that as a yes," the witch replied, closing her eyes again as if savoring the strange sensation of the flames. With a soft pop, the scene changed. The blazing village square vanished, replaced by the edge of a lake. In the distance stood a towering castle, unmistakable and familiar. Hogwarts. Vezet and the twins watched as the witch led the thin girl toward the castle. Not long after, the memory came to an end and they rose out of the pensive. The moment Fred opened his eyes, he rubbed them excitedly and burst out. "The making process for a nose-biting teacup, that's practically a trade secret." George nodded so hard it looked like his neck might snap. "Exactly, Vezet, how did you even find a place like this?" "A pensive is already incredible, but memories like this, that's treasure." Vezet lifted his hands helplessly. "I'm not entirely sure, it just seems they're very fond of riddles." Compared to the magical teacup that fascinated the twins, Vizet's thoughts were elsewhere. What truly interested him was the historical side of the memory. After all, this was directly related to the witch hunts he had recently been studying in history of magic. If his guess was correct, then the witch in the memory had to be the famous eccentric witch, Gwendolyn the Weird. According to a history of magic, Gwendolyn had enjoyed being burned at the stake. She had deliberately allowed herself to be captured at least 47 times, disguising herself in different forms and costumes just to enjoy the harmless tickling of the flames. But this memory revealed something more. It showed that she had not simply been indulging her own odd tastes. She had also been rescuing innocent magical children from persecution, bringing them back to Hogwarts and guiding them into the wizarding world. That raised an even greater question in Vizet's mind. How had Selina obtained this memory? Gwendolyn the Weird had lived in the Middle Ages at least 500 years ago. She and Selina were from completely different eras. So how had Selina managed to extract a memory that old? Still puzzled, Vezet immediately left a note in Selina's notebook, writing down every question that came to mind. Her reply came quickly, and it was exactly like her. Only a few words appeared on the page. "It's not time yet." Before Vezet could think further, Fred suddenly slung an arm over his shoulder. "Vezet, have you ever thought about making magical props?" At once, George threw an arm around his other shoulder. "Now that we've got access to a secret like this, we should strike while the iron's hot and make a nose-biting teacup." Vezet gave a small nod. "Of course." Fred grinned in satisfaction. "Excellent. In that case, your current position may not be enough anymore. You'll need a promotion." George nodded solemnly. "That's right, it's time for you to move up and become our partner." Immersing in the pensive, I felt that familiar feeling of weightlessness. Vezet continued to travel through the silver substance and fell downward until she officially entered into memory. "Oh, this feels so good," the Weasley twins exclaimed in unison. Fred raised his eyebrows and grinned. "Remember this feeling. Don't you think it's a bit like a dream?" George was also beaming with joy. Right, I got an idea. Is there any use for a magic prop that can make you daydream?" The two high-fived each other. "Of course there is a way." "That's perfect for daydreaming in class." They were in the memory, and even though they were extremely noisy, it did not affect the protagonist of this memory. The protagonist of this memory is a witch who is in a wooden house. She sat on a wooden chair, wand in hand, and used magic to shape the clay into a teacup. Vezet could see that the magic techniques used by the witch were very interesting, somewhere between transfiguration magic and spells, and it was clear that she had a deep understanding of magic. After determining the shape, the witch picked up the carving knife and carefully engraved the words, filled the words with some kind of powder, pressed the magic wand against the powder and chanted a spell, chattering teeth and mouth. Under the influence of magic, the powder condenses into a piece, then is covered with a layer of soil to cover the engraved text, and is then fired with flames to finally complete the production of a clay teacup. Not only was Vezet watching very carefully, the Weasley twins also became serious without the usual giggles. Their expressions were full of concentration. The witch stood up and changed the style of her robe into a plain long dress. She also tied an apron decorated with ruffles, and her pointed hat was changed into a plain headscarf. Judging from the witch's dress and the furniture decorations around her, it can be seen that the era of this memory should be some period in the Middle Ages. After everything was ready, the witch left the cabin and walked along the cobblestone path towards the village square. The square was surrounded by circles of villagers, who craned their necks to look towards the center of the square, where there was a makeshift execution platform. A thick wooden stake stood in the center of the execution platform, with an unconscious, thin girl tied to it and firewood piled around it. The three of them looked at each other and quickly understood what was happening. This should be the execution site of the witch hunt. Fred pondered, that magic teacup, what is she going to do with it? And he changed his clothes. George proposed a hypothesis. Could he be planning to disrupt the execution? The disguised witch moved quickly. She replaced a servant, replaced the original teacup with a magic teacup, poured a cup of herbal tea, and sent it to the Inquisitor on the stage. The judge looked furious and read out the thin girl's crimes with gesticulations, such as casting black magic to curse the village, causing it to fall into drought, and the mysterious death of livestock. Serena's answer was quick and consistent with her character. Fred smiled with satisfaction. Good job. It seems that your position may not be enough. You need to be promoted. Some villagers showed a bit of pity on their faces and tried to say a few words of advice, but they were drowned out by the angry shouts and were driven out of the square by other villagers. Vezet and the Weasley twins walked through the flames. They saw the cross-dressing witch protecting the thin girl in the flames. Neither of them was burned by the flames. The thin girl looked at the flames in a daze, as if she wanted to see who it was through the flames. Compared to the magic teacup that the Weasley twins were interested in, Vezet was more interested in the history of the witch hunt. Vezet waved her hands, her tone somewhat helpless. I'm not sure either, they seem to be very keen on such riddles. Then take that as your consent. The cross-dressing witch closed her eyes, as if she wanted to feel the tingling sensation of the flames again. The scene suddenly became chaotic. Many militiamen gathered and tied the witches to the execution platform. After being instigated, the surrounding villagers also became angry. They dug up mud and stones from the ground and threw them at the thin girl on the execution platform. Fred rubbed his eyes with a big smile on his face. The production process of the nose-biting teacup. This is simply a trade secret. After all, this was the content of the history of magic that he was currently studying. If he guessed correctly, this memory should come from the weirdo Wendelin. The thin girl looked at the cross-dressing witch timidly. Sister, are you really a wizard? Watching the cross-dressing witch and the thin girl enter the castle, Vezet and the others also left the pensive. George agreed and said, we can move towards becoming partners now. The roars around continued, and the crackling sound of the flames igniting the firewood became more and more agitated. But the only thing that could not be heard was the cries of pain caused by the flames burning the skin. George put his arm around Vizet's other shoulder and said, now that we have a secret like this, we can strike while the iron is hot and make a nose-biting teacup. She performed similar actions at least 47 times, disguising herself in various shapes and costumes and enjoying the muggles burning her at the stake. The flames instantly ignited the wood and engulfed the cross-dressing witch and the thin girl. However, the flames blocked her vision and burned away the confusion in her eyes. Maybe they will be better off if I'm gone. Thinking of this, Vezet couldn't help but wonder, how did Selena get this memory? According to the description in History of Magic, the weirdo Wendelin really enjoyed the feeling of being burned. The judge had a large piece of his nose bitten off, and with blood all over his face, he ordered the executioner to carry out the burning at the stake immediately. She smiled and handed the Inquisitor herbal tea. In the Inquisitor's terrified eyes, sharp teeth grew out of the rim of the teacup and bit the Inquisitor's nose, refusing to let go. New conclusions can also be drawn from the memories. She not only enjoys the burning of fire, but also saves innocent people with magical talents, takes them back to Hogwarts and trains them to become wizards. With a pop sound, the surrounding scene changed from the village square to the bank of the lake. In the distance was a towering castle, which was the Hogwarts that Vezet and the others were familiar with. Fred suddenly put his arm around Vizet's shoulder. "Vezet, are you interested in making magic props?" The cross-dressing witch even looked very happy. "Ah. This tingling and numb feeling is really unstoppable." Vezet nodded, "Of course." There were only a few words on the notebook. "It's not time yet. The weirdo Wendelin was a witch from the Middle Ages at least 500 years ago. She did not belong to the same era as Selena. How did she extract her memory?" "Yes, Vezet." George nodded repeatedly. "How did you find such a great place? Not only is there a pensive, but there are also such precious memories." With such doubts in mind, he left a message directly on Selena's notebook and wrote down all his questions. The cross-dressing witch touched the thin girl's head and said, "Yes, do you want to leave with your sister?" The cross-dressed witch followed the executioner holding a torch and walked up to the execution platform. Fred and George's magic prop-making skills came from the Weasley family. They found the corresponding books in Arthur's room. Their father, Arthur, also studied magic gadgets. For example, the car that can fly is made based on the ancestral magic prop-making technology, which gives it the ability to fly. There is also an extremely special clock hanging in the living room of the burrow. There are 9 pointers on the dial of this clock, each of which is shining with gold and engraved with the name of each family member. Not only are the hands special, but the clock face is also extremely peculiar. Instead of marking the time, it is marked with places or status, such as home, school, work, etc. It seemed to be able to predict danger, for at the 12 o'clock position on an ordinary clock, fatal danger was written in blood-red characters. According to Fred and George, when they played a prank on Ronald and planned to cast a magic similar to the unbreakable vow, Ronald's name meant deadly danger. This special clock was brought from Arthur's ancestral home when he separated from his family and established the burrow. This also shows that the Weasley family has extraordinary attainments in making magic props. However, other family members were not keen on this. The eldest son Bill worked as a curse breaker in Gringotts. The second son Charlie studied dragons in Romania, and Percy wanted to join the Ministry of Magic. Only Fred and George want to develop their own prank props based on this ancestral technology. The Grindelwald notebook that Vezet holds also contains the method of making magic props. Alchemy is also used to create the corresponding magic powder, which is then used in the making of magic props. As for the connection between props and powder, transformation magic is needed, which is the type of magic that Vezet is currently best at. From some details in the notes, we can clearly see the extraordinary talents and ambitions of Grindelwald and Dumbledore. They hope to change wizards, muggles, and even the entire world through themselves. However, fate is unpredictable. They become enemies due to some strange reasons. In the end, one of them is imprisoned while the other returns to school. Back to Grindelwald's notebook, most of the methods recorded in it require a fairly comprehensive knowledge reserve in order to understand the deep meaning. Vezet had already used these easy-to-master techniques to prepare a Christmas gift for Luna in her first year of school. He wanted to study the contents of the notes more deeply and needed to acquire more relevant knowledge. As a prank prop, the nose-biting process needs to be safe enough to be broken by a universal breaking spell. It was as if the moon was attracted and cast its moonlight on the leaves of the mandrake. "So you can make magic props this way?" Fred stroked his chin. "It's really eye-opening." Vezet came to the astronomy tower with a mandrake blade. Of course, this is also from the perspective of a wizard. The Weasley twins understood the principle of small profits but quick turnover, and they lowered their selling prices accordingly. As the saying goes, learn from many. Vezet hopes to learn more about magic and gain more experience so that she can read Grindelwald's notes more deeply. Even if Fred and George had alchemy inherited from their ancestors, it would still take a lot of time to experiment with materials suitable for alchemy. Fred and George's invitation was undoubtedly a great opportunity, and Vezet certainly had no reason to refuse. Replacing this material with wicker to increase the flexibility of the teacup itself is really a genius idea. George said with emotion, "Vezet, where on earth did you know so much?" After determining the formula, after a series of experiments and constant adjustment of the proportions, you can proceed to the third step, enchantment. Since it is a nose-biting teacup, it means that when people use the teacup should grow teeth so that they can bite their noses. Vezet briefly summarized. There are many sources, various notebooks, and the restricted books section. From the third step, a different line of thought from Grindelwald's notes emerged. Fred and George took out the runic dictionary and searched the dictionary based on the words engraved by the weirdo Wendelin, constantly looking for the correct text symbols. That's the difference between Gryffindor and Ravenclaw. Fred said with a smile, "Anyway, Vezet is one of us, so if you have any questions, just ask him directly." The second step requires the use of alchemy, through which magic powder is created, and the corresponding magic is preserved through this magic powder. And watching the whole process of making magic props is a very interesting thing in itself. The restricted books section, George scratched his head. "We've been there a few times before, but the books there are too many different kinds. It's really hard to find them. What they value is to open up the market so that when other students want to buy nose-biting teacups, they will think of them first. This is the long-term solution." The first step that Fred and George had to take was to determine the effect of the prank they wanted to achieve. Vezet will also participate in the production of magic props to accumulate experience and wait for the full moon to arrive. After all, various potions have magical effects and can deal with a variety of injuries. Ordinary fractures and knife wounds can be cured directly with magic. The magic cube theory provided by Vezet, plus the production method in that memory, combined with Fred and George's ancestral production skills, significantly reduced the production cost of the nose-biting teacup. Finally, only simple repairs are needed to complete the production of the magic props. Before I knew it, a week had passed. If even this cannot be guaranteed, they have to consider the possible risks. Once an unforeseen accident occurs, the Ministry of Magic staff will come to their door and take them back to Vezet. He was lucky, the night sky was clear, the bright moon was very round, and he could also see Europa through the telescope. Although the two are keen on playing pranks, they also use wizards' thinking to consider the possible risks and avoid causing bigger troubles. In order to obtain the magic powder for the nose-biting teacup, they began experimenting during the summer vacation, and it was not until the last 2 days that they finally perfected it. When he took out the mandrake leaf, he found that the surface of the mandrake had a layer of soft luster like gauze. They need to engrave runes, fill with magic powder, and finally cast magic to complete the enchantment process. During this period, Vezet communicated with them and shared their experiences with each other in order to seek common ground while reserving differences. Vezet looked at the Animagus notebook again, making sure that every detail on it was correct with what she had written down. Then he began to relax his body and mind, chose a more comfortable standing position, and reorganized the soul maze, transforming the original maze into a city wall, leaving a wide road leading directly to the depths of his soul. The complete cycle of Animagus is quite long. He didn't want to make mistakes in the first step due to missing details, which would affect the whole process and waste time. Taking a deep breath, Vezet picked up a mandrake leaf, looked at the luster on the leaf, and put it directly into her mouth. According to the Animagus notes, when the mandrake leaves come into contact with the mouth, an extremely slow process of change occurs. First you will smell the scent of grass, and then you will feel a very slight dizziness, probably similar to the feeling of blurring your eyes. However, Vezet did not feel any of the feelings mentioned above. He experienced a sensation of rapid weightlessness, as if he had entered a meditation basin. It was as if I had become that mandrake leaf, appearing on the outskirts of the soul wall, and then floating on the wide road to the depths of my soul. Everything around seemed to have changed, somewhat similar to the scene seen by the magic eye, but with a unique and wonderful feeling. Vezet felt as if a painting appeared in front of her, a very famous painting, Starry Night. The moon and stars in the sky became extremely exaggerated, showing a bright yellow color, and seemed to be rotating and flashing in a certain rhythm. The originally pitch-black night sky also became different, as if it was a collision of dark blue and crimson purple. With the rotating stars and moon as the center, it continued to rotate slowly back and forth, either forward or backward. Vezet studied under Professor Snape and had seen quite a few kinds of potions. He would also taste the effects of the potion under the supervision of Professor Snape, and then deduce the possible ingredients to be used. In this process, they would naturally come into contact with hallucinogens and other magical drugs. Therefore, Vezet knew very well that the scene before her eyes was not the effect of taking hallucinogens. Combining the knowledge he had, he speculated that with the help of the young mandrake leaves, he could increase his perception of the surrounding environment, thus achieving an effect similar to the magic eye. There are actually some scattered references to this in Lockhart's works. Lockhart seems to really understand mandrake, but only on a theoretical level. Otherwise, he would not have been so careless as to faint due to the crying of the young mandrake and be sent to the school hospital. At least in Professor McGonagall's impression, no wizard would have the mandrake directly turn into liquid and melt in the mouth when taking the first step. The first thing she said when she opened the door was, "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" It floated down to the wall of the soul, and the wall of the soul loosened and a bud tip actually emerged, which quickly combined with the mandrake blade. "Mandra leaf flying here." He waved his wand and summoned another leaf into his hand. Professor McGonagall was still wearing a dark green robe and a hairnet behind her head. I followed the notes and relaxed my body and mind first, then let go of all my inner defenses. After everything was ready, I put the mandrake blades in. Her eyes were sparkling and she adjusted her glasses from time to time as if she was thinking about something. The first thing he thought of was the soul. As a ritual magic, animagus required catalysis through a variety of materials, and a long time in order to protect itself and understand the soul. Only by having a deep understanding of one's own soul can one ensure to the greatest extent possible that when the animagus transforms, one will not lose the soul and become a half-human, half-beast being. However, the boundary between the two is somewhat vague. As the mandrake enters true maturity, it quickly sheds its leaves and withers. The branches and leaves sink into the soil together and disappear without a trace. Vezet could clearly feel that this new mandrake contained not only the original mandrake leaves, but also his soul. As the two mandrake leaves merged into his body, he felt more energetic, and his mind seemed to be more alert. Eventually, the mandrake leaves and bud tip grow together to form a new mandrake. The second time I tried, I still followed the steps in the notes strictly, and the situation was exactly the same. It's completely different from the previous situation in the notebook, but from the description later I found some similarities. How could such a thing happen? As the branches and leaves sank into the soil and disappeared, the starry sky in the field of vision returned to normal. The night was long, and while the full moon was still there, he planned to make one more attempt. "Professor McGonagall, are you there?" Vezet nodded. "Something strange did happen, so I came to find you. I hope I didn't disturb your rest." "Yes, it's perfect," Vezet nodded. "There aren't too many clouds in the sky, so we can enjoy the moonlight as much as possible, and we can also see Europa." He closed his eyes and savored the memory, feeling as if he had drunk a soul-soothing potion and had a good night's sleep. After the whole process was over, even though Vezet felt such a gorgeous and unique starry sky, she did not feel tired at all, but instead became full of energy. Vezet went downstairs thinking about what possibilities there were. Based on the knowledge he had previously acquired, he wanted to speculate what caused the mandrake to be directly digested. Not only did the mandrake in the soul disappear, but even the mandrake in the mouth disappeared, turning into a liquid with a slightly grassy smell that slowly spread in the mouth and merged into the body. Fortunately, Sprout had grown enough mandrakes, and Vezet had also kept a lot of leaves just in case. Listening to Vizet's description, Professor McGonagall's expression became serious again and his lips were tightly pursed. After all, what happened to Vezet tonight, like himself, was too special. In addition to the visual changes, the leaf that seemed to float into the depths of the soul was also changing. Vezet frowned slightly and picked up the animagus notebook to read it again. After the two are combined, a strong vitality is born which continues to grow upwards, extending branches and growing new leaves. He returned to Hogwarts Castle and knocked on the door of Professor McGonagall's office. "Of course not." Professor McGonagall's lips curved slightly. "I told you before that if you encounter any problems you can come to me first. It's a full moon tonight." She turned sideways and looked at the window behind her. "Do you feel something is wrong?" "The night sky is very good tonight, which should be very suitable for the first step." Despite this, Professor McGonagall quickly gave an explanation based on his professional knowledge. "Vezet, you have taken the lead in understanding your own soul through the Patronus charm. This is extremely rare. One could even say it's unprecedented. Few wizards can truly understand the soul at this age. Besides, there are very few wizards who would start animagus training at this age. You are definitely a special case, so that's how it is." Vezet nodded. Professor McGonagall's words confirmed his guess. "Because I have acquired new knowledge, I come up with new guesses, and the professor explains them, which then verify my guesses. This is a process of learning and feedback, which can explain that what you have learned is not rote memorization but real application in practice." He continued, "Because I first understood the soul, the mandrake blades no longer protect my soul but instead nourish it." "That's right." Professor McGonagall nodded. What Vezet said was exactly what she was going to continue saying. "Professor McGonagall, does this mean we need to change our thinking?" Vezet asked, do I need to build a new line of defense outside the soul to create the illusion that I don't understand the soul? Re-establishing defenses outside the soul. Professor McGonagall blinked. You learned occlumency from Professor Snape? Vezet shook her head. It was Mr. Aberforth Dumbledore. He taught me a simple way to get started. Wait until I have mastered that method and then teach me the brain block technique. I am still in the process of practicing it. Aberforth. Professor McGonagall adjusted his glasses, with a hint of surprise in his tone. I didn't expect Dumbledore to ask Aberforth to teach him the soul labyrinth. There are too many inexplicable grievances and entanglements between the Dumbledore brothers. It is hard for them to reach a consensus on this matter. At least what is certain is that Vizet's identity as a silent person played a great role in promoting the cause. Of course, a little wizard like Vezet who is well-mannered and good at studying. Even if Aberforth cursed at her, he would still teach her everything he knew so that Vezet could fully master the soul labyrinth. Thinking of this, Professor McGonagall took off the hairnet on her head, took out her wand and waved it towards the house, stopping the quill that was writing furiously. She had planned to finalize the lesson plan for next week before going to bed. Now she couldn't sleep, so she had to at least help Vezet solve the problem and continue to advance the progress of the animagus. There was nothing wrong with Snape and there was nothing wrong with Aberforth, so she must not let him down. At this moment, the Gryffindor's unyielding nature was fully aroused. Back at the astronomy tower, Vezet restored the soul labyrinth and used the techniques of occlumency to protect the soul more closely. He summoned a few more mandrake leaves and tried again. Vezet sank her consciousness into the soul labyrinth, and mandrake leaves appeared on the outskirts of the labyrinth, floating back and forth but unable to enter. Just when Vezet thought that the first step could be taken forward, the mandrake leaves burst into dazzling light. It was as if being guided, shuttling back and forth in the soul maze and actually entered it again. It is still the familiar process, combining with the bud tip, growing, flourishing, and withering again after maturity. The mandrake leaves in his mouth disappeared and turned into a liquid with a slightly grassy smell which flowed into his limbs and bones. Professor McGonagall watched the whole process and couldn't help muttering, "Strange." Vezet asked in confusion Professor McGonagall what just happened. "The moonlight is attracted and converges on you." Professor McGonagall frowned slightly and said, "It should be attracted by the mandrake. It's mentioned in the notes." Vezet nodded. "So the environment that should have been favorable to animagus seems to be unfavorable to me." "That's right." Professor McGonagall's expression softened a bit and he nodded in affirmation. Vezet had a thorough understanding of the animagus notes. Some things did not need to be fully explained. He was able to understand and sort them out on his own. Vezet asked, "Professor McGonagall, maybe I should move to a different location, somewhere that's not so sunny. Would that be better?" "Yes, but there is no need to change the location." Professor McGonagall picked up the wand, "Just change the weather slightly." She looked at Vezet and asked, "Do you have enough mandrake leaves? Do you want to get some more from the greenhouse?" Vezet shook her head. "Professor Sprout gave me a lot of leaves, and I also have a mandrake that hasn't been repotted yet, so I can provide some as well." "Then do it again." Professor McGonagall rolled up his sleeves, his expression became more serious, and his fingers were tightly clasped around his wand. Vezet nodded and took another leaf into her mouth. This time he did not sink his consciousness into the maze of souls, but looked at the night sky in the distance. Since Professor McGonagall wanted to make the weather gloomy, he would naturally use an extremely complex magic, the weather spell. At least in Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, Newt Scamander is supposed to have mastered the weather spell. The magic box he always carried with him was not only cast with a traceless stretching spell, but also contained a variety of ecological environments. Such as a humid and rainy rainforest where the Nandu leopard lives, there is also a large, hot savanna which is an area suitable for the serpent's survival. Corresponding to this, there is an area covered with drifting ice and snow where there is an Obscurus. Professor McGonagall pointed his wand into the night sky and waved it gently, as if provoking something. After a while, the surrounding clouds floated together and gathered into a dark cloud, blocking the moon. Vezet used her magic eye and did not miss the opportunity to observe the weather spell. It was a gorgeous scene similar to Starry Night. The difference was that a vortex-like pattern appeared in the sky, constantly attracting the surrounding thin clouds and gathering them around it. Obviously, the vortex-like pattern is the manifestation of Professor McGonagall's spell, used to attract the surrounding clouds. "It's really too sunny today. It's an unseasonably good day." Professor McGonagall did not lower his arms to maintain the dark clouds in the sky. "Vezet, now try again." Vezet nodded, picked up another mandrake leaf and put it in her mouth. This time the mandrake leaves floated longer, but the light was still gathering, but the process was extremely slow. At this moment, Dumbledore's voice suddenly appeared. "What a strange sight, you seem to need some help." On the way to the astronomy tower, Dumbledore met many people. The first person he met was Snape. His expression was as cold and gloomy as always, with a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. "That's strange, I almost thought you would stay in the principal's office until you approved all the documents before leaving." Seeing Snape's cold expression, Dumbledore smiled, and there seemed to be some happiness in his voice, as if he was enjoying this way of speaking. He nodded slightly and said with a hint of sarcasm, "It's really strange, I thought you wouldn't come out. But now it seems that our goals seem to be the same." Snape narrowed his eyes, his expression seemed to become even gloomier. "I just came out." He didn't finish his words, as if he realized the flaw in his words. He snorted coldly and was about to turn around and leave. Watching Snape's receding back, Dumbledore shook his head slightly, still smiling. When Dumbledore passed by the greenhouse, he happened to meet Sprout, who was busy. "Albus, good evening." She looked towards the astronomy tower. "Vezet should be taking the first step tonight. Right? Did something go wrong?" "Pomona, good evening." Dumbledore smiled slightly. "If there are any problems along the way, Vezet should consult Minerva first." "That's right, she's a good kid who doesn't need to be worried about." Sprout nodded. "With Minerva watching over her, nothing will happen to Vezet." "Yes," Dumbledore nodded, glancing at the flower pots behind Sprout. "They are growing well. If I remember correctly, the mandrakes are now the most curious and the most difficult to raise." "Of course," Sprout nodded. "The mandrake is very sensitive now. It will not miss such a beautiful full moon. If I don't move them out and let them get some sun in the moonlight, they'll probably start to make a fuss, and that'll be even more troublesome." Entering the astronomy tower, Flitwick was much faster than him and was already climbing the tower stairs. Dumbledore quickened his pace and came to Flitwick's side. "Good evening, Phileas." "Albus, good evening." Flitwick nodded in response. "It's really strange." "With Vizet's talent, there shouldn't be any problems on such a nice day." Dumbledore hummed. "Perhaps it's because of us that he's taking too big a step." "Yes, you all care so much." Flitwick sighed, then changed the subject. "If you keep going like this, maybe he will be kidnapped by you. In this way, the magic power bestowed by the moonlight will be further weakened." In that herb class, he saw the magic circuit of the young mandrake leaves through the magic eye. Wingardium Leviosa. The edges of the mandrake leaves curled up and gathered towards the veins, turning into an extremely thin needle. The nourishment of all that grassy liquid earlier made Vizet's thoughts flow like a spring, and she felt a sudden enlightenment. She also realized the power of the magic eye more and more. Under the effect of the levitation spell, vast mist rose into the sky and merged into the clouds gathered by Professor McGonagall. The whole Hogwarts became gloomy in an instant. It was a complex pattern like nails, and was in some kind of slow exchange and communication with the tubers. The Black Lake seemed to boil in an instant, with countless splashes of water flying everywhere, and then continuing to scatter, turning into a large, diffuse water mist. Flitwick nodded in agreement, but a weather spell like this shouldn't be enough to block out the moonlight. The weather tonight is just too good. This release is not one way, the mandrake blades are also releasing. Dumbledore stepped forward slowly. "What a strange sight. You seem to need some help." The two finally climbed to the top of the astronomy tower and saw Professor McGonagall maintaining the weather spell. The moonlight fell on Vizet's body, as if she was covered with a layer of bright gauze. In an instant, everything around seemed to be going backwards. Instead of pointing his wand toward the night sky like Professor McGonagall did, he pointed it toward the Black Lake in the distance and raised it high. "He gave me gifts at Christmas and during the summer vacation. I feel bad if I don't do something. But from a magical perspective, the astronomy tower is already extremely far away from Hogwarts and the night sky. The soul maze emits a soft light, as if attracted by the leaves of the mandrake, constantly releasing the beautiful emotions hidden within." Vezet was in a strange feeling at the moment. His consciousness was between his soul and his body. He could not only feel the leaves like long needles, but also feel the touch of the leaves against his mouth. "A very nice stretching charm," said Professor McGonagall. "If this doesn't work, we'll have to wait until another day." Dumbledore extended the astronomy tower, although to outsiders it did not appear to have changed at all. Whether it was the Hogwarts castle in front of them or the night sky covered by dark clouds in the distance, they were moving away from them. Through this curled-up form, it releases its own magic circuits and establishes a certain connection with the soul labyrinth. Dumbledore also noticed this. He was in the center, holding the wand in his hand, and with the hum of his lips he had already released the magic. Flitwick also took action. He ran to Professor McGonagall's side, reached into his sleeve and pulled out his wand. It's the same exchange and communication. How similar is it to the situation he is facing now? As the magic of the moonlight weakened further, the mandrake blades finally moved away from the soul labyrinth. The mandrake blades are connected to the soul labyrinth, and the soul labyrinth is also conveying beautiful emotions. As Vezet savored the wonderful process, a flash of lightning flashed through his mind, reminding him of the herbal medicine class he had not long ago. Dumbledore couldn't help laughing. At least there is no rule of changing houses. I have been the headmaster for some years, so I can still guarantee it. Thanks to the nourishment of the grass-smelling liquid, although he was a little dizzy at the moment, it did not affect his thinking at all. The joint release of 2 professors and a principal made Vezet feel like she was in a dream. It seems to be a problem of the soul. Dumbledore said with some emotion, "This step is bigger than I thought, a very beautiful levitation spell." Dumbledore praised, "It's just that the mandrakes might be a bit uncomfortable. They just came into contact with the moon and they disappeared." As Flitwick chanted the spell, Vezet discovered that the speed at which the light converged was further slowing down, but it still did not stop. "Of course I know, but seeing what you guys have done, I feel like I have to work harder too." Flitwick waved his hand. Even for wizards, if they want to find some rules related to magic, they need to reversely deduce and constantly experiment through various means, including but not limited to magic. This process can sometimes be very long and requires constant induction to ultimately summarize the relevant rules. Vezet had gained a deeper understanding of the related exploration process during Snape's private lessons. Therefore, he also understood how difficult it was to complete this process. The magic eye, on the other hand, can intuitively see the law itself. Vezet can make positive deductions based on the law itself and observe what this law can bring. I have to say, this is an extremely powerful ability. However, it should be noted that this ability is actually closely related to the knowledge that one has mastered. If Vezet knew nothing, even if he could use the magic eye to see the pattern itself, he would not be able to generate associations and trigger thinking through the pattern itself, and then carry out subsequent deductions. Because the methods mastered by the wizard are all reverse deductions, he needs to absorb enough ideas from this reverse deduction process to complete the forward deduction. This special feature of the magic eye actually fits Vizet's personality and hobbies. This extraordinary world of magic has so many things worth his in-depth research and study. Vezet took a deep breath, feeling the smell of the mandrake leaves flowing down his throat, into his body and consciousness. "I see, that's why we need mandrake. It looks like our work is done." Hearing Vizet's words, Dumbledore smiled and put away his wand. The night sky and the castle quickly approached them. Seeing Dumbledore's action, Professors Flitwick and McGonagall also put away their wands, and the soft moonlight returned again, falling on the Scottish Highlands. "Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick, Headmaster Dumbledore, thank you." Vezet first bowed deeply to express her gratitude. He said somewhat shyly, "I really didn't expect to cause you so much trouble. Of course it's not a problem." Flitwick smiled and said cheerfully, "I'm very happy to be able to help students from my own college." He emphasized the words "students of his own college" and winked at Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall. Professor McGonagall and Dumbledore looked at each other, shook their heads in unison, and sighed softly. "Phileas, Vezet is of course a student of Ravenclaw." Dumbledore said, "Vezet, why don't you share with us what you know in Ravenclaw's way?" Vezet looked around and felt the cold wind blowing. Such are the nights in the Scottish Highlands, and now that it is late autumn, the night temperatures are even lower. "Headmaster Dumbledore, can we move to another location? I need to use the pensieve." With the help of the pensieve, Dumbledore blinked. "It seems that you have learned how to perform mental magic. There is a pensieve in the headmaster's office. Why don't we go there?" George could only smile and say, "Aha, good evening, Professor McGonagall." Yes, Professor McGonagall nodded in agreement. "It would be better if we could perform less stage plays during class time. It will be fine after Nirvana. It will be a bit hard during this period." Dumbledore said as he walked to the cabinet and took out an ornate stone basin. Fox rubbed Vizet's palm with his beak, picked up the flying boat Lee, and began to eat slowly. Even though it was late autumn, Fred and George were sweating profusely. After she finished speaking, she looked in Dumbledore's direction again and pursed her lips. Fred and George breathed a sigh of relief and waved, "Good night, good night." After that, the two of them quickly rushed back to the Gryffindor common room. Dumbledore was also laughing and shrugged at Fred and George. "Minerva, we should go." And Headmaster Dumbledore, Professor Flitwick, Vezet, Fred rubbed his eyes. "You were caught too." Sinking into the memory, Dumbledore and the others immediately realized that this was an extremely strange state, which seemed to be between reality and consciousness. "Oh, ooh," Fred and George nodded repeatedly, seeming to understand what Dumbledore meant. Vezet nodded solemnly. I have mastered a magic to extract memories and learned how to use the forgetfulness spell from Professor Lockhart. Dumbledore also responded by blinking and things were going smoothly. Lockhart, Flitwick rubbed his brows. It seems he can do something serious. Hey. What are you doing? Why are you going back again? Don't you usually go deep? Vezet first said hello, then took out a flying Shipley and placed it in front of Fawkes. As soon as Fred and George emerged from the portrait, they were met by Professor McGonagall, who looked serious and pursed his lips. The fat lady in the portrait frame showed a dissatisfied expression. She changed into a top hat with bright feathers and planned to leave her own portrait frame to visit other portrait frames. On their way back to the headmaster's office, the four of them happened to run into the Weasley twins who were planning to go for a night stroll in the corridor on the 8th floor. This kind of mental magic seems to be connected in some ways. And there are some similarities with occlumency, so I didn't force myself. The silver thread slowly fell and became invisible in the meditation basin. There are countless runes carved on the stone basin, which looks ancient and weathered. Vezet picked up the wand and pressed it against her temple, moved the soul to the memory. They patted the picture frame and called out the Gryffindor common room password, Honeyeater. Checking and categorizing memories is a very difficult task. He looked at Vezet and said, Vezet, don't force yourself. Fred and George laughed loudly, drowning out the fat lady's muttering and trying to soothe Professor McGonagall's frown. Dumbledore couldn't help but praise again, it's even more ingenious than I thought. Such a wonderful memory can actually reduce personal subjective influence to such a level. Very clever technique. Dumbledore praised, everyone, let's go in and take a look. His movements were extremely slow, as if he was sorting something out. After a while he pulled out a silver thread. Ha 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 ha, fat lady, you really know how to joke. Good evening. Dumbledore blinked. It's not that we were caught, but there was something else. We will leave immediately. In the principal's office, the old and frail Phoenix Fox, sitting on the bird stand, let out a long, low cry. This is also the reason why Dumbledore chose to walk. In Fawkes' current condition, it would be extremely difficult for him to teleport someone. To be honest, Vezet is feeling a little stage fright now. The three professors in front of him were all wizards with extraordinary attainments in magic. Although Vezet just wanted to share her experience, she began to feel anxious. He was worried that if he didn't make his words clear, he would let down Dumbledore and the others and let them down. Vezet looked up and happened to meet the gazes of Dumbledore and the others, which were shining with encouragement and expectation. It seems. Not so anxious anymore. Vezet exhaled lightly. I learned from somewhere that the inner parts of young mandrake leaves are actually different. It feels like a needle. Especially in the soul, it intuitively shows such a form, which can be regarded as supporting this statement. But this is just my initial impression of it. As I completed the first step of Animagus today, my understanding of mandrake blades has also changed. A magic wand appeared in his hand with a very obvious silver blue light on it. In fact, the casting of the memory extraction spell this time was accomplished through the power of ancient magic. Compared to ordinary memory extraction spells, magic based on ancient magical powers will have some additional special effects. This is a wonderful use that he discovered after practicing ancient magic power many times. Vezet said, books like the Handbook of Ceremonial Magic, Rituals and Protection, and the Practice of Ceremonial Magic all show some common characteristics for the general category of leaves. Dumbledore complimented him at the right moment. Growth and absorption, these are the qualities that all leaves possess. Yes, Vezet nodded, feeling more relaxed than before. Because growth requires absorption, it promotes the flow of energy, which allows growth to be completed. Therefore, we can extend another related quality, flow. The mandrake leaves flow with my memory, Professor. You should all be able to feel it, right? He waved his wand, releasing some ancient magical power, giving this memory more possibilities. Dumbledore and the others narrowed their eyes, as if they were carefully experiencing the feeling, and nodded. Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick were still muttering. They didn't expect that the pensive that Hogwarts had kept was more powerful than they had imagined. Only Dumbledore smiled and winked at Vezet playfully. As one of the few people who knew that Vezet was a guardian, he naturally understood why this memory was so special. Vezet couldn't help laughing and coughed to adjust her mood. This flow is two-way, it's a kind of exchange. I endow the mandrake blade with past memories, and the mandrake gives me the property of absorption. That's a very convincing argument. Professor McGonagall nodded in agreement. Animagus itself is too cumbersome and presents considerable dangers. Only a small number of wizards who want to understand the soul will study Animagus. In this way, without understanding the soul, it is difficult to discover this characteristic of Mandrake. I am a little curious about the exchange that Vezet mentioned. Professor Flitwick said, the exchange of memories and characteristics. Everyone, do you know the siphon phenomenon? When I was studying ancient Roman magic, I found a wizard's memoirs that mentioned a story about him and muggles. By the way, the relationship between muggles and wizards was not tense at that time. It's written in the memoirs that in order to get water, the muggles would build large water pipes, which would allow them to cross two valleys and transport water to the city. It was very smart. The siphon phenomenon, Professor McGonagall shook his head. I don't think I've heard of it. After all, we can use the water-making spell, so there's no need to go through so much trouble. Dumbledore smiled and said, Muggles have always been very intelligent. I remember that in the earliest times they were called Muggles. Siphon phenomenon. Vezet was enlightened by Professor Flitwick. She felt that there was a clue in her mind connecting all the slightly messy thoughts together. He felt his eyes light up. Yes, this explains it all. Vezet waved her wand and used the power of ancient magic to create an extremely simple siphon suit. The siphon set consists of two transparent cups, one high and one low. The high cup is filled with water while the low cup has no water. Finally, the two cups are connected by a transparent tube filled with water. Professor McGonagall, this is the simplest siphon phenomenon. I call this tube a siphon tube. Through the siphon phenomenon, the water in the higher cup flows slowly along the siphon tube into the lower cup. Vezet said excitedly, Professor Flitwick, thank you for your advice. This example is so vivid. Dumbledore clapped his hands. It's good that we came up with a better and more vivid conclusion. With the help of the siphon phenomenon, it is much easier to explain. Vizet's mind worked quickly and even her speech speed increased. The flow of the siphon phenomenon will continue until both sides are balanced, and this can be extended to another characteristic, that is stability, which can be regarded as a means of protection. The characteristic of stability can also further explain why the mandrake blades. He waved his wand and enlarged the curled mandrake blades. Like I said at the beginning, it's like a needle, and it's also a siphon. The function of the siphon is siphoning phenomenon, and the function of the needle is anchor point. The first step to return to animagus. Vezet recalled the tedious steps of animagus. You need to hold the mandrake leaf in your mouth for a full month. The two key points, hold in mouth and 1 month, are both extremely important. Because the mouth is on the head, being close to the brain means being close to the soul. During the month that the mandrake leaf is in the mouth, it will continue to absorb our memories and use the memories as a foundation to establish an anchor point. Once the mandrake leaves are turned into potion, the memory contained in this anchor point will be the key to transforming into an animal or human form. But there is another problem. The memories a person can hold are diverse. The time span is very long. Vezet frowned slightly, his thinking slightly hindered. Perhaps you could trace it back to its source, Dumbledore suggested softly. Trace the source. After hearing this, Vezet suddenly understood, and that hair. So the hair used in the subsequent steps is to assist and correct this anchor point, so that this anchor point can be recorded accurately. During the period of time it takes to master the animagus, you need to pull out your hair. This means it has a decisive effect. Make sure that when we return to human form, we won't turn into our childhood or even infant forms, but will maintain our current appearance. Coming out of the pensive, Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick blinked and looked at the real scene around them, but they felt it was a bit dreamy and couldn't help but let out a breath. Animagus is an extremely unpopular magic due to its potential danger and overly complicated process. It is also because of this that there are few wizards who study animagus, and even in the Hogwarts library there are not many reference documents. However, even in this situation, Vezet was able to deduce so many details through the first step of animagus. Her talent can be imagined. Professor McGonagall asked, Vezet, have you ever considered writing a paper? Publish a paper? Vezet was a little slow to react. He was still thinking about animagus. Yes, the kind published in Transfiguration Today. Professor McGonagall spoke a little quickly. Transfiguration Today has an award for the most promising newcomer. I think you have a chance. That's not the right way to put it. You can't say there's a chance. I should say that as long as you publish a paper on animagus, you'll definitely win the most promising newcomer award. There was a hint of excitement in her tone, which was slightly different from her usual serious look. It seemed that the fighting spirit of Gryffindor continued to erupt. Professor McGonagall, I think. Vezet hummed, you can consider writing the paper after completing the animagus transformation. Although I have analyzed the corresponding steps, it would be more convincing if I could complete the animagus transformation. Indeed, Professor McGonagall nodded. Also, when publishing a paper in Transfiguration today, the corresponding format is also very important. I need to adapt to this as well. Vezet continued, I have one more idea about these steps of the animagus. Can it be made like a magic prop with runes engraved on the siphon? Inscribe it with runes, Dumbledore repeated. You mean enchant it so that the resulting animal has some magical properties? Vezet nodded and said, yes, I think the process of animagus is actually somewhat similar to the process of making magic items. Another point is that I know something about mental magic, so the process of granting memories is controllable, at least for me. So my idea is, can the memories injected into it, the memories that are purely about magic, be able to engrave it on it? I think it's feasible, Dumbledore encouraged. It's a process worth trying. Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick said at the same time, is there any danger? Vezet already understands the soul, which is the first guarantee. Dumbledore explained, and he has mastered mental magic, which is the second guarantee. With these two layers of support plus his special experience and outstanding talent, I feel very relieved. What do you think? The worry on Professor Flitwick and Professor McGonagall's faces still hadn't completely disappeared. Vezet and the others left one after another, and the principal's office returned to silence. Of course not, Dumbledore shook his head. He has mastered the essentials of mental magic and can use it skillfully. Actually, I have another question. Vezet said, I remember that the weather spell can change the weather. Can we use the weather spell to control the formation of lightning? If you are interested, you can come to me anytime and I can teach you this magic. The weather spell isn't that difficult, Professor Flitwick said. It's a little late today, not very suitable. Vezet is safe, said Dumbledore. This has been a wonderful night. We have witnessed the birth of a brilliant theory from the pensive. Vezet sensed the hidden meaning in these words and in Dumbledore's eyes. Vezet was a little embarrassed and said, is this too much trouble for you? Ordinary weather spells are useless, so a weather spell cast with the power of ancient magic should be able to work, right? There was no sound like a cat catching a mouse. Hogwarts was very quiet tonight, as if someone had died. There is very little expression of personal will. This is a very comfortable, pensive experience. Do you want to experience it? I still want to learn the weather spell. Learning one more magic is a good thing. Vezet said, excuse me. Are there any reference books I can refer to? Seeing this, Dumbledore added, when he reaches the last step, I will be there to make sure nothing happens to him. I'm not interested. Snape curled his lips and even took a step back to stand next to the pensive. Haha, Dumbledore laughed happily twice. Any other questions? Because of its location, Ottery St. Catchpole doesn't necessarily get snow during the Christmas holidays. Vezet nodded repeatedly. Professor Flitwick, thank you so much. Dumbledore stretched happily and greeted everyone. It's really getting late, everyone go back and rest. Snape spat tusk, but they were lucky last year as it snowed heavily on the day before Christmas. Only the portraits hanging on the wall could occasionally hear the faint sound of sleep talking. What's more, he has a backup plan, the extremely powerful ancient magic thunder. Vezet told you that? Snape raised his eyebrows. You helped him extract his memories. Dumbledore leaned forward and asked leisurely, he seems to have discovered some interesting properties in the young mandrake leaves. Wouldn't you like to know? If you can master a powerful enough weather spell, you can create your own festive snow. Snape noticed that the pensive had not yet been put back in its place. His eyes were fixed on the pensive and his voice was somewhat casual. Is that so? Dumbledore narrowed his eyes slightly like an old fox. Severus, would you like to borrow the pensive? Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick said at the same time, of course not. Yes, Dumbledore nodded and smiled. I thought you had rested. Snape entered the headmaster's office. Have they all gone back? Every professor's time is precious. How could he not be grateful to them for being willing to take the time to teach him magical knowledge? At least, a storm cast by an ordinary weather spell has no effect on an animagus. Storms caused by weather spells will not work on animagus, said Dumbledore. After all, animagus needs to wait for the storm. If the location is not chosen well, it may take a long time before a storm appears. Snape also narrowed his eyes when he heard what Dumbledore said. But Snape's expression didn't look like a fox, but rather like a snake ready to pounce. Dumbledore showed an interested expression and stroked his long silver beard slowly. Minerva and Phileas were also there. Oh, right. They are planning to compile a paper and publish it in Transfiguration today. This has not happened for a long time. Snape raised an eyebrow. Were they there too? Dumbledore nodded slightly. Yes, they are very enthusiastic. Yeah, they are very enthusiastic. Snape frowned with a look of disgust on his face as if he saw a cockroach appear in a crucible. There is a wind behind them pushing them, and they feel like they are running faster, so they like the wind very much. This is really interesting. When he uttered the last word, he deliberately dragged out the nasal sound. If Harry and Ronald heard such a nasal sound, they would probably have their hair stand on end and be prepared to receive points deducted. Severus, choice is more important than ability. Dumbledore still kept smiling. They are all walking on the path of their own choice. The wind is nothing more than icing on the cake. It's not even the icing on the cake. They would have reached the end regardless of the presence of the wind. They are like this. Severus, aren't you like this? Snape didn't respond and wasn't even willing to say another word. He gathered his robes and quickly left the principal's office like a black mamba moving at high speed. Watching Snape's quickly disappearing back, Dumbledore shook his head slightly, still keeping a smile on his face. He's much more energetic than before. He seems to come to my place more frequently too. The Phoenix Fox skillfully uttered a long cry as if responding to what Dumbledore said. We have used Xuanlang as a secret base for some time. In fact, Vezet had brought Luna here before the Weasley twins. The Weasley twins took a liking to those barrels, and they liked to lock themselves in them when doing experiments. The two of them were making quite a lot of noise inside, and it made some noises similar to bird calls. When they left the corridor, they left with a small bag of bird feathers. Luna is passionate about the Xuan corridor itself. She hopes to make it better and have more of the atmosphere of a secret base. The area of the corridor is not small, and it will undoubtedly take a lot of effort to make it better. Of course Vezet would get involved, and the two of them enjoyed it. They would come over whenever they had time, adding decorations bit by bit and sorting out the existing things. Vezet gathered the armor dummies together and created an area for displaying old items. I also moved the bookshelf containing blank books to another place and designated this area as a study. After doing all this, he went to the hunting ground and asked Hagrid for a lot of wooden boards. He connected the boards together using magic to serve as partitions to divide the areas. These wooden boards can not only be used as partitions, but can also be spliced together to make furniture and tables for placing crucibles. Their uses are truly diverse. In order to move the wooden planks less noticeable, it naturally needs to be done during night tour. If Filch happened to be patrolling the building and reached the front door, he would roll up his sleeves and pick up a few pieces of wood in a serious manner, under the pretext of sharing the burden. When the Weasley twins saw this scene, they rubbed their eyes back and forth until their eyes turned red, and then they stopped. Fred said, "Filch is helping students who wander around at night. Why am I having such a dream?" George crossed his arms and put on an exaggerated expression of fear. "It's terrible. When will I wake up from this dream?" Filch glared at the two of them fiercely, then said weakly, "Vezet, can you help me put a levitation charm on my wand?" "It's just that I can, carry a few wooden boards like me. I know the spell, I'll read it to you, Yuga Dimlevi, oh, sa." When he came to the mahogany cabinet, he took out a fake wand and waved it with perfect movements. After doing all this, his voice trembled a little, and he asked in the tone of a student asking a teacher, "How is it? Is everything correct?" To some extent, Vezet can understand this desire for extraordinary power. Researching the manufacture of magic props has always been a goal written down in the notebook. So Vezet did not refuse, but said that she needed more time and could not provide it in a short time. "Now I can cast the descaling charm and use it to clean the castle. This is already like a dream." Filch nodded repeatedly. "Of course I understand, I'm not in a hurry at all." While Vezet was dividing the area, Luna was not idle either, adding a lot of things to the corridor. "Hannah and I found this together," Luna said, pointing to a tapestry of constellations as if showing off. "I used the dust and dirt remover to clean the dirty areas. I didn't expect it to look so good. It was a blue-purple magic tapestry with a copper wire border. The constellations on it were also moving, and it looked very gorgeous." Luna has been obsessed with astronomy recently. She not only found a constellation tapestry, but also a star map, both of which can be used to study astronomy. After dealing with the house elves, the enthusiastic house elves also provided assistance and helped find a lot of cushions and chairs that can be used to decorate the corridor. After separating various areas, a large area in the center can be used as a living room. The corridor is now fully furnished, and it can be considered not only a secret base, but even half a home. After admiring the two people's work, they sat at the table in the living room, as if they were really back home, set up the tea set and started to make tea. They brew herbal tea and taste delicate biscuits, cakes, and preserved fruits. "This is made by Airship Lee and then soaked in honey. Would you like to try it?" Luna took out a preserved fruit from the glass jar. It was shaped like a reddish-brown ingot and had a lustrous luster, making her slender fingers look even whiter. This is Sprout's unique secret recipe, using honey instead of syrup, which can make the preserved fruit more flexible while retaining the unique flavor of honey. Vezet pinched the preserved fruit with her fingers. The preserved fruit was not big, so their fingertips inevitably touched one piece. "How do you feel?" Luna had a smile on her face, a smile sweeter than dried fruits and honey. "It's not too sweet and the taste is just right," Vezet said with a smile, especially if it goes well with tea. As he spoke, he poured Luna a cup of tea and pinched a preserved fruit. "Try it too, this can should have just been opened, right?" "Yes, the timing is perfect." Luna nodded and took the sweet candied fruit. In the busy study, it is also nice to enjoy a leisurely tea time like this occasionally. Combining work and rest is Vizet's current learning state. In addition to normal classes and studies, his daily activities include exploring the entire library, including the restricted area, and studying animagus. Private lessons with Professor Flitwick officially began, and he began to learn how to cast weather spells. Similar to animagus, the casting principle of the weather spell is equally complicated and somewhat useless, so it is not a popular magic either. Weather spells are actually a very large category, with various branch magics under it. Relatively simple branch magic includes the Wind Whirl spell, which creates a whirlwind to disrupt enemies or clear obstacles. The more difficult branch magic includes the Drizzle spell and the Smoke Screen spell, which can be used to make it rain or create a fog barrier to obscure vision. The more difficult branch magic includes the Snow Wind spell, the Rainstorm spell, etc. The effects of these weather spells are more amazing, and they are also more difficult to cast. The principles of the weather spell and the levitation spell are somewhat similar, except that the object of guidance is transformed into an illusory and indescribable weather phenomenon. The spellcaster needs to use the magic wand to guide the existing weather phenomena and then reshape them to ultimately achieve the purpose of changing the weather. It was just like Professor McGonagall's weather spell. Because there were too few clouds around, no matter how hard he tried to guide it, he couldn't gather enough clouds. At this time, we need to change our thinking and, like Professor Flitwick, guide the water from the Black Lake into the air to form a new cloud. It was only after Vezet learned the principles of the weather spell that she understood what Dumbledore meant by "it doesn't work on animagus." If there is a lack of weather associated with lightning, you will encounter a situation similar to that of Professor McGonagall, where it is difficult to gather enough lightning to cause a storm. However, the lightning that wizards can release is quite different from the lightning contained in the weather. Therefore, it is impossible to adopt Professor Flitwick's method to introduce enough lightning from the outside to promote the birth of a storm. Professor Flitwick's teaching skills were naturally impeccable. Taking advantage of the good weather during this period, he started with a relatively simple clear sky spell and led Vezet into the magical door of weather spells. After several sessions of learning, Vezet finally mastered the clear sky spell. The incantation for the clear sky spell is Clear Blue Sky. When casting the spell, you need to continuously push outwards to remove the excess weather and the magic will be completed. It can also expand. Using those gaps, Vezet successfully cast the clear sky spell, bringing real sunlight to the corridor. The happiest person who can see the sunlight shining into the corridor is Luna. She can decorate the corridor with some potted plants to make the whole corridor more full of vitality. On the weekend, after finishing the morning Quidditch training, Vezet took a nap in the corridor. "I want to go straight to the table." Snape curled his lips and pointed at the pensive. "Anyway, you know what I mean." The pot of mandrake that he personally cultivated was also moved to the Xuan corridor, as the Xuan corridor had real sunlight. Thanks to the sunny weather during this period, the Scottish Highlands were not shrouded in clouds at night. In order to satisfy Vizet's curiosity and imagination, Professor Flitwick recently prepared a private lesson to introduce him to the thunder spell, a weather spell that can attract thunder and lightning. At this time, the leaves of the mandrake are like a thin piece of emerald, with a translucent luster on them, and you can vaguely see spots of light jumping around. It is indeed different. Professor McGonagall was the first to check. "My leaf at that time just became greener. At least it was not as beautiful as this one." Phoenix Fox's voice became much more drawn out, and he let out 2 long, low moans. Not only are there basic magic such as the levitation spell, the cutting spell, the fire spell, etc., but also the weather magic that he has just mastered recently, such as the clear sky spell and the drizzle spell, are engraved in it. This time in the office, there was a familiar magic prop, the meditation bowl that had appeared in the principal's office. The mandrake leaves that saw the moonlight again underwent significant changes, and it seemed that even their texture had changed. The full moon won't bring him any good memories. If he thinks about this full moon, maybe it's a good start, right? This was something he had specially rewritten in preparation for his paper on transfiguration today, and he had just finished it in the past 2 days. Vezet thanked the professors and Hagrid in turn and took out the mandrake leaf. As usual, he showed up outside Professor Snape's office 10 minutes early. Vezet engraved a lot of magic into the mandrake leaf she was holding in the same way as making magic props. Okay. Vezet nodded and placed the copied notes on the desk. Then she took out her wand, put it against her temple, and cast a memory extraction charm. Phoenix Fox nodded gently, and another feather fell down and turned into ashes in midair. The appearance of the pensive made him slightly excited. Vezet cast the copying spell she learned from the Book of Spells and copied out a note. Professor Snape, this is about the young mandrake blade. The round moon hangs high in the sky, like a pearl inlaid in the night sky. What surprised Hagrid the most was that Snape also appeared outside the hunting grounds. If the second full moon is cloudy, you will need to go back to the first step and start over. In the headmaster's office, Dumbledore had a noticeable smile on his face. I think there are other ideas as well. Dumbledore stroked his beard, grabbed a pile of cockroaches, and pinched a peppermint licorice candy. It took him almost a month to ask me for the pensive. Fox, do you think he was simply curious about the mandrake leaves, or did he have other ideas? There is less than a week left until the second full moon. In fact, to ensure that there would be no clouds tonight, not only was Hagrid guarding the hunting grounds, but Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, and Professor Flitwick were also present. Mandrake is a relatively dangerous magical plant. He can feel a little more at ease after moving it to Xuanlang. Snape asked coldly, you said something about animagus in front of Dumbledore and the others. Yes, Professor Snape. Vezet nodded and quickly found the corresponding notes. As if noticing Hagrid's surprised look, Snape's expression became even gloomier, and he raised his hand to lift up his robe and changed his position. He reviewed another document, put down his quill, stretched himself, and said to the more vicissitudes of the Phoenix Fox, Severus is really patient. After swallowing the 2 kinds of candies together, he couldn't help shivering and exhaling a large puff of white mist. Compared with the traditional animagus, the animagus that Vezet is currently performing is more clear and profound in terms of the meaning and function of each step. This is no longer a ritual magic based on past experience, but a methodical magical experiment. Both Flitwick and McGonagall wanted to witness it all, record the entire process, and make adequate preparations for subsequent papers. Of course, the groundbreaking nature of this experiment also means that it is not only dangerous, but also has unpredictable uncertainties. The arrival of Dumbledore and Snape was to minimize this uncertainty as much as possible. Snape stepped forward, took out his wand, pointed it at the mandrake blade, and waved it gently. Flitwick stretched his neck and stood on tiptoe with a serious look on his face. McGonagall had a similarly solemn expression and adjusted his glasses, his fingers resting on the frames. Snape used magic to detect medicinal properties to explore the mandrake leaf. The green ball of light brushed back and forth across the leaves to verify whether expectations were met and whether there were any hidden dangers. Interesting, keep going. Snape said these 2 words and left the hunting ground without staying any longer. After hearing these words, McGonagall's expression returned to normal and he lowered his hand that was resting on the frame. Flitwick landed on the soles of his feet, twisted his neck slightly, and his beard twitched happily twice. As the professors watched Vezet bury the bottle in the ground, they left together. Albus, you've chosen a good place. Professor McGonagall praised, Hagrid can help look after it and won't be so easily influenced. Really? It's quite large, a really nice place. Dumbledore stroked his beard. The next step is to wait for the storm, I wonder. To what extent has Vezet mastered the weather spell? Flitwick said slowly, Vezet has great talent. She has mastered the clear sky spell and the drizzle spell, but the range is not very large. It just means you need to practice more to get familiar with the feeling of casting a spell. I'm not worried about that at all. Vezet is too self-conscious. Sometimes I even feel tired for him. McGonagall and Dumbledore nodded, expressing their high agreement with this statement. Hagrid watched Dumbledore and the others leave, then approached Vezet and said, so you're planning to learn animagus too? Hearing this, Vezet was a little curious before. Someone has buried potions here with you, also learning animagus. Oh, the galloping gorgon. Hagrid shouted, shaking his head and reaching out to cover his mouth. His eyes were like black beetles, shining for a while, then he put down his hands helplessly, causing a light breeze. Hagrid lowered himself to squat beside Vezet and purred in a low voice. It's okay to tell you, but you can't tell Harry and the others. Of course, Vezet nodded. The reason Harry and his friends were so sure was because the source of the information was Hagrid, and they all trusted Hagrid. Yes, Harry actually looks a lot like James, Hermione and Lupin are a bit alike, and Ronald. They all look alike too. It's a wonderful fate, lock the memories, Vezet murmured, thinking about the idea proposed by Hagrid. Vezet was a little surprised, since it's Harry's father's secret. Why can't you tell Harry? Vezet walked on the moving stairs. Hagrid, can you tell me the cause and effect? So I can better avoid it. I wish I was as thoughtful as you. Hagrid sighed. It's nothing. The place we are going to is actually James' secret warehouse. In fact, he was more worried that Hagrid might let the cat out of the bag than himself. How did you know? He asked in surprise. Have you been here before? When he finally entered the secret room, he gasped in astonishment. Hiss, the running Gorgon here. Here is empty. It was just a short walkway behind the wooden door, and Hagrid had some difficulty walking along it. This situation may be related to Hagrid's personality. He is carefree and outspoken, and he can't keep secrets. This kind of thing actually happened several times last school year. He needed to take a deep breath before he could barely turn his body sideways and slowly move across the aisle. The four of them are really good friends. Sometimes they come to the Forbidden Forest to see me like you do, but they are much more mischievous and like to sneak into the Forbidden Forest. The painting shows an image that Vezet is very familiar with, a drum set. The drum set painting turned into a narrow wooden door. With the help of magic, even Hagrid, who was of incredible size, could barely squeeze in. Vezet picked up her wand and started beating the drums rhythmically. Let me think. How should I knock it? Hagrid scratched his head, his thick beard hiding his frown. He tried hard to think of how to describe it. Like to do dangerous things? Harry suffered a lot when he was a little kid. He can't be tormented like James and the others. At least Harry had talked to Vezet several times about the Philosopher's Stone. Trouble. Vezet muttered to himself for some reason. He felt a sense of déjà vu which reminded him of Fred and George. He seemed to have been holding back words for a long time. He was reminiscing about the past all the way, lamenting how depressing the era was when he was fighting against Voldemort. The key point is that he didn't intend to reveal the secret, but blurted it out unintentionally. Isn't this a very advanced spiritual magic? Hagrid smiled innocently and pointed at a painting in front of him. This is it, we are here. Yes, Hagrid laughed cheerfully and counted on his fingers. James, Sirius, Lupin, and, oh, Peter. Vezet nodded. Someone brought me here before. That's the feeling. The memory is still in my head, but it can prevent me from letting the secret slip like a reminder. Yes, that's it. Hagrid is indeed a trustworthy person, but he is a little loose-lipped. Vezet, you said it would be great if there was a lock that could lock my memory. How do you describe it? Dong-dong-da. Oh, you probably don't know James. He's Harry's father. He's an exceptionally good wizard and a very nice person. Lily too, she's Harry's mother. Yes, that's the rhythm. Hagrid slapped his forehead, making a thunderous sound that echoed in the corridor. I feel much better now that I've gotten it all out. Hagrid exhaled. I haven't told anyone about the past in a long time, and I've said so much. The reasons are complicated and I don't know how to explain it. Hagrid scratched his head, looking a little embarrassed. Maybe it's because of James. They. Cough, cough, cough. Hagrid took such a deep breath that a lot of dust flew up and was sucked into his mouth, causing him to cough repeatedly. The room was filled with thunderous coughs. Vezet asked curiously, Hagrid, you brought me here to find something? It's, There, Animagus notes. Hagrid finally recovered, but his speech was still a little intermittent. Animagus notes. Vezet frowned slightly and he suddenly thought of the Marauder's map. Marauder's map. Prongs of Padfoot, Animagus. The room where the Animagus notes were supposed to be hidden. If you string these bits of information together, you get two interesting conclusions. The first conclusion is about the creators of the Marauder's map. At least two of them are Animagus, and one of them is Harry's father. The second conclusion is about the whereabouts of the notes. It is most likely that they were taken away by Fred and George. After all, this was their secret base before. Hagrid frowned and began to analyze the situation. Maybe Filch took it. He and that half-blood Catnipple know a lot of secret passages and hidden rooms in the castle. If it really falls into his hands, it will be difficult to deal with. He always has a problem with students. Oh right, Vezet, you can ask the professor for help and get the notebook back. If you're embarrassed to go to the professor, you can come to me. Fang will definitely be happy to help. I'll hold Filch hostage and Fang will take care of Mrs. Norris, and then you can get the notebook. A notebook about this big. He spread his fingers and gestured awkwardly. The cover is the skin of a black dragon from the Hebridean Islands. The color is purple. I remember it very clearly. It was clear that he really wanted to find the notebook, hoping it could help Vezet. Vezet naturally understood this. He waited until Hagrid finished his gesture and asked, Hagrid, you mentioned earlier that you wanted to add a lock to your memory. Hagrid nodded. Yes, I really didn't mean to say that. but sometimes it's easy to let something slip. If it ruins everything, that would be terrible. Just like last year when Harry and his friends came to visit me, they saw a newspaper and asked me a few questions, and I said it out loud. After listening carefully to Hagrid's idea, Vezet said, I want to make a lock that can block memory at any time. I can't do it yet. But if you have some old things that you don't want to talk about but want to preserve the memories, I can give it a try. I need you to provide some keywords. These keywords will act as locks to fix the relevant memories. You'll see those memories. I trust you can keep it a secret. At least don't tell Harry. The only thing Lockhart was willing to say more was about the knowledge related to the Oblivion spell. After 2 encounters, Vezet has summed up the rules and knows how to fish like a fisherman by using questions, and these techniques catch the fish little by little. He picked up the wand. Hagrid, I'm going to start a spell. I need to hold the wand to your temple. As he spoke, 2 lines of tears flooded his thick beard. That's fine, what should I do? Oh, come on then. Hagrid sat down carelessly, turned his head and put his hair aside. I won't tell him. Whenever Vezet wanted to delve into the details and understand the magic behind a certain story, Lockhart would just brush it off and cleverly change the subject. I have to say, Lockhart is really a weird wizard. Seeing Vezet open her eyes, Hagrid quickly asked, Vezet, are you okay? I don't feel anything. During private lessons, Lockhart likes to talk about past experiences, the ways of the world he has learned during his adventures, and all kinds of wonderful things he has seen. This is the result of Vizet's learning during this period. It is an integration of the mental magic she has learned, with the forgetfulness spell and brain occlumency as the basis, and some small techniques extended from it. Keyword fixed. Hagrid scratched his head. He couldn't quite understand these words. Hagrid is an emotional person. When dealing with friends, he doesn't have much scheming and doesn't try to hide his true emotions. Vezet said, I have to make it clear that if I want to add such a lock, I will also see those memories. Vezet nodded and said, this is a very comprehensive keyword which can determine a clear enough memory range. Yes, Hagrid nodded with emotion. Everyone wants their father to be perfect, just like my dad. In the classroom, his current course is drama performance, in which he arranges several students to walk up to him and give corresponding performances based on the plots of his works. Even if he was scared, he would still comfort me and laugh at me. He is really a great father, because he found that it was not until James entered the 7th grade that he started dating Lily and they really started dating. Compared with the teaching mode of ordinary professors, Lockhart prefers to share past experiences and only stops at sharing. Now I understand. Is it possible to do this? Hagrid's eyes lit up and he nodded quickly. Vezet really learned a lot of techniques of the Oblivion spell from him. We've strayed off topic. He took out a handkerchief the size of a tablecloth and blew his nose hard. Vezet, what should I do? Not only do half-giants have an advantage in size, but they also have a unique advantage in resisting magic. Can you really do it? Hagrid's eyes widened, his tone a little excited. It's just that there are some memories that don't have such a good impact. The key word, James, before he started dating Lily, did help Vezet identify a range of memories, but it was still not clear enough. Vizet's heart trembled, and she quickly adjusted her thinking and cast a spell with the power of ancient magic. The penetration process became much smoother. His physique was so special that Vezet encountered a problem when casting the spell. The magic had difficulty penetrating Hagrid's skin and reaching deeper. Although he was a short guy, he raised me all by himself. I was still young and ignorant at that time. When I got angry, I would put him on top of the closet. You want me to provide keywords, something like James before he started dating Lily, is that a keyword? Vezet followed up on Hagrid's words and asked, for Harry, the impact is not so good. In response to Hagrid's question, Vezet explained, to put it simply, I will use the Oblivion spell and the Oblivion spell-breaking spell so that you can retain your memory but not speak it out. Not yet. Vezet shook her head. I'll try a brief search based on the keywords you just provided. Then I realized that this span was a bit long. From the time James and his friends entered Hogwarts to the time he started dating Lily, a full 6 years had passed. It took so long. Hagrid sighed. He kept mentioning Lily at that time. I thought they had been together for a long time. Vezet asked, Hagrid, do you want to lock away all of your memories of the past 6 years? Or do you want to keep some of them? Hagrid said quickly. Of course we have to keep some of it. Some things can still be said. If that's the case, Vezet hummed, then I'll need more detailed keywords. Then I'll think of another keyword. Hagrid scratched his head. James and Snape don't get along. Is this keyword okay? Hearing this, Vezet frowned instantly. You and Professor Snape don't get along, Hagrid nodded. That was the way it was back then. Slytherin didn't get along with the other 3 houses. It's not much different now. It was better when I was in school. Some Slytherins were still communicative. Not that communicative, oh, never mind. Let's not talk about this. He shuddered, as if recalling some bad memories. Vezet didn't ask any more questions and began to cast a spell delving into Hagrid's memories. Adding this keyword instantly narrows the scope of memory. To his surprise, there were quite a lot of memories of James and Snape not getting along. When Vezet is sorting out her memories, she is inevitably affected by them and is able to experience the contents of her memories just like using a meditation basin. Hagrid appeared on the hunting grounds in late autumn walking a group of dogs. He was holding many ropes in his hands, and even though the ropes were stretched straight, he still looked relaxed and at ease. Dozens of cruppies ran in front of him, trying desperately to rush in all directions, their necks tightly strangled by ropes. The Krupp looks very similar to the Parson Russell Terrier, the biggest difference being that the Krupp has a forked tail. This is a breed of dog specially bred by wizards. It is extremely loyal to wizards and is more ferocious than the Parson Russell Terrier. Seeing the Krupp's behavior, Hagrid said in a gentle and unhurried voice, "Little guy, we'll be home soon, just behave yourself." Compared to the happy scene between Hagrid and the Krupp, Vezet noticed that the voices not far away were not so harmonious. "Padfoot, look over there." A slightly ostentatious and frivolous voice sounded. "Let's hurry over there while Lily is away. Oh, and don't make a move later." The name Bigfoot confirms Vizet's guess that the Marauder's map is related to Harry's father. Accompanied by the rustling sound of fallen leaves being trampled, the flamboyant and frivolous voice became louder. "Aha, look who it is, it's Snotlout." Upon hearing the nickname, Vezet immediately frowned. Obviously, the person this nickname was directed at was Snape. Under the influence of magic, memory is not so one-sided, and a complete area can be constructed through the wizard's direct or indirect perception. Vezet followed the footsteps and saw 4 students forming a human wall, blocking a lone student. Based on the knowledge she had, Vezet instantly analyzed that this was an evil curse that could stick to the tongue and palate of the person who was cursed. As far as he was concerned, Snape had the upper hand, which was a good thing. Invisible magical aftermath appeared, bringing up some dead grass and fallen leaves. Based on his understanding of Snape, it should be magic created by Snape himself. He raised his head slightly, his eyes fixed, staring at James condescendingly. "Lock the tongue and seal the throat." "I didn't expect Snotlout to be so capable." Bigfoot's voice sounded a little surprised, but he had no intention of taking action. "You were the one who did the potions lesson, wasn't you?" James blinked his brown eyes. "The potion that I brought to the podium and suddenly exploded." James rolled his eyes, twisted his shoulder, and shook off the handsome boy's arm. "Padfoot, stop it. Of course, Headmaster Dumbledore's idea is quite good." James nodded as if agreeing, "But we have to wait until we finish this matter." He raised his hand and swung out 2 sword lights. Countless fallen leaves and dry grass flew everywhere, and the scene suddenly became chaotic. Seeing that the sword light was about to hit James, Moonface also took action. He raised his wand and released the armor spell to block the sharp sword light for James. "Don't be like that. If he likes to play, then let him play." Bigfoot crossed his arms and spoke in a lazy voice. The young Snape lowered his eyelids and looked at the 4 students as if they were looking at 4 piles of dead grass and fallen leaves. The next moment, he had raised his wand. Although his smile was a little exaggerated, he had an elegant calmness I will never forget. "That bright pink color, Principal Dumbledore said yesterday that he hopes students from the 4 colleges can live in peace." Moonface sighed. "I think he is right." James raised an eyebrow with a hint of disbelief. "Moonface." Vizet's brows were almost twisted together. The fight between the 2 sides must have been going on for some time, otherwise Snape would not have reacted so quickly. Snape kept backing away without stopping his spell. Young Snape moved faster than James, as if he had anticipated what James would do. Shattered into pieces, he still tried to persuade her a little more. "Prongs, why don't we just forget about it? There's no need to do this." A handsome young man next to him put his arm around James' shoulder and grinned. He took a few steps forward and stood between the students on both sides. He recognized at a glance that the lone student was the young Snape. The young Snape had a pale face and an upright posture, like a wolfsbane plant that had not bloomed, cold, mean, and hidden danger. James's appearance was also very easy to recognize, with a thin face very similar to Harry's, and his eyebrows and eyes were also very similar, but his hair was completely untrimmed, like a hedgehog on his head. The only strange thing is that there seems to be a hint of pink at the end of the hedgehog-like hair. "Apologize, you must apologize," the short boy shouted sharply. He had a chubby figure and short gray hair like a mouse. After being cursed, James reacted quickly. He immediately bent forward and tried to close the distance between himself and the young Snape. Armor protects you? Really? Young Snape yawned. You were the one who caused the glue that suddenly appeared in the corridor, right? Prongs. A haggard-looking boy said, why don't you each take a step back? There's no need. James opened his mouth wide and you could see his tongue pressing against the roof of his mouth, seemingly unable to separate it. The most important point is that he had never seen this spell before. Fire, flames are blazing. When the short man saw Mooneyface take action, he couldn't wait to raise his wand and release a string of sparks. The speed of the sparks was not slow, but they were not aimed at the right target, and instantly ignited the fallen leaves and dead grass around James. The fallen leaves and dry grass caught fire at the slightest touch, and flames immediately appeared around James. Clear water like a spring, Padfoot shouted immediately, and a stream of water flew out, instantly extinguishing the fallen leaves and dead grass and also soaking James's robes. Wormtail, you idiot, he glared at the shorter man. What do you want to do, kill Prongs? I'm sorry, I didn't mean it, really. Wormtail was too flustered to continue attacking. He stepped back as he spoke, gesticulating frantically, trying to explain something. I just want to help. Wormtail was too flustered and bumped into Mooneyface without paying attention. They both fell to the ground and the scene became even more chaotic. The young Snape curled his lips, bent down as well, and narrowed his eyes slightly, like a poisonous snake about to hunt. He first glanced at James, then reached down to the ground, grabbed a piece of dirt and threw it straight at him. When James dodged sideways with disgust on his face, the young Snape raised his wand again and shouted, Expelliarmus. A red light flashed and accurately hit James, who was dodging sideways. The wand in James' hand flew high into the air. Young Snape raised his hand and grasped James' wand with just a light squeeze. He smiled coldly, looking at James, who was gritting his teeth, his tone full of ridicule and sarcasm. It feels so disgusting, like holding a dead branch just like you. He held both ends of James' wand in his hands and said with some disgust, Haha. That's right, Tutankhamun, that's right. Padfoot frowned and raised his wand, pointing it in the direction of the young Snape. Put down your wand. Do you know what Tutankhamun is? There was a look of delight and mockery in the young Snape's eyes. He exerted force with both hands and his wand made a slight cracking sound. Oh right, I almost forgot. Lily complained to me that you always fell asleep on the table during History of Magic class. She feels ashamed to be associated with you. She thinks you are a Gryffindor parasite. He glanced at the 4 people in the group. Wrong, it should be that you are Gryffindor parasites. James gritted his teeth, his face flushed red. He wanted to rush towards Snape directly. Even if he couldn't cast a spell, he could still punch the young Snape hard and teach him a lesson. Padfoot and the others also looked very bad. Padfoot narrowed his eyes slightly, and a dangerous light flashed in his eyes. Despite this, none of the 4 of them acted rashly, because the young Snape was bending his wand. Watching the young Snape and Lily walking away, Hagrid asked in confusion, James, what's wrong with you? You didn't say a word, this is not like you. Lily frowned slightly, looked at the wand on the ground, then looked at the somewhat embarrassed James, pursed her lips but didn't say much and left with Snape. Vezet felt somewhat familiar with those eyes. Harry had a pair of very similar eyes. Wormtail picked up the wand from the ground, held it in both hands and presented it to James. Prongs, this is your wand. Obviously, the red-haired girl is Lily. After a few universal breaking spells, James was finally able to speak. I can't beat Snotlout. Just when James could no longer hold back, Hagrid's voice appeared. What are you doing here? It's like Tutankhamun with a golden coffin on the outside and what's inside? A rotting body. Pot, what's inside you? Fallen leaves and withered grass. Not only did Hagrid come over, but a red-haired girl also appeared here. None of them dared to bet whether the young Snape would really break his wand. Wormtail's head twisted back and forth, looking at Padfoot and the others, then at young Snape, as if he could read envy in his eyes. When the curse wears off, he can talk again, Padfoot said with a grin. Prongs, how embarrassing. We can still use a universal spell to alleviate the effect. Moonface sighed, picked up the wand and pointed it at James and chanted, Stop the spell, stop the spell. Didn't I just do that? James rolled his eyes. I was just going to rush over and instantly turn into a stag to scare him. I don't know what the hell he is. Based on the curses and hexes he knew before entering school, he probably knows more than most 7th graders. Hearing this, Vezet finally heard something he agreed with, that Professor Snape was indeed knowledgeable. I don't know. Upon hearing this nickname, Padfoot's face turned extremely ugly. He instantly clenched his wand tightly and sparks burst out from the tip of the wand. He frowned and analyzed. It turns out that Animagus wasted too much time, so he was caught up by Snotlout. Padfoot noticed James's pleading look, took a step forward and said, It's just a joke. Lily first glanced at James and the others, then looked at the young Snape. Severus, what did they do to you? Young Snape looked at Padfoot and said, "Prisoner Black, don't you claim to understand and like muggles? Do you know why he is Tutankhamun?" Hagrid advised James. Headmaster Dumbledore said that we can't make such a scene. Ha ha ha, Wormtail, you know how to taunt. Padfoot laughed, "You don't even have a wand, how are you going to transform? The girl has thick, long crimson hair and a pair of emerald eyes. You have learned about magic and history, but you know nothing about it. Don't you think it's very descriptive? James Pott, so dazzling and loves to stir up trouble. You two are just liking each other verbally. No wonder you two have such similar tastes." The young Snape smiled coldly. "Tutankhamun is an Egyptian mummy. Snotlout is a two-handed one," Padfoot said with disgust. "I've never heard of Snape's family. Don't be with them." Lily looked at the wand in the young Snape's hand. "Whose wand is this?" James corrected, "I understand. Hagrid, don't call me James, call me by my nickname, Prongs." Padfoot clapped his hands in response. "Yes, what a good plan, really great." Moonface sighed. "Snape, why don't we just let it go? It will be bad if we continue to make trouble." James just took a step forward, and the young Snape bent the wand in his hand into a slight arc. Looking at the path Lily left, James sighed. "I really want to turn into a stag and push Snotlout away from Lily. It's just a bunch of Sphinx wands." The young Snape sneered and threw the wand down casually. "Let's go. We have to work hard next time." James waved his wand vigorously. "We can deal with Animagus in 3 years. It should be easy to deal with Snotlout, right? Deal with Snotlout, so he's your target? Scary." Padfoot deliberately took a step to the side. "Stay away from me, Padfoot." James shouted, laughing and playing around Hagrid's huge frame. Hagrid was also having fun. "Remember to go back to class after playing around for a while. School has just started, don't be too jumpy." The memory ended and Vezet sorted it out. It seems that Snape is not only knowledgeable about potions, but also good at dueling and even knows a lot about the dark arts. This is an all-round wizard, Vezet concluded in her mind. "All those curses and hexes I knew before entering school. I think it's more than most 7th graders. I still have a lot of room for improvement, so I need to work harder." He continued to sort out Hagrid's memories, and in one of the memories he saw the young Snape, who was covered in wounds and in a very miserable state. Vezet entered this memory and found that Hogwarts was shrouded in night, with a whooping willow not far away and a round full moon farther away. The whooping willow was probably planted on the grass when James was in school, and it was not as thick as the whooping willow today. The young Snape was in Hagrid's arms, his chest rising and falling slightly, and it was obvious that he was seriously injured. Not only the young Snape, but James also appeared beside Hagrid. He was in better condition than the young Snape and could even keep up with the fast-striding Hagrid. However, from the occasional drips of blood on his robe, it can be seen that James was also injured. James said in a twisted tone, "I must say, Padfoot went too far this time." Young Snape tried hard to stand up, then looked down at James. It was a pity that he couldn't straighten his back and could only say weakly, I don't need your rescue. I would rather die there." "You can't die there," James retorted seriously. "This is my bottom line." Hee, cough, cough, cough. The young Snape tried hard to sneer as if he had heard a huge joke, but it seemed like it touched a painful spot in his chest, and he started coughing violently. "Behave yourself," Hagrid said. "I'll take you to the school infirmary." The young Snape ignored Hagrid and continued, "Potter, you are just afraid of being expelled. You can say whatever you want." James crossed his arms, obviously a little angry, and his tone became heavier. "I shouldn't have rescued you just now." At this moment, Hagrid suddenly stopped, his tone filled with surprise and embarrassment. "Principal Dumbledore, why are you here?" Not only was Hagrid surprised, but James and young Snape were as well. The young Snape turned his head hard, trying to confirm the truth of Hagrid's words. James put his hand down in a panic, first turned his head to look at the whooping willow uneasily, then scratched his hair even more messily, as if thinking about his next words. It was the first time Vezet had seen Dumbledore like this. Although he looked much younger, his face was filled with fatigue and sadness. Hagrid asked, "You still want to go to the whooping willow?" "Haha, I still have a choice." The young Snape lay down again, with a hint of hidden disappointment in his voice besides sarcasm. Madame Pomfrey came over, carrying a large suitcase in her hands. "Albus, we can go now." James just stared at Dumbledore for a few seconds, then lowered his head angrily and crushed the grass under his feet. "No problem, let's go, Sint. Mungos has been attacked and there are not enough people there. I plan to send Poppy over to help," Dumbledore said, noticing the young boy Snape in Hagrid's arms. Dumbledore nodded, then, "You must not tell anyone what happened tonight. Poppy, you help Severus heal and then we'll set off." "Don't worry," Hagrid assured her repeatedly with a worried look in his eyes. "Then your wounds." Dumbledore retracted his wand and asked in a low voice who did it. He looked towards the castle gate and couldn't help but smile bitterly. It was not until the young Snape and Lily left the door that James sighed, "Hagrid, I still have things to do." Dumbledore sighed, the exhaustion and sadness in his eyes deepening. "How are you going to solve this?" "Is that so?" Dumbledore looked up at the young boy Snape in Hagrid's arms. "I will report the situation truthfully, including everything that happened to you tonight." Not only that, the large stains of blood stained the emerald green robe, which looked so glaring. "In my opinion, ensuring the stability of Hogwarts is a very important matter. Severus, what do you think of the second option?" Hagrid's hesitant voice said, "Principal Dumbledore." James gritted his teeth and shouted, "I did it. Everything I said above will be published as a notice, and students from every college will be able to see it. What do you think of this result?" Young Snape's voice was filled with pain, but his tone was full of pleasure. "Fire them. Stop talking." James interrupted Hagrid. "Didn't Headmaster Dumbledore say that? Don't mention it again." "Not just him." The young Snape said with a hint of satisfaction, "There's also that Black. You know who those four are." There was not only the young Snape, but also the red-haired Lily. The young Snape struggled to jump out of Hagrid's arms and glared at James fiercely. "You are amazing." Hagrid scratched his head. "James, tonight is a full moon night. Could it be that serious?" "No." Young Snape and James said the same thing. "Right away, Poppy." Dumbledore responded, "The second option. What happened tonight can't be told to anyone. James and the others will be detained for a month." There was a hint of caution in the young Snape's tone. "What are you going to say?" "I will keep James because he saved you," said Dumbledore, "and I will fire Sirius because he is the culprit." A moment later, Madame Pomfrey left behind a small bottle of potion and disappeared into the night with Dumbledore. "They can't live without me," James nodded. "By the way, don't tell anyone about what happened tonight. Don't tell anyone. James, look up at me." Dumbledore pursed his lips and looked at James with his eyes. Looking at the full moon in the sky, he glanced at James, who looked a little embarrassed, and his expression became serious. He waved his wand and released an emerald green light which floated slowly and circled around the young boy Snape. "Fortunately, they are only superficial injuries." After saying this, he ran towards Hogwarts Castle without any pause. James also raised his head with a questioning look in his eyes. Previously, when Vezet used mental magic, the target of the spell was herself. Helping Hagrid organize his memories can also help him delve deeper into spiritual magic from another perspective. After putting the relevant memories in place, Vezet opened her eyes. He quickly grasped the feeling just now and wrote down all the insights gained from the process of organizing his memory in his notebook. Write down all your thoughts so that you can refer to them better and review them in the future. It took a long time to sort out his memories. Even Hagrid felt a little sleepy, so he simply took out the knitting needles and ball of yarn from his pocket and started knitting. Seeing Vezet taking notes, he couldn't help but sigh, "You are really hardworking. No wonder Professor McGonagall and others always praise you. And Harry and the others too. When they come to visit me, they often mention you. It's just a different way of learning." Vezet made a final note and put the notebook in her pocket. "Write down your thoughts so that it will be easier to review later." "Ravenclaw." Hagrid shook his head and scratched it, then stuffed the half-knitted scarf back into his pocket. Vizet's eyelids twitched as he saw a live owl in Hagrid's coat pocket. The owl seemed to have had its sleep disturbed by Hagrid, so its feathers stretched out a little as if it was in a bad mood. But before its cry could be heard outside, Hagrid covered its pocket. This was not a strange thing. In Vizet's impression, there were at least copper kettles, fire pokers, dog food, and other things in Hagrid's moleskin coat. Hagrid asked, "Vezet, are you already okay now?" Vezet shook her head. "I have sorted out all the relevant memories. Now I just need to take the last step." "It's just the last step." Hagrid rubbed his hands. "Then let's get started quickly. You can also go back and rest earlier." Through this period of research, Vezet integrated the spiritual magic she learned and completed a relatively basic secret-keeping spell according to Quirrell's guidance of the complex magic ideas. He raised his wand and pressed it to Hagrid's temple again, whispering the incantation, completing the final step of the Enigma charm. Knowing the memory and keeping silent, a silver light lit up, quickly enveloped Hagrid's head and then quickly faded away as if nothing had happened. Hagrid also felt that it was a little unreal and asked in an uncertain tone, "Is it over?" "Yes." Vezet nodded. "Hagrid, I want to ask, how did you find Professor Snape and bring him out of the Whomping Willow?" "What are you talking about?" Hagrid's voice was a little stiff, but his black beetle-like eyes lit up. He exclaimed repeatedly, "The Galloping Gorgon, it's amazing." "I just said that unconsciously. I wanted to answer your question." Vezet waved her hand. "Actually, there are still many areas that need improvement. For example, the effect of this magic is limited. It can only prevent people from actively leaking information." If you use a clumency, truth serum, or some weird magic item, you can break through the spell and get useful information. That's also amazing. At least in my impression, there are not many young wizards who can be like you. Hagrid did not hesitate to praise, I really don't know how to thank you. During the time they had returned to the Ravenclaw Tower, Vizet's mind would occasionally flash back to things related to Snape. Through Hagrid's memories, he gained a deeper understanding of Hogwarts' past. Compared to the relatively peaceful and tranquil campus today, the Hogwarts used to be turbulent, like a powder keg that could be ignited at any time. In order to prevent the powder barrel from exploding, Dumbledore could only maintain superficial stability as much as possible, which also hurt some people. For example, Snape. Vezet has also experienced bullying. Not only can she empathize with the young Snape, but she can also put herself in his shoes and think about it. If she were faced with the same situation, she would also try her best to resist. James saved the life of the young Snape, and this should be a confirmed fact. Pumpkin pie. However, Vezet thought of one of the answers which seemed to hit his pain point. This was one of the passwords Dumbledore had used last school year. However, the password has been changed and the gargoyle statue remains motionless. Principal Dumbledore, I'm sorry to bother you so late at night. May I come in, please? This puzzle is not difficult and the answers are varied. Based on Dumbledore's preferences, Vezet speculated that the password might be a candy or some kind of sweet food. Toffee fingers, sour pop candy, coconut sorbet. Thinking of this, Vezet felt more and more uncomfortable. It seems that he is not here. Vezet groaned, realizing something is wrong. Am I affected by my memory? He climbed up the Ravenclaw Tower and the brass ring below the eagle statue trembled, making a pleasant female sound. Lemon sherbet. Vezet ran quickly along the spiral staircase to the principal's office and knocked gently on the wooden door. I hide between day and night, speechless but the best proof of strength, not impatient, silently bearing until darkness gives way to light. A pile of cockroaches. However, Dumbledore wanted to maintain the stability of the school, so he could only take advantage of the concerns of the young Snape and adopt a tough approach. Young Snape was bullied by James and his 3 friends, so naturally he didn't want to admit or accept that James had saved him. Even though this was from Hagrid's memory, Vezet could still sense the young Snape's unwillingness from the memory of the full moon. Mint toad candy. Looking at the hideous gargoyle statue, Vezet breathed heavily, wondering what the password was to enter. Jelly slugs. He looked at the copper ring and whispered, I don't want to endure it. It is also a fact that Bigfoot framed the young Snape, putting his life in danger. After all this, he felt that he had calmed down and was able to think about what had just happened. Candied pineapple. The young Snape had very limited choices and had to accept it all. One can imagine how painful it would be to enter Snape's memory and experience it from the perspective of the person involved. After trying so many commands, the gargoyle statue finally seemed to come alive, stretching its body and jumping to the side, revealing a spiral staircase behind it. After a while, there was still no sound from the other side of the wooden door. What's more, the instigator of this incident was actually Padfoot, James' friend. Vezet left the Ravenclaw Tower and came to another corridor. She ran along the corridor and soon saw the gargoyle statue leading to the principal's office. Dumbledore once told Vezet that they could try to trace back to the source. Tracing the problem back to its source may provide different ideas. Vezet calmed down and reviewed the memories he had seen and his own understanding of mental magic. According to his own definition of spiritual magic, he recalled the first spiritual magic he came into contact with. It was the soul labyrinth. According to Aberforth Dumbledore's teachings, the key to building a soul labyrinth lies in emotion. Sufficient emotion can build a solid soul labyrinth. The brain-blocking technique, which is an extension of the soul labyrinth, also requires managing one's own emotions in order to resist legilimency. In this school year, Vezet taught herself the Oblivion Charm and got a lot of inspiration from Lockhart on how to break the Oblivion Charm. If you want to cast a spell to break the Oblivion spell and make it more effective, you need to find the corresponding emotion, use the emotion as a fulcrum, and then pry open and destroy the effect of the Oblivion spell. Continue to expand on these foundations and combine them with the memory extraction spell I have mastered during this period. Feelings and emotions can be categorized as one thing. Thinking of this, Vezet made a judgment. Such direct contact with the memory caused me to be infected by the emotions in the memory. It's actually similar to the principle of using a pensive, except that I'm beginning to understand the soul, so using a pensive won't be affected that much. But I just came into direct contact with my memory, which is slightly different from using the pensive, so I am personally troubled. In Hagrid's memory, Snape was treated differently and bullied. This emotion was not unique, and Hagrid himself could resonate with it. After all, Hagrid has a unique body shape. For those who don't know him, even if they don't say anything openly, they will criticize him in secret. Especially when Hagrid mentioned his student life, he would subconsciously avoid it even if he mentioned it. It must be that something bad happened during that time. Combining these points, Vezet thought that the resentment came from Snape, but in fact the real source was Hagrid. However, Hagrid's personality is quite gentle, so he would not express such emotions directly. Instead, they would only be reflected in his subconscious mind and retained in his memory. The reluctance that came from myself and from Hogwarts. All kinds of subtle resentment gathered together, slowly emerged when Vezet sorted out her memories and then quietly transferred to him. After figuring this out, Vezet quickly came up with a solution and started to deal with it. He picked up his wand, pressed it gently against his temple, and used mental magic to peel away the emotions. What surprised him was that the process of stripping away his memories was actually quite difficult. The resentment accumulated in Hagrid is very heavy. If ordinary magic is used to peel it away, it will definitely take a long time. Vezet has a way to deal with this. He drives the Obscurus core to pump out ancient magical power and use this power to strip away the emotions. Using ancient magical power as a medium, the speed of stripping away the unwilling emotions was significantly accelerated, but it was still not fast enough. Vezet didn't want to continue to be affected by these emotions, so she used the third method, the ancient magical power brewed by time. If the process of peeling off the unwillingness is like pulling out a nail, then Vizet's initial method is equivalent to pinching the end of the nail with bare hands and pulling it out little by little. Using the ancient magical power of the Obscurus core is equivalent to using a tool like a crowbar, which will undoubtedly speed up the process of prying nails. Using the ancient magical power brewed by time is equivalent to using some kind of precision tool. You only need to lock the end of the nail and you can pull it out quickly. Vezet pulled the wand away, pulling out a large ball of dark orange substance. It looked like a ball of light, but also like mist, hazy and illusory like smoke. At this moment, the wizard's practical guide in his mind suddenly opened, and the ancient magical power obtained during this period of time was turbulent and flew into the wizard's practical guide. Not only that, even the dark orange light ball at the tip of the wand was shrinking smaller and smaller, merging into the wizard's field guide. Similar to the previous experience of ancient magic, self-shaping Devil's Web, the wizard's field guide releases the understanding of magic that comes from emotions. Vezet did not hesitate to absorb these magical understandings that came from emotions, while also integrating and improving her mastery of mental magic. When he came to his senses, new magic had already been displayed on the 2 blank pages of the wizard's field guide. Ancient Magic Blasting Spell. Use ancient magic to cast a blasting spell. Enhance the power of the magic. After hitting the enemy, it will attach to their body and continue to burn. Ancient Magic Powerful Explosive Spell. Guide ancient magic to cast a powerful blasting spell. Enhance the power of magic, and cause another explosion after hitting the enemy. These are 2 pure ancient offensive magics. After hitting the enemy, Ancient Magic Blasting Spell will continue to cause burning damage on the enemy. Ancient Magic Powerful Explosive Spell also has a follow-up effect. After hitting the enemy, it can trigger a secondary explosion, creating an unexpected effect. Sure enough. When these emotions are stripped away, I feel much better immediately. Vezet let out a long breath. He looked towards the door of the headmaster's office and tried knocking again. Principal Dumbledore, I'm sorry to bother you so late at night. May I come in? The other end of the principal's office was still very quiet, with no response at all. Vizet's mood had calmed down by now, but he still habitually reviewed what happened today. After all, a lot of things happened today. Not only did the progress of Animagus be advanced, but Hagrid also gave him memories of the past Hogwarts and learned about Snape's past. From those memories, he seemed to understand why Snape was so keen on deducting points, especially from Gryffindors. Compared to the Hogwarts where Snape lived, the current Hogwarts is obviously better. In addition, he also gained a lot. When he helped Hagrid seal his memories, he learned about the potential threats of facing memories, which deepened his understanding of mental magic. After stripping away the unwilling emotions from Hagrid's memory, he also gained 2 ancient offensive magics and an understanding of magic related to emotions. He glanced at the door of the principal's office again, stretched himself and murmured, "That's right, it's so late. I should go back and rest. I need to get up early tomorrow to continue my Animagus practice. I also need to sort out my understanding of magic related to emotions." On the way back to Ravenclaw Tower, he made a note of his next goal. By combining emotions with mental magic, we can study the strange connection between the two. It can be helpful for both the forgetfulness spell and the occlumency. After Vezet left, the door to the principal's office slowly opened. Dumbledore stood at the door with a smile on his face. After a moment's thought, he raised his wand and said, "Apparate." The tip of the magic wand trembled slightly, and countless golden smoke flew out of it, gathering into a vortex in the air. The vortex slowly rotated, and after a slight sound, layer upon layer of gold powder scattered. The gold powder danced in the air and gathered into a figure holding a magic wand. This was the casting action that Vezet maintained when she stayed in the corridor. Dumbledore looked at Fawkes the Phoenix. "He's got pretty good conditioning, isn't he?" Phoenix Fawkes looked older and his movements were much slower than before. It didn't groan but nodded slightly in response to Dumbledore's words. Compared to Dumbledore, who was unwrapping the candy, the Phoenix Fawkes looked more elderly. Dumbledore seemed to realize this as well, and while he was eating candy himself, he also fed a berry to the Phoenix Fawkes. "You've been busy for so long, let me take good care of you during this time." As time goes to October, the day of Halloween dinner is getting closer. Unlike last year's October, this year October is accompanied by a damp chill. The cold and damp air permeated the campus. The entire castle looked like it had been soaked in water, and even the walls were wet. To avoid being hit by the damp, students were avoiding going outside, at least for Ravenclaw, Gryffindor, and Hufflepuff. The common rooms of all three colleges are very warm, and students are willing to come back after class and choose a place closer to the fireplace to do what they are interested in. Slytherin House was not so lucky. Their common room was right next to the Black Lake, and even if they made the fireplace burn brighter, they couldn't warm up the common room. Such a situation naturally led to the outbreak of influenza, especially among the students of Slytherin College who were almost wiped out. Ronald and Harry clung to each other during potions class, trying to enjoy the warmth of the cauldron as much as possible. The flames under the crucible danced happily, making both of their cheeks red. Seeing Snape picking on Neville, Ronald whispered, "Snape doesn't have a cold." Harry stirred the cauldron and said in a lower voice, "Maybe he's just cold so he's not affected by it." Cough, cough, cough. Ronald wanted to stop laughing and quickly replaced it with coughing. Haha. Snape could sneer happily. Gryffindor will deduct 5 points for criticizing the professor. Seamus was absolutely right. In order to cope with the sudden outbreak of influenza, Snape did have to brew a lot of stimulants. Snape asked, "What are you going to add?" Snape thought for a moment and gave a positive answer. "Yes, but the technique needs to be changed, including the movement of waving the wand to cast the spell. If you follow the recipe for a stimulant, the only stimulating ingredient you need is ginger root." Snape glanced at Ronald and Harry, who were looking down, and said coldly and briefly, "It's a pity that as their roommate I didn't volunteer." Vezet said of his thinking, "I first considered licorice, but if you take a lot of licorice it will also have side effects." However, Snape was a master of potions. In addition to adding a large amount of ginger root, he also added a large amount of catmint, peppercorns, horseradish, and mint into the crucible, which made Vizet's eyelids twitch. Before Seamus could finish his words, his cauldron made a loud bang and the potion inside exploded, splashing onto him and Dean Thomas. Snape smiled coldly. "The Gryffindors are full and bored, so help them whet their appetite." After giving the order, he began to patrol the potions classroom again, continuing to criticize and deduct points. Harry and Ronald looked at each other at these words, and they felt the blush on each other's face fade. He cleaned the crucible and started a new round of brewing. "When you go to deliver the potion to Madame Pomfrey, remember to tell her that these potions are specially provided for Gryffindor." Snape caught Vizet's eye and asked, "Want to deduct points?" Bang. "Since the gentleman does not want to volunteer then, Miss Granger, Miss Paddle, send our 2 sleepyheads to the hospital ward." When it came to the last step, Snape didn't stop yet and added chamomile extract into the crucible as the final touch, which made Vezet sweat profusely. Harry and Ronald's eyes lit up, and they immediately lowered their heads, assuming a serious posture as if they were brewing a potion. However, the two did not utter a single scream, but simply fell to the ground and fell asleep, enjoying a baby-like sleep. "Who says it's not?" Harry replied, checking the steps written on the blackboard again and putting 2 portions of wolfsbane aconitum into the crucible. "Stop talking." Seamus Finnegan turned around and glanced at Harry. "He has to make a stimulant recently to improve his mood." Vezet asked curiously, "Professor Snape, what about the last bitter melon infusion? Its medicinal properties and stimulants don't seem to go well together." In fact, in a sense, he really understands us. He actually let Hermione go to the school hospital. She will definitely be very distressed. The sobering agent requires the crucible to be stirred 3 times clockwise. These two geniuses stirred it counterclockwise so it would have the opposite effect. Seeing Hermione's unwilling expression when she left the classroom, Ronald also sighed, "What a good job." Then I thought of the infusion of honeysuckle and echinacea, and adding the infusion of these two herbs in the final step can preserve the sweetness to a greater extent. Nepeta, peppercorns, horseradish mint, etc. can actually be used as substitutes for ginger root, but would it be too spicy if I added so much at once? Snape said, "Then dilute it. I don't have that much time to waste on this. I will only brew the refresher today and you will brew the subsequent refreshers. Professor Snape, I'm just thinking about their function." Vezet was also finishing up, waving her wand and stirring it 3 times counterclockwise. They were closest to Seamus and Dean, and there was a high chance they could send them to the school hospital. He leaned over to check the two people's condition, and after confirming that they were only slightly burned, he said, "Now, someone needs to take the trouble to send them to the school hospital." Another 10 points from Gryffindor. Snape snapped, "Everyone check the blackboard, find out what the 6th step is." Professor Snape, if I add more sweetener to the concentrated stimulant, will it affect the efficacy of the drug? For this reason, even for private lessons on weekends, Vezet needs to help prepare the stimulants. Dilute the stimulant. Vezet thought of ancient magic, potions balanced conversion. Vezet has some understanding of what it means to make your dreams come true with my own hands. As a potion master, Snape was equally good at adding large amounts of pungent, bitter herbs to potions, as well as large amounts of sweet herbs. Understanding Vizet's intentions, Snape waved his wand and summoned the recipe for the stimulant. If you don't want to destroy the effect of the stimulant and add these useless herbs, you have to change it fundamentally. As usual, he processed the herbs in the recipe directly, letting Vezet watch carefully. Once the herbal medicine processing steps were completed, it was time for Vezet to ask questions. With the magic eye as an aid, Vezet could understand most of Snape's methods of handling herbs, and she didn't need to ask many questions. "Professor Snape, do we need to remove the seeds from the kava fruit? Leaving the seeds behind will make the medicine more potent." Snape seemed to be waiting for this moment. He would cross his arms across his chest and explain in a short but rhythmic voice. "You're using the kava fruit without processing it. Are you planning to make a fruit salad? Save your energy unless you want to send yourself to the school hospital." After saying this, Snape paused for a while before explaining and adding, "If it is not cut and the seeds are removed, it will become toxic when mixed with other herbs after heating so." That was the second half of the sentence that Vezet needed. He nodded in sudden enlightenment. "I see, that's what pumpkin seeds do. Because its effect is milder, it can replace the seeds of the kava fruit and play a complementary role." This seemingly cumbersome question time actually feels like a hunter setting a trap and waiting for the prey to step into it. Of course, it doesn't matter who the prey is, what matters is the harvest. Some people can get emotional satisfaction, while others can get intellectual satisfaction. After resolving the questions, Vezet sorted out her notes and talked about the conclusions of the steps just taken. The beech leaves need to be ground finely enough. Only extremely fine powder can be better fused after being put into the crucible. If the conclusion was correct, Snape would nod silently in affirmation. The choice of leaves is also very important. It is best to use young leaves which can have a refreshing effect but are not too irritating. Snape nodded. Billywig's worm needles need to be ground into powder because we need to add the infusion of honeysuckle and echinacea at the end. We need to continue to boil it to avoid the high temperature at the bottom of the crucible being maintained for too long. Snape nodded. Like a hunter of prey, Vezet closed her notebook and said respectfully to Snape, "Professor Snape, we can move on to the next step." Snape looked at Vezet deeply. As the hunter's prey, he seemed to feel that something was missing. "Let's move on to the next step, the ratio of the various herbs. Since the treatment method has been changed, the ratio must also be changed. You should solve this problem yourself, test the medicine yourself, and go to the school hospital yourself." Even though Snape said this, he still gave some pointers, though his words were a little sharper as if he was still continuing the hunt. But Vezet was already used to it and could handle these remarks with ease. Snape kept his arms folded across his chest. "Is this your ratio of pumpkin seeds and mint leaves? Did Merlin give you this dream idea in your dream? 1-to-1 ratio of kava berries to beech leaves. Are you going to Gryffindor or is Quidditch starting? Do you want to rely on brutality to decide everything? It's really impressive. Recklessness. The dosage of licorice is so high. Have you made a surprising discovery and found out the miraculous effect of licorice in refreshing the mind? Do you need to go to St. Mungo's for a physical examination? I'm beginning to worry about your brain. When such a prompt appears, Vezet will adjust the ratio while explaining her thought process. Once the ratio was right, the thought process was right, Snape would fall silent again. Although it was silent, it felt deafening to Vezet. The cycle repeats itself over and over again. As the hunter's prey completes the hunt, Snape lowers his arms from across his chest and begins brewing the potion. This step was relatively simple and was mainly based on demonstration. Vezet nodded frequently and wrote down the key points in her notebook. After being satisfied, Snape was willing to say a few more words. The essence of potion making does not lie in the tools, but in the ideas. As long as the ideas are right, the so-called tools are not that important. Vezet agreed deeply with this statement, stood in front of the crucible with a bit of reluctance, and began to prepare his potion. As the flames licked the cauldron, Vezet also cast Ancient Magic, Potion Balance Conversion, allowing it to affect the potion and enhance the effectiveness of the stimulant. Adding sweetener was only the first step. He wanted to know more and how to dilute the rich potion so that it could have the intended effect. As a potion master, Snape narrowed his eyes slightly. When Ancient Magic, Potion's Balanced Conversion was performed, he actually noticed something unusual. Based on his understanding of Vezet, he did not ask, but waited for the potion to be brewed. In his opinion, there was no problem with the whole brewing process. It seemed that there was a force that he could not understand, which was constantly at work in the crucible, causing the final stimulant to be concentrated with extremely powerful medicinal effects. How many wizards have you demonstrated this ability in front of? Vezet looked up. I demonstrated this ability to Mr. Ollivander. Snape raised an eyebrow. Ollivander, only him? Vezet nodded. Because this ability is a bit special, I usually try not to show it off. You have a better memory than those Gryffindors. Snape sneered. You dare to improve animagus. It seems that you have learned a lot from Ollivander. Mr. Ollivander has indeed taught me a lot. Vezet looked at the cauldron. Professor Snape, how should I dilute the potion? Snape picked up the spoon and stirred the cauldron. You just need to add water directly. Pure water? You should know how many times it is concentrated, right? Just add pure water. This was the first time Vezet used a rhetorical question in Snape's private lessons. Snape confirmed, your concentrated potion is very special. If you add pure water in the appropriate proportions, it will restore its desired effect. The normal concentration and dilution process cannot be done this way. When concentrating, at least flobberworm mucus needs to be added, depending on the type of potion. Similarly, when you dilute the concentrated potion, you need to add at least leech tincture, slugweed infusion, and uncontaminated dew. The private lessons on this day were particularly rich. Not only did they prepare the stimulant, but they also readjusted the formula of the stimulant under the guidance of a potion master. Not only that, the basic knowledge about concentrating and diluting potions was also preliminarily sorted out and learned. Vezet finished organizing her notes and walked out of the office. Night had already enveloped the sky. Looking out through the window, it was pitch black, with neither stars nor the moon visible. It was because of this gloomy weather that the cold and dampness came and caused the flu to spread throughout Hogwarts. In the school hospital, the fire in the fireplace burned brightly, trying to dispel the cold and dampness as much as possible. Madame Pomfrey was curious when she saw the potions delivered. 3 types of stimulants. Flu was a common ailment that came around every once in a while, so she was naturally very familiar with the stimulant. Following Snape's previous instructions, Vezet pointed to one of the potions and said, "This is a stimulant that Professor Snape specifically asked for, to be supplied to Gryffindor College." Madame Pomfrey nodded with a half-smile. Actually, this potion is quite popular among some Gryffindors. Remember when they had the flu, when they came to the school infirmary to get potions, they would compete to see who could finish the stimulant the longest. Vezet couldn't help laughing. Madame Pomfrey, you didn't tell Professor Snape about this. Right. How should I put it? That child. Madame Pomfrey sighed. And these 2 kinds of stimulants. This one looks like the most common one. Did you make it? Vezet nodded and said, yes, if you mix it exactly according to the recipe, the quality should be acceptable. Madame Pomfrey said, although Snape has a somewhat eccentric personality, he can let you brew potions without any worries, which means he has confidence in you. She picked up a bottle of potion from the 3rd box and looked at the orange glow on the bottle. This stimulant is unprecedented, an improved version, Vezet said, yes, with added sweetener. He is actually willing to improve the taste. Madame Pomfrey was a little surprised and babbled. It seems that the potions of last school year were a little different. Since you are willing to improve the taste, it would be great if you could provide some preventive agents so that we can prevent the flu in advance and not wait until now to scramble. Vezet blinked. Preventative. It's just a small suggestion from the school doctor. Madame Pomfrey waved her hand. It will be much better if you do more prevention in your daily life. To avoid this kind of situation, students would rush here all at once. Sometimes it can be really busy. Vezet thought for a moment, if it's just a preventative, I can give it a try. Madame Pomfrey was a little surprised. Oh, are you planning to discuss this with Snape again? Preventive means it doesn't have to be very potent. It just has to be effective enough to kill the flu in its early stages, Vezet explained. He took out another bottle of stimulant, and in the process of diluting it into a preventive, he not only added sparkling water but also used ancient magic, balanced conversion of potion. If Madame Pomfrey feels that there is something wrong with her thinking, she can correct it in time to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. Although bubbles were still appearing on the surface of the potion, the speed had slowed down a lot, and was similar to the various sodas Vezet had seen. In fact, the overall concept of this preventive agent comes from a series of soft drinks such as Coke and Sprite. He took out a bottle of potion from the third box and placed his wand against the transparent bottle to increase its size. Vezet asked curiously, Madame Pomfrey, have you ever had soda? Slughorn has analyzed it. It's not a good thing. It contains a hallucinogen. Although it has a very poor effect on wizards, it is very harmful to muggles. Even the principle of producing sparkling water is very simple, combining the carbon dioxide from the burning fireplace with water using the basic magical principles of the water-making spell. After listening to Madame Pomfrey's words, Vezet realized what the preventive was missing, that was happiness. Strange. Madame Pomfrey frowned slightly, but the corners of her mouth rose quietly. The taste obviously hasn't changed. The effect hasn't changed either, but why does it taste better? Vezet maintained the water-making spell, and the water guided by this magic actually produced small bubbles one after another quickly and then dissipated. This process is a bit fast. Vezet poured herself a cup of preventive medicine. It tasted like Sprite, but it seemed like some liqueur had been mixed into it. He was able to achieve this thanks to the water-making spell he learned from ritual magic, which allowed him to cast spells more freely, giving this magic more possibilities. If we want to make preventive medicines widely available, we need to consider the taste and flavor. We need something more unique than just pure water. The adjustment Vezet made this time was to add sparkling water when diluting the sweet stimulant. As a potion master, of course I would be the first to try out the potions I have improved. Vezet looked around, finally landing her eyes on the burning fireplace. Here comes Lacewing Dip. Madame Pomfrey waved her wand, summoning a wide-mouthed potion bottle. He pursed his lips, savoring the taste just now, feeling as if something was missing. As soon as it enters the throat, a warm feeling flows down the throat and gently spreads throughout the body. Cola, this way there's no need for a fire spell. Happy water, it was called something. Coke, wasn't it? Madame Pomfrey recalled. It was around the time of the Wizarding World War, and a Hufflepuff brought a bottle of Coke into the school. Madame Pomfrey also poured a glass of preventive medicine. It tastes like a muggle drink, but it's much better than that. It seems that you have learned the formula of the stimulant very thoroughly. No wonder Snape is willing to help you improve the formula. Under the dual effects of sparkling water and lacewing extract, this bottle of preventive agent specially formulated by Vezet becomes as transparent as water. Vezet explained with a smile, I put soul into it and I put happiness into it. This time he changed the proportions, increased the proportion of the soul a little, and used the techniques of mental magic to extract some pure happiness and integrate it into the soul. Madame Pomfrey, do you have any lacewing infusion? Vezet asked. I want to use it as a stabilizer to consolidate the connection between the sparkling water and the stimulant. Vezet made the purpose very clear, with the aim of allaying Madame Pomfrey's concerns. He continued to wave his wand and cast a water-making spell. These improved stimulants are somewhat special. They can be directly diluted with pure water. With Snape's help, Vezet has acquired sufficient knowledge of the process and production logic of the stimulant and is able to make corresponding adjustments based on specific circumstances. A cold breeze blew by, and Luna slowly opened her eyes. Her whole body was enveloped in a soft blanket made of bird snake down that Vezet had covered her with before she left the common room. This is the advantage of bird snake velvet. No matter how the person inside struggles, it can wrap her tightly. Luna blinked her eyes, but she was too lazy to lift her heavy eyelids, and her whole body felt sore and weak. She yawned lightly and felt her head dizzy. When I yawn, the air flows across my throat, causing a slight pain, as if a group of buzzing harassment flies have hidden in my throat and are having a happy party inside. There was also blockage when breathing, as if something had discovered the bright spots in the air and was hiding the air as well. Luna hummed a little tune, and her left nostril seemed to gradually become unblocked, while the right nostril mischievously became blocked again. Perhaps the bird snake down quilt was too soft. She tossed and turned for a while, humming a whole song before finally lifting the quilt. Another gust of cold wind blew by, and she finally cheered up and kneaded the bird snake down quilt to make it the size of a pillow. Luna looked around to find the source of the cold wind. It turned out that there was too much warmth in the common room, so much that it was almost impatient to rush out of the window, allowing the cold to sneak in. She stood up, closed the window that was still a crack, and moved to a position closer to the fireplace where she lay on the bird snake down quilt and sniffed. After a while, her roommates returned to the common room. Olivia Yaxley asked, "Luna, where were you?" "We wanted to call you to the Great Hall." Luna managed to straighten herself up, her ethereal voice becoming a little hoarse. "I went to visit the elves and they invited me to a flying party." She sniffed. "Then I followed the elves flying on their broomsticks. And then a gust of wind blew me back here." Olivia Yaxley was speechless for a moment and looked at her roommates around her, feeling quite bewildered. "Your voice is a little." Emeka Miller showed a worried look. "Do you have a cold?" Melanina Bulstrode said, "That's not going to work. Madame Pomfrey has run out of medicine." Emma Hitchens glanced at the time. "It seems that dinner in the auditorium is over. Do you have anything to eat?" Luna sniffed again. "I'm not hungry now. I'll just sit here by the fire for a while." The other roommates returned to the dormitory, and before leaving, Emeka Miller took out a box of chocolate frogs and placed it in front of Luna. Luna didn't open the chocolate frog. She just shook the box gently and watched the chocolate frog occasionally puff up its cheeks, killing time in a dull way. The warmth from the fireplace dispelled some of the cold, but it also created a kind of stuffy heat. Along with footsteps, Vizet's nervous voice sounded, "Are you catching a cold?" He saw Luna, lying on a bird snake down quilt with her drooping eyelids looking a little listless. Luna tilted her head slightly and managed a smile, probably a little. Luna nodded and murmured in a dreamy voice, "It was just blown down by the cold wind." "Yes, several herbs are used." Vizet pinched the Yorkshire pudding into 2 pieces and handed the half with more beef filling to Luna. "Do you think there is anything that can be improved?" Luna tried to stand up and said, "I'll go get some preserved fruit. Let's eat together." Luna bit a piece of potato chips, picked up a grilled chicken leg and handed it to Vizet's mouth. The house elves were all very enthusiastic because the problem of not being able to keep up with the time and not having 3 meals a day was easily solved. Luna giggled, and as the blush on her face faded, she perked up completely. "It's the Lovegood Express." Vizet noticed that Luna showed great interest in the white smoke coming out of her head and ears. She looked left and right, and her smile became sweeter. "No fever, then everything is fine." Vizet sat down opposite Luna and put down the oil paper bag in her hand. "Do you feel anything else?" Luna tilted her head, her cheek resting on the bird snake velvet quilt. "Like the Nifflers are hiding treasure and the harassment flies are having a party. It's just the flu, it's been like this for a while." Vizet breathed a sigh of relief, reaching into her pocket and fumbling with a medicine bottle. "That's a horrible smell, but it's for Gryffindor only." Vizet couldn't help laughing. "Now what I'm giving you is for Lovegood only." Luna commented seriously, "It tastes a lot like Sprite. But it also has a bit of a cola feel." "Is it because of the herbs?" Since he knew the location of the Hogwarts kitchen, he would visit there occasionally. "Yes, Lovegood Express." Luna put the mirror down and blinked, preventative. Not only that, white smoke was coming out of her ears and head. The effect of the stimulant was immediate. The originally slightly pale face immediately became rosy and even became redder and redder, like a crystal clear red apple. "Take a look." Vizet knew that Luna wanted to see it with her own eyes and had already placed her wand on the potion bottle, turning it into a light mirror. Vizet took the chicken leg and took a bite, then drank a mouthful of the bubbling preventative. "How does this preventative feel?" Luna took the stimulant and drank the bottle without any hesitation. Luna also felt something strange in her body. "I want to see what it looks like now." He pushed the oil paper package forward, which contained a few roast chicken legs, some grilled sausages, a portion of potato chips, and a Yorkshire pudding. Vizet nodded, sore throat, stuffy nose. "Would you want to fly into the clouds?" Just at this moment, Vizet's back of her hand came over. Luna leaned her neck forward, soaking up the pleasant coolness. "In addition to the refresher, I actually also prepared a preventive." He took out 2 more medicine bottles. "I was thinking of giving it to you just in case, but I didn't expect to use the refresher first. Remember the Sprite we drank in the department store?" Vizet opened 2 medicine bottles and spread out the oil paper bag next to them. "I slightly improved the recipe and increased the sweetness, so it took a little time, but it was the perfect time." The slightly cool back of his hand pressed against Luna's forehead, and the pleasant coolness she felt on her forehead flowed into her heart. Luna shook her head. I heard from Colin and the others that the taste of the stimulant is like the moon beast tap dancing in a pot of old slug soup for 3 days and 3 nights. I specially adjusted the taste of the preventive agent to make it as close to Sprite as possible. You can try it and add this. She caught the flu because she was too sleepy in the afternoon, but because she took the stimulant in time, she recovered much faster. This one is sweet, no preserved fruit is used. Vezet smiled slightly. Are you so afraid of taking medicine? Luna looked at herself in the mirror. Looks like the Hogwarts Express. What can be improved? Luna broke the Yorkshire pudding in half again and handed the half with more beef filling to Vezet. I want something sweet. She unwrapped the chocolate frog, put it between the Yorkshire pudding and took a delicious bite. Although Yorkshire pudding has the word pudding in its name, it actually tastes more like soft bread, and because salt is added during the production process, the taste is also salty. The fillings can also be divided into salty and sweet types. You can add minced meat fillings or sweet fillings such as yogurt, jam, chocolate, etc. Vezet nodded. As long as you like it, is that enough? That's enough, Luna responded. She was still thinking about the question just now, looking at Vezet who was also drinking the preventive. Is this preventive? Not magical enough? Isn't that magical enough? Vezet shook the potion bottle, floating up the mirror and looking at herself in the mirror. A person's thoughts will also have an end, and sometimes it is easy to neglect the factors that were previously valued. When you encounter this kind of situation, you often need someone who understands you to give you a reminder. Vezet looked at Luna, who was still emitting white smoke, and suddenly realized, yes, it's indeed not magical enough. I imitated the texture and taste, but more importantly, it's the unique characteristics of magic. After taking the stimulant, white smoke will come out. White smoke? I guess I need to consult a fireworks expert. Following the bag spider last time, Fred and George have a new favorite, an orange salamander. This is the salamander they rescued from the care of magical creatures class. Now the two of them no longer dig into the wine barrel, but concentrate on raising the salamander and feeding it hot charcoal. It seems that feeding charcoal sticks is not their ultimate goal, because they want to suddenly stuff a firework tube into the salamander's mouth when it opens its mouth. It's just that the fire salamander's reaction speed is a little too fast. When the charcoal rod is removed, it immediately closes its mouth. It's still not familiar enough with us. Fred said with some regret, we need to feed it for another 2 days. Once it recognizes us, it will be able to put fireworks in its mouth. Luna asked curiously, why are you feeding it fireworks? I want to try something new, see if I can make. George swung his hands in circles, fireworks that expand on their own. Fred added in tacit agreement, yes. It's the kind of fireworks that will continue to expand when you use the vanishing charm to erase them. George raised his eyebrows and saw the preventive medicine in Vizet's hand. What's wrong? You don't look like you have the flu. The color is wrong, isn't it? Fred stroked his chin. Remember the energy drink we drank? It seemed to be red. George sighed. This is what it's like to have Snape's special treatment. Vezet didn't comment, picked up the preventative and said, this is a preventative for the flu, but Luna thinks it can be improved. George added, after all, we are good at making fireworks, but when it comes to potions, not getting deducted points by Snape is considered a win. The Horus Club organized by Slughorn is one of the more famous ones. With Slughorn's retirement, the club disappeared. To solve the most critical safety issue, Fred and George used their expertise and alchemy to create the corresponding powder. Luna looked at Vezet again. Fred scratched his head. It's not that hard to create white smoke, but it's a little troublesome to make it safe. Fred and George came over, looked at the album and then at Luna, and asked with curiosity and excitement, what kind of bottle is this? Cheers. Vezet occasionally participates in the spells club, but he joins as an assistant. If Flitwick is too busy, he will help teach some tricks about spells. Like Vizet's roommates, Michael joined the divination club and Anthony joined the charms club. Ouch, you're the one who suggested it. Fred and George exclaimed and turned their eyes to Luna beside them. How do you plan to improve it? They drank the preventive medicine in one gulp, and soon white smoke came out of the ears of the 4 people, looking like 4 steam locomotives. Seeing Luna's eager look, Vezet naturally wouldn't refuse. Luna continued to improve and innovate the design of the code bottle according to her memory and repainted it into the shape of a moon beast. Luna took out her album, which had a uniquely shaped bottle on it. What if I use this? I agree. Fred immediately raised his hand to show his approval. This preventive agent can be regarded as our first action. Vezet smiled and said, actually, this is a masterpiece of muggles. Even my preventive medicine was based on one of their drinks. He raised the preventive medicine and said, "Cheers to the successful completion of the first operation." Facing the slightly teasing looks from the two, Luna explained frankly, "Vezet and I both think that after drinking it, white smoke should also come out. Finally, I added preventive agents and alchemical powder, and finally developed a new preventive agent before Halloween. Even though the Horus Club has disappeared, the name of the Horus Club will still be mentioned. After all, there are many celebrities in the wizarding world who were once members of the Horus Club." He pointed to the transparent bead at the neck of the bottle and said, "When you drink, use the tip of your tongue to press against the bead so that you can better drink the preventive agent inside and come into contact with the ingredients that make the white smoke." Clubs are actually very common in Hogwarts. There are many long-standing clubs such as the Gobstone Club, the Charms Club, the Divination Club. This powder requires the feathers of the silent bird. The overall alchemical concept is similar to that of the truth serum, but what is spit out is white smoke instead of the truth. Luna blinked, club, Fred nodded as if he suddenly understood something. "No wonder Dad is obsessed with muggles." George agreed, "Yeah. After all, that car is pretty impressive." Once the shape of the bottle is determined, Vezet uses transfiguration magic to mold the potion bottle into the corresponding shape. The Weasley twins clapped together. "You both have a talent for pranks, imitating the effects of a stimulant to drive away the flu," Vezet explained. "This is called a cord bottle, and it's where you put the ingredients for making white smoke." Looking at the uniquely shaped preventive, George suggested, "Why don't we form a club? There are also many short-term clubs, which are usually established because of a certain student. After the student graduates, the club will disappear because of this student." The four cord bottles collided with each other, making a crisp sound. "That's so cool." Fred and George understood instantly and couldn't help but exclaimed, "How did you come up with such a genius idea?" Fred and George puffed up their cheeks exaggeratedly, trying to see who could puff out the most white smoke. But the two of them used too much force and even snot came out. Seeing each other's embarrassing expressions, the two pointed at each other and laughed so hard that they almost had no strength left and were about to roll on the ground. "It's so fun." Luna imitated Fred and George, puffing up her cheeks and making a woo-woo sound. She put her hands together around her ears, caught a cloud of white smoke, held it in front of Vezet and let go, letting the smoke slowly dissipate. Vezet smiled and said, "It's really beautiful." He waved his wand and gently performed a transfiguration spell, gathering the white smoke into the shape of a steam train. With the addition of the silent and wandless levitation spell, it slowly moved in the corridor. Woo-woo-woo-woo. Luna added the whistle for the white smoke steam train. "It's so beautiful." After playing around for a while, Fred had a new idea in his head. "Since we have established a club, should we give it a new name?" George nodded vigorously. "Yeah. Preventatives don't sound very nice." Fred added, "Think about the name of the club too." Vezet coughed lightly and said, "I'm not very good at naming." George whistled. "It turns out there are things you don't understand. It's really strange." Fred scratched his head. "Actually, we don't really understand the naming of potions." George added, "But we can think of a name for the club." Turning his gaze to Luna, "Luna, do you have any ideas?" Luna blinked and thought seriously. "The purpose of this preventive is to prevent influenza, since Vezet brewed the potion. It must be more effective." Fred screamed again and winked at Vezet desperately. "Oh, such strong self-confidence, I can feel it." Vezet waved her hand, looking forward to the name Luna would come up with. Luna paced slowly, and when she was thinking, her eyebrows showed a delicate and beautiful arc. "Further prevention is to eliminate influenza, also known as colds, and the ear steam. Combine the two together. I've come up with a name, let's call it Kulik. What do you think?" Vezet was the first to raise her hand in agreement. "It sounds great, I like it." "Oh my, don't be so impatient, we two outsiders have to express our opinions first." Fred immediately teased and deliberately dragged out the word outsiders. George shouted in a weird way, "Cool, Rick, it's really cool that your ears can spray steam." But instead of raising his hand like Vezet did, he winked at Fred. "But I want to play devil's advocate. I think we can use a different name." "That makes sense. I'd like to sing a different tune too." Fred felt George's gaze and murmured solemnly. Under George's expectant eyes, he slowly raised his hand. "So of course I agree, 3-1, hee-hee." "Great, I didn't expect you, a guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes, would betray me." George pretended to grit his teeth and rushed forward, woo-woo-woo. "The train is about to hit us. Don't you have the same thick eyebrows and big eyes as me? And who isn't a train?" Fred didn't give in at all, and the two of them kept bumping into each other with their chests puffed out. Watching the two of them playing around, Vezet thought Wood had a good eye. The twins were perfect for being hitters, almost as jumpy as bludgers. The The two men played around for a while, rubbing each other's chests and breathing heavily, saying, "And the name of the club." "What club should be called?" Vezet suggested. "How about we each provide a word and then combine them?" Fred stroked his chin. "That's a good idea, but isn't it a bit messy? How about we both provide a word?" George said, "And see if we can come up with the same word. How about that?" Fred immediately became interested. "Let's compete for understanding. This requires some punishment measures." George took out a cookie from his pocket and said, "How about trying the magic cookies we are still developing?" Vezet and Luna were both eager to try and said in unison, "We have no problem." "Hiss," George gasped, "if you guys talk like that. We'll be worried. What are you afraid of? We've eaten these cookies so many times anyway." Fred waved his hand, looking fearless. "On the count of 3, say the word." The three of them nodded in agreement. Fred said with a hint of cunning, then. 3, magic. This is what Vezet and Luna said. "Steam." That's what Fred and George said. Fred frowned seriously. "Magic Steam. Sounds good. Magic Steam Club, also known as MSC. Luna picked up her sketchbook and quickly drew a draft of the logo. The logo draft is not complicated. A simple soda bottle with a row of neat letters MSC in the middle. "I'll make a rough draft first, and you guys can see if there's anything I can add, and then I'll try to perfect it." She wrinkled her delicate nose and looked at Vezet. "You have to give your opinions too. You can't just say yes." "Of course," Vezet smiled. "Why don't we keep the Moomin design for the bottle? I think it's cute." Hearing this, Luna smiled with satisfaction and started to make the first revision. Fred and George craned their necks trying to see Luna's picture book. "Where's the steam? Where did the steam go?" In the second revision, Luna added steam. Vezet looked at the sketch that had been revised twice and felt that the overall design had become more refined. The neat font seemed a bit ordinary. Should the font be changed as well? Fred and George suggested, "Use Unchel, try it and see if it works." After the third revision, they looked at the letter in the middle and smacked their lips. "It feels a little off," Vezet suggested. "How about a Gothic font?" After the fourth revision, no one had any objections. The main body of the logo is a soda bottle in the shape of a moon monster, with steam coming out of the bottle mouth and MSC written in Gothic font in the middle, giving it a magical yet modern feel. Vezet sprinkled magic powder on the album and outlined all those lines. He pulled out his wand and waved it gently, turning it into a three-dimensional movable symbol. Bubbles kept coming out of the soda bottle, and after the bubbles flew out of the bottle mouth, they turned into white steam and then dissipated little by little. Only the MSC in the center of the bottle remains motionless, which makes it more prominent, presenting a sense of mystery that is different from the dynamic feeling. Fred and George also picked up their wands to help, making the symbol even bigger and hanging it on the wall in the middle of the corridor. Whether it is Kulik or the MSC logo, it takes the combined efforts of 4 people to present it. When the MSC logo was hung high on the wall, Vezet and the others felt more emotional. After looking at the sign and feeling emotional for a while, Vezet calmed down and became curious about the magic cookies that Fred and the others had mentioned. "Fred, what is the function of the cookie you just mentioned? Can it turn into a bird?" "Huh." Fred's eyes widened. "How did you know that?" George hugged himself exaggeratedly and grabbed his shoulders with both hands. "You are not spying on us. The twins are so funny, Vezet is used to it." He smiled and explained simply, "When you drilled into the wine barrel before, didn't you come out with feathers? So I made a little connection." George put down his hands and wiped the sweat off his forehead in an exaggerated manner. "Oh, so that's how it is. Actually, there is something I have been wanting to ask you guys." Vezet continued, "But I just haven't found a good time. You all seem to be busy with training recently." Fred shuddered at the word training. "That's too busy. Wood has lost his humanity." George also became serious. "If we report Wood now, those Aurors will see how he conducts training and will definitely put him in Azkaban." When Luna heard the Weasley twins talking and saw their exaggerated expressions and movements, she laughed so hard that she covered her stomach. "It should not be that exaggerated, right?" Vezet waved her hand and moved the chair towards Luna, fearing that Luna would fall down due to exhaustion. "Training in the heavy rain, look at our clothes." George pulled the robe forward. It's dry." "Wait a minute, I'll wet it right away." "At least the clothes in the dormitory are all wet." Fred pressed down George's hand holding the wand. "He's under a lot of pressure this year with you guys and Slytherin. The Nimbus 2001 is really fast." George sighed. "It's just like that jet plane my dad was talking about, whooshing." Vezet rubbed his brow. The Weasley twins were taking the topic further and further off the track, so he had to get back to the original topic in time. "Did you guys research animagus before, so that's why you thought of making these cookies?" "Huh." This time the twins widened their eyes and asked in unison, "How do you know so much?" Vezet said, I found some clues from the creators of the Marauders map and learned that they also have an animagus notebook. He still remembered the agreement with Hagrid, so he didn't tell her everything, but just gave her a general idea. At least when he and Hagrid entered the secret room, they gradually deduced the identities of James and the others. George suddenly realized, oh right, now I remember, were you collecting dew before? Fred took over the conversation, are you practicing animagus, how far have you progressed? Currently waiting for a thunderstorm. Vezet said, didn't you try to study? Wait for me. George turned and ran out of the corridor. The animagus notes is in the dormitory, I'll get it for you. Fred was left here to explain, animagus is too time-consuming. And there are a lot of things to pay attention to, so we don't have the energy to practice it. Just a few words have already raised Vizet's expectations for the notes. The Weasley twins didn't want to learn animagus, but they still had a good understanding of animagus through notes. Things turned out just as Vezet had guessed. This animagus notebook recorded the relevant experiences of James, Bigfoot, and Wormtail. With this notebook as a supplement, the paper Vezet is preparing will be more convincing. Not only that, he also saw some more interesting content in the last few pages of the notes. Prongs and the others mentioned a place. Vezet said, pointing at the notes, it should be deep in the Forbidden Forest. Do you know? George nodded. That's a very large altar. According to Prongs and the others, as long as the altar is activated, the weather can be controlled. But the altar might be broken, at least we can't activate it. Fred added, or maybe there's a lack of materials causing the magic hidden in the altar to fail. Vezet asked curiously, materials, what do you need, herbs or crystals? Crystal, it feels a bit similar to an alchemical magic circle. Fred said, at least in our opinion, the altar looks like a large alchemical magic circle. So we tried to simplify the alchemical magic circle and use it to make this. George took out the cookie again, canary cookie, you can turn into a canary if you eat it. That's pretty amazing. Vezet wanted to try out the effect of the cookie. Can it transform into a canary at will? George shook his head. Our best result right now is 20 seconds. Fred added, and after you turn into a canary you can't fly. After 20 seconds the feathers will fall off and you will return to your original appearance. The two took out a simplified alchemical magic circle and briefly explained some of the key points. Vezet listened quietly and became more interested in the altar. There are still many secrets waiting for him in the Forbidden Forest, just like the altar he encountered last school year, which is also worth exploring. Those altars all have symbols similar to rising cyclones, which must be closely related to ancient magical powers. Unfortunately, it has been raining heavily in the Scottish Highlands recently, so it is not suitable to go to the Forbidden Forest to look for the altar. There are too many potential dangers. Vezet asked Fred and the others for a route map, planning to wait until the weather gets better before setting off for the Forbidden Forest. Saying goodbye to Fred and George, Vezet and Luna strolled down the corridor. Luna asked lightly, Vezet, do you want to go to the Forbidden Forest? Vezet looked at Luna's profile, her eyes were bright and sparkling with anticipation. There are many interesting magical animals in the Forbidden Forest, you must want to see them too. Shall we go together then? Okay, Luna's eyes became brighter like the brightest star. I still need to learn something, right? I don't want to make you worry. Vezet nodded, I've just learned some interesting magic that can help you master that power. That power. Luna raised her fair wrist and looked at the mistletoe bracelet in a trance. It seems, Teacher Vizet's private lessons are about to begin again. Vezet smiled and said yes. Since she began to understand and learn spiritual magic, Vezet found that her methods of reviewing the old to learn the new have become more diverse. Not only can you use recorded notes, but you can also directly sort out your memories to complete the process of reviewing the old to learn the new. He used the extraction of memory charm to extract the related memories and put them into the pensive. In this way, he can review the thinking process of this knowledge from a different third-person perspective. Not only can you continue to refine knowledge points, you can even argue with yourself and trigger more related thinking. At least for Vezet, the process of arguing with herself has a different kind of fun. It was precisely because of his proficiency in mental magic that he came up with a new idea, to share memories with Luna and directly teach Luna to master ancient magic. In order to realize this idea, a meditation basin is naturally indispensable. In the pensive room, Vezet and Luna stood at opposite ends of the pensive, facing each other. Vezet briefly described what was to be done next. Luna, I need a memory as a link to build an emotional connection based on it. When he learned ancient magic, explosive spell, and ancient magic, strong explosive spell, he also gained some magical understanding of emotions. After studying the understanding of this magic, he came up with such a method. The emotions extended from a memory can produce a unique resonance. As long as he and Luna can feel this resonance, they can establish a special magical connection. Through this special magical connection, Luna's safety can be completely guaranteed and will not be affected by personal subjective influences derived from memories. If this magical connection could not be established, then he would fall back on the teaching method they were most familiar with. Memory, bond. Luna tilted her head, curiosity flickering in her eyes. Do you need the memory between you and me? Vezet had marveled at Luna's quick intuition many times. He nodded slightly and continued to explain, but it can't be too close nor too far. It's like two parallel lines that, although they don't intersect, are on the same drawing paper. Using lines as an explanation, Luna quickly formed the concept and nodded repeatedly to express her opinion. Seeing Luna nod, Vezet continued, so I think there's a memory that's particularly appropriate. Luna said happily, the letter you wrote to me last year, and it was the first letter. Vezet smiled and nodded, and the first letter you wrote back to me. Thor, the owl that delivers letters, is such a parallel line, and the drawing paper is this magical world. The charcoal pencil can draw black parallel lines on the white drawing paper, and Thor can dance in such a colorful world and draw trajectories moving towards each other. Luna had a sweet smile on her face. She had closed her eyes and her soft eyelashes trembled slightly with her breathing. Then let's get started quickly. Okay? Vezet waved her wand and gently pressed it against Luna's temple. Move the soul away and remember. The familiar living room appeared before his eyes. Luna was writing a letter with a faint smile on her face, and Thor was circling overhead with his wings flapping. How far would the letter have traveled? From the Lovegoods to Hogwarts. Vezet carefully extracted the memory, pulling the shiny silver thread out of her temple bit by bit, her movements extremely gentle. Ancient magic. Throwing mastery, he injected ancient magical power into his 5 fingers and gently picked up this invaluable memory. Move the soul to remember. Vezet cast the memory extraction charm again and extracted the corresponding memories. The memory started from the moment Saul pecked his heart and ended at the moment Saul delivered the letter in the auditorium. How far would the letter have traveled? From Hogwarts to the Lovegood's house and back again. Both shining silver threads were held in his hand, and the silent core pumped out ancient magical power to bind the 2 silver threads together. Boom! Vezet felt the world drowning in silver blue, and in the silver blue glow he seemed to become a letter. The letter, like a paper airplane that the Ministry of Magic had seen, floated slowly in the air, seemingly wandering around aimlessly. With the sound of flapping wings, an owl that looked very similar to Thor appeared. She blinked her eyes smartly and joyfully controlled the feathers to slowly fall down, and her wings slowly covered the letter. The silver blue light disappeared, and the moment Vezet opened her eyes, Luna also opened her eyes. Vezet lowered her clenched fingers, and a rising cyclone-like pattern appeared there, connecting the 2 silver threads of memory together. Their eyes met, and Luna's tone was firm. It worked. Vezet nodded. Yes, it went better than expected. He took out a glass bottle from his pocket, which contained a silver thread. There are many animals in the Forbidden Forest. Some are relatively harmless, like deer and hares, but there are also dangerous magical animals like the acromantula. Therefore, if you want to move better in the Forbidden Forest, you need a magic that makes you more flexible. He shook the glass bottle gently. The memory in this bottle is an ancient magic about movement. It was the one during summer vacation. Luna recalled immediately, the ball of white light that looked like a unicorn. Yes, a white light like a unicorn. Vezet unscrewed the glass bottle and poured the memory into the pensive. Without any hesitation, the 2 of them immersed themselves in the meditation basin in unison. After a dizzying moment, the 2 appeared in the open space in their memory. Looking not far away, they could still see the ancient castle. Above the car castle, there is an hourglass with slowly flowing sand. This feeling is so magical. Luna squatted down and gently stroked the grass. It feels like home. This will be more intuitive. Vezet nodded slightly, watching Luna touch the grass and jump around, but Luna didn't play around for long. She still remembered why she came here. Teacher Vezet, let's get started. Vezet nodded. Remember that magic circuit? The pattern you helped me improve, try to imagine it. That strange pattern, Luna frowned slightly. After a long silence, she opened her eyes. The pattern is very clear. Thanks to the magical connection that had been established, Vezet was able to confirm that the pattern did appear in Luna's mind. Vezet continued, then comes the spell Ansas. Luna followed the spell and said, Ansas, very good. Vezet nodded. Hold the wand. Use this spell to channel the ancient magical power. Drive the ancient magical power. Without the direct help of the wizard's field guide, it is still quite difficult to master ancient magic, Swift Thunder. It is precisely because of the possible difficulties that Vezet wants to establish a magical connection to reduce the difficulty. This connection is two-way. Not only can Vezet feel Luna through it, but Luna can also feel Vizet's feelings through this connection. Vezet explained and demonstrated, and as the ancient magical power lit up the magic circuit, a gentle wrapping feeling appeared. You can feel it and see how I do it. Let the ancient magic power light up the magic circuit. There's no need to rush. Relax like me. What followed was the sound of thunder in his ears, and amid the rapid and crisp thunder, he moved forward in the light. Everything around me is like colorful graffiti, and my body is like a light flowing stream. What a wonderful feeling. Let me try it too, Luna said excitedly, unable to wait to try it. For the next period of time, Luna practiced on her own based on her feelings. However, with the help of magical connection, Vezet can adjust the preset guidance process according to Luna's feelings, allowing Luna to make more attempts. While Luna was practicing ancient magic, swift thunder, Vezet would also pay attention to the hourglass above the castle. As the quicksand in the hourglass completely fell to the bottom, Vizet's body turned into a ball of white light and quickly appeared in front of Luna. Let's stop here for today. I'm worried that if we practice for too long, you'll feel uncomfortable. Okay. Luna nodded gently. I think after a few more practices, I should be able to master it. Vezet picked up the wand in her hand and pointed it at the hourglass in the distance. It seemed as if the magic wand was constantly extending towards the hourglass, and it seemed as if the hourglass was constantly moving closer to the magic wand. As the wand touched the hourglass, they returned to the pensive room in another dizzying spin. Vezet asked nervously, "How do you feel? Are you dizzy or tired?" "No," Luna shook her head. "I am now like Diana dancing happily in the summer breeze. There is nothing more wonderful than this." Vezet was relieved. Luna was feeling good now, and he was completely relieved. Despite this, he pulled out a potion bottle from his pocket which contained soul-soothing potion. "Take this back to the dormitory, pour out some of it, and place it at the head of your bed. It will make you feel like you are hugging a cattail when you sleep." Luna reached out and took the potion bottle. That must have been a particularly wonderful dream. Time is like a pawn on a wizard's chessboard, marching forward step by step across the squares of the week. Continue to learn the weather spell. Teach Luna ancient magic. Get some words out of Lockhart. He closed the notebook and asked, "Mr. Filch, can I extract your memory? Numbers, that description isn't quite accurate, let me think." He turned around in circles. "Right. If I use it sparingly once or twice a day, I might be able to keep using it. Vezet has been very busy lately. However, this also increased the loss of fake wands, and Vezet would be looked for almost every day. We still need to confirm the effect." Vezet shook her head slightly. "Next time you come to see me, you can tell me how you feel." It took 2 days. Vezet nodded and wrote the information down in her notebook. So, the usage time has doubled. Although the magic was given by someone, Filch treasured his fake wand very much. He would strictly follow the instructions for maintaining a wand and carefully protect every groove on the fake wand. In order to prevent the giant pumpkin from getting soaked and rotten, Hagrid sent the pumpkin into the castle early. Since you can detect subtle changes in the wand, if there are changes in other parts of it, you should be able to feel it too, right? Filch was also very busy cleaning up the accumulated water. The craftsmanship added to the fake wand is also the result of Vizet's recent busyness. Just like the giant pumpkins that can be seen everywhere, there are also puddles of stagnant water, quietly lying at the base of the walls or in the corners of the corridors. Filch took the fake wand from Vezet, weighed it, and asked hesitantly, "Why do I feel? This wand is a little different. It seems to be lighter." Not only Vezet is busy, Hagrid is also busy as Halloween Eve approaches. Filch nodded repeatedly with a hint of pride in his tone. "Yes, that's right, I know every detail of it very well." He combined what Lockhart had said and carved it into the inside of the wand when making a fake wand to see if it would have any effect. After some trials and research, Vezet was basically certain that this unique magic circuit did have some special features. Even Vezet was a little surprised by such a quick move. "Yes, at least twice as long." Filch was shaking with excitement. "And I have a feeling, if it weren't for so much accumulated water, it should be able to last longer." Read the notes left by James and complete your paper on animagus. Vezet confirmed, "Yes, I added some new techniques to it. Since it is a brand new attempt, I am not sure whether this new technique will be effective." Filch's eyes lit up and he asked impatiently, "New technology, what did you add?" He combined the magic eye and ancient magic, soul control spell to continue looking inward at the elf's magic circuits. 2 days later, Filch came to the door with an excited look on his face. After a period of unremitting efforts and with the guidance of teacher Luna, he was finally able to draw out the magical circuit that appeared and disappeared from time to time. Is that so? Vezet wrote this down in her notebook. These pumpkins are scattered all over the first floor of the castle, and students can see the giant pumpkins when they pass by the auditorium. These pumpkins have been baptized by magic and potions, and each pumpkin is at least as big as a carriage. Extract memories. Filch leaned forward without hesitation. Of course. However, with the help of the fake magic wand, he had no objection to this, and he still casts spells with enthusiasm every time. It is precisely because of this that he can detect subtle changes. Since Filch was willing to cooperate, he did not hesitate, raised his wand and pressed it against Filch's temple, moved the soul to the memory. It's amazing, this magic wand is amazing. It took me 2 full days to use it, and it's such a damn unlucky rainy season. Vezet explained as she cast a memory extraction charm. Studying what you've experienced in the past 2 days should help me figure out the specific effects of that new technology as well as the triggering conditions. Also, I'm not completely extracting the memory. I'm just copying a section of it so you don't have to worry about the memory being damaged. It's okay, Filch said quickly. You don't have to explain to me. I believe you. Filch was very cooperative and opened up his memory almost without reservation. Despite this, Vezet still felt the difference between a squib and a wizard during the process of extracting their memories. It was an indescribable feeling, extremely obscure and twisted. Unlike Hagrid's impenetrable feeling, this is an intermittent feeling, like walking through a river that is about to dry up, and every step of the magic is extremely difficult. Vizet's mind moved and her core pumped rapidly. With the help of ancient magical powers, he successfully completed the spell and extracted the relevant memories. Let me do a simple test. Vezet put the silver thread into the glass bottle. Is there anything that happened yesterday that you remember vividly? Famous memory. Filch suddenly gritted his teeth. That Harry Potter, I had just cleaned up the area, and he just stepped over there with mud all over his body. He's a bad boy, he even peeked into my things. I hadn't thrown away the letter. The letter about the correspondence course, but he took it out. He must have read what was inside. Vezet nodded. If you remember it clearly, then there will be no problem. Filch opened his mouth, his eyes full of confusion. What do you mean? I don't quite understand. Vezet explained, I just extracted the memories of the past 2 days. Since you can still remember them, it means the whole process went smoothly. This is also something that magic can do, Filch said stutteringly. In his understanding, magic is the power of cleansing spells, levitation spells, and summoning spells that can directly affect life. That is magical magic. Just like the content of the correspondence course on fast spell chanting, it is actually about learning this kind of magic. As for mental magic such as memory extraction, since he was a squib and did not study at Hogwarts, it was really difficult for him to come into contact with this kind of magical knowledge. With Filch's memory, he came to the corridor where the Weasley twins were also. Seeing George spinning a firework tube, Vezet couldn't help but ask, "Where's your pet? I remember it was still there yesterday." Fred covered his nose and said in a dull voice, "Don't mention it, I'm sad again when I mention it." George sighed, "It has already sacrificed itself for our mischief." Vezet knew something about the magical animal, the salamander. I remember that salamanders have strong self-healing abilities and they feed on flames. If they are just fed fireworks, nothing should happen. I remember that when you were designing the fireworks, some of your inspiration came from Dr. Philibel's fireworks. Could it be because of the characteristic of blooming when exposed to water? Because it does the opposite, it needs moisture to ignite the fireworks, so the salamander itself rejects it, which then causes the salamander to be sacrificed. George groaned, and the firework tube in his hand fell into the water cup and ignited instantly. As soon as Vezet picked up her wand, Fred shouted, "Don't use the vanishing charm. Call out." In just a blink of an eye, the firework tube expanded and sparks flew. The Weasley twins very expertly raised their hands to cover their faces. The next second, the firework tube made a crisp sound, and green and gold sparks exploded at the same time like a blooming geranium. Sweep away the whirlwind. Vezet waved her wand and dispersed the rising smoke. Cough, cough, cough. Fred and George put down their hands and coughed a few times. Only the areas covered by their hands were clean, as if they were wearing palm-shaped masks. They seemed to be used to it and kept pointing at each other's faces and laughing. Seeing that the two were in high spirits, Vezet did not take any further action until they laughed until they were almost exhausted, and then they finally stopped. Fred lay on the table looking exhausted. It seems the effect is quite good. Yeah. George was in a similar position, not even trying to wipe the black spots off his face. It wasn't in vain that I fed that salamander. He raised his head with all his strength and tried to open his eyes to look at Vezet. Actually, I just fed the fireflies to the salamander, and then it flew up into the sky and slipped away. Oh, right, I remember now. Fred suddenly straightened up. Percy seemed to be writing a letter at that time. He was frightened by the movement of the salamander, and then he went crazy. Writing letters, writing letters. George frowned, his eyes rolling around. He's so abnormal. He's been writing letters since the summer vacation. He must have some secret. Fred said with great joy, I want an owl of my own too. Who says it's not true? George responded, it's hard for us to get orders during the summer vacation. Errol can't stand our efforts. But I feel like this year will definitely be much better. Fred suddenly laughed and winked at Vezet. Vezet, those animagus theories you talked about are great. The research on canary cookies went well. George also straightened up. He noticed the glass bottle in Vizet's hand. Where did you get this memory from? Vezet said, it belongs to Mr. Filch. I found a magic pattern and carved it into the fake wand. According to Mr. Filch's feedback, the fake wand produced some interesting effects which I intend to study carefully. When it comes to things related to magic props, the Weasley twins become excited. They both have great enthusiasm and talent for this kind of things. George asked quickly, study it. Study the triggering conditions of the magic pattern. Fred immediately added, are you going to study the specific effects of the magic pattern? Where did you get the magic pattern from? From the elves, Vezet said. According to what Professor Lockhart told me, elves can absorb ridicule and use it to strengthen themselves. And according to Mr. Filch, the fake wand lasted twice as long. He seemed to have a feeling that if it was used sparingly, the fake wand's usefulness could be extended further. Merlin's garter. Fred showed a surprised expression. Lockhart, how could he say such a thing? Merlin's pantyhose. George showed the exact same expression. The key is that Vezet believed it and successfully verified it. Vezet shook her head and gently shook the glass bottle in her hand. No, I was just going to verify it. The Weasley twins both gave a thumbs up, strict. They were still staring at the glass bottle as if their attention was focused on it. Vezet noticed the expressions of the two and asked curiously, are you interested in Mr. Filch's memories? Fred nodded and said with an ambiguous expression, it is very interesting to know what he does every day. Don't say things that could be misunderstood. George grinned and patted Fred on the shoulder. We also want to understand the function of the magic pattern. As you know, we love to tinker with magic props. Fred rubbed his hands. If the magic pattern is the reason why the fake wand can be used for a longer time, then this magic pattern is not simple. Oh. Vezet hadn't delved too deeply into the making of magic props, so she didn't know much. The Weasley twins were different. They spent a large part of their spare time at Hogwarts tinkering with magic props, so they were naturally more familiar with them. George changed into a more comfortable position. Actually, there are differences between magic props. At least what we have mastered now are only the skills to make short-term magic props. There are many types of short-term magic props, including various balls used in Quidditch, wizard chess, gobstone, nose-biting teacups, candy boxes for pointed teeth. There are too many. These entertainment-type magic props basically have a time limit. They are usually only used for 1 or 2 months. Or 1 or 2 years before they lose their magical effects. But some magic items are extremely special, like the clock in our house. Vezet, do you remember it, the one that can't tell the time? Vezet nodded, impressive, very interesting. George raised his eyebrows. Right, that's a family heirloom. My dad brought it from my grandfather. We talked while drinking. Fred brought over 3 bottles of Kulik as far as we know. We also made magic props for long-term use some time ago, but these skills may have been stolen or robbed. In short, they were lost. Despite this, our ancestors still figured out how to make short-term magic props. Vezet raised her head and took a sip of Kulik, white smoke coming out of her ears. So you want to restore the Weasley family's former glory? George gave a sly smile. Hey, that's a good way to put it. We can say that to Mom. Fred had the same smile on his face. If we can create a magic item that can be used for a long time, Mom will definitely not stop us from doing this. They all said in unison, pranks are what we love the most, restoring our former glory. That's just a matter of chance. Just like the previous guardian Selena, she has gathered many outstanding companions around her. The smell of raw pumpkin filled the stairwell as Hagrid began carving one of the giant pumpkins. However, no matter how they asked, they could not learn from Hagrid how to obtain Kulik. Hagrid has changed. Ronald looked incredulous. He actually didn't let the cat out of the bag. Over the next week, as Halloween Eve approached, the festive atmosphere in the school became more and more intense. They were all curious and wanted to know what Hagrid had drunk, why he had symptoms similar to those of a stimulant, and why there were bubbles coming out of the bottle. It is precisely because of this love that Fred and George take the initiative to tinker with magic props. Even if they fail or encounter danger, they can face it calmly, even with a smile. In the face of questioning voices, voices of rebuttal also emerged. Isn't it just soda? I've seen a lot of it in department stores. Even Harry and his friends ran into a wall with Hagrid. This is also one of the benefits of the club. Once an inspiration comes, club members can study it together. After a brief handover, Vezet handed over the plan to study magic circuits to Fred and George, which was also the second activity of the club. As the discussion grew, Kulik became more and more popular and gained a certain degree of fame. Hermione reminded, but nearly headless Nick helped you. This is what he agreed with you, isn't it? Sometimes the love that can be rewarded is the greatest motivation. The latter feature hits the point that Hufflepuffs are most concerned about. We should think about the Death Day party. Harry looked at the huge pumpkin lantern, feeling a little depressed. Tonight, looking at the smile on Hagrid's face and the white smoke coming out of his ears, many Hufflepuffs would stop and look. It looks like it should be imitating Sprite. It's really not that rare, but after drinking it you can smoke. Could that thing, be able to do that too? After carving a giant pumpkin, Hagrid would put down his axe and hammer, pick up a huge glass bottle and start drinking. Vezet couldn't help but laugh. It was very much like the Weasley twins to say something like that. In addition to curious inquiries, there are of course also voices of doubt, and these voices happen to come from students from Muggle families. However, how to attract like-minded people is also something that needs to be carefully considered. When someone asks, Hagrid will introduce Kulik in a light-hearted tone. In addition to explaining that Kulik can prevent influenza, he also emphasizes its taste and texture. It can also be paired with grilled and fried chicken legs. Is that true? It is also because of this love that he studies magic day and night and generates endless inspiration to explore the mysteries of magic. After all, a person's energy is limited, and only by pooling ideas can better results be achieved. You said it could be paired with potato chips. It would taste especially good. Yes, this is a magical drink. It is definitely different from the Muggles' bibbi. You just said that Sprite is a drink like butterbeer. Can it prevent the flu? As supplies of stimulants became more plentiful, the effects of the flu gradually subsided. Vezet also has a love for magic. Faced with the continuous rainy weather, drinks that can combine fun and preventive effects will naturally attract a lot of attention. What is Halloween dinner like at Hogwarts? I was late for last year's Halloween dinner and was attacked by a troll when I arrived at the auditorium. So, I have never seen how the Halloween dinner was decorated. Then we have the same expectations. Yes, this time we shouldn't encounter any giant monsters. We should jump. There are many variations of moving stairs. Some stairs will widen or narrow from time to time, sway, and some stairs will suddenly disappear. In fact, not only the moving staircase moves, but also the portraits hanging on the wall, and from time to time they will visit other portraits. Even the armors can move, especially to match the Halloween atmosphere. The armors will suddenly stomp their feet and make loud noises to scare people. After this period of familiarization, Luna also relied on simple maps to gradually figure out the various rules related to moving stairs. Before Vezet finished her words, she took a step forward. The two of them walked down the moving stairs slowly and leisurely, as if they were playing hopscotch. The rainy weather has not ended yet and is even tending to get worse. The rain fell like millions of silver threads. They hit the windows with a crackling sound and rolled down into pea-sized raindrops, like a crystal bead curtain. The area around the castle was even wetter, and there was a large puddle of water on the road leading to the auditorium. Ronald tiptoed over the puddles. I hope there's a fireplace in the basement, otherwise it would be too scary. Harry's tone was somewhat uncertain. I hope they'll take notice. It's said to be a purely ghost party. Hermione consoled him. Think positively. They are all people from who knows how many years ago. Ghosts, they have a lot of historical significance, don't they? Harry sighed and expressed pessimism. If Cuthbert Binns goes there, I will probably fall asleep as soon as I see him for the first time. It might be meaningful, right? Seeing Hermione raised an eyebrow, Ronald swallowed. I wonder what kind of banquet food they prepared. Will there be chicken legs, invulnerable to water and fire? Luna picked up her wand, tapped her robes, and then tapped her boots. It's your turn now, invulnerable to water and fire. She extended her wand to Vezet and performed the same trick seriously. Vezet stepped on a small puddle, and the splashing water droplets jumped towards her robe. Before they touched the robe, they condensed into particles as big as green beans and returned to the embrace of the puddle. He praised repeatedly. This time you used it very well, more skillfully than I did. Luna smiled as brightly as the sun and walked side by side with Vezet. The fire and water invulnerability spell is a magic spell in the Book of Spells. It can have a waterproof effect. If the annotations next to it are correct, it can also have a scalding effect. Compared to various attack-type magic, Vezet actually prefers this type of magic because it can really help in life. Vezet and Luna walked for a while before they saw Harry and his group ahead. Vezet called out, "Harry, you guys haven't gone to the dinner yet either." Harry turned around, "We're going to a dinner. But it's a Death Day dinner." The team suddenly became much larger. Anthony gestured as he walked. "Vezet, you know, there are quite a lot of shows tonight. Headmaster Dumbledore has invited the skeleton dance troupe." Nick, who was almost headless, slowly floated in front of the three people. "I didn't expect you all to come. I'm so happy. Come with me." "Got it." Luna held up a large piece of nougat ostentatiously. Harry shrugged. "You're pretty much the same." Although winter had not yet arrived, every time they exhaled, they could see the heat turning into white mist and dissipating into the air. The light around them dimmed. Ronald looked at Harry's increasingly gloomy face and murmured, "Looking at your face, I feel like you're about to turn into a ghost." Hermione noticed that when Vezet and the others stepped into the water, the splashing water did not soak into their shoes, so she asked curiously, "Did you cast a spell on your shoes?" Vezet nodded. "Death Day dinner, that's a really important moment. The ghost who invited you must care about you very much." Harry smiled bitterly and said, "I do care. It was nearly headless Nick who invited me to his 500th death anniversary dinner." She broke the nougat in half and put one half into Vizet's mouth. "I didn't expect the Halloween dinner to be so fun." Not long after, Anthony ran over. "Vezet, you are here. Penelope just asked me where you went. I said you were behind us at the time, but when we got to the auditorium, we found that you were gone, but Fred and George were also in the auditorium." Hermione reminded Harry again, "Nearly headless Nick cares about you, let's go." They seemed to be stepping into the world of the dead. Before Ronald could finish, a sinister voice appeared. "Welcome, dear friends." While waiting for the dinner to start, the students would look up from time to time to see if there were any candies that suddenly fell. Everything around was in cold tones: black candles, blue candlelight, harsh and terrifying morning music, ghosts dancing in the air. The three of them were walking on tiptoe, trying their best to avoid stepping into puddles and getting splashed on themselves. "Yeah, it's not spooky at all." Vezet nodded and handed the freshly caught fizzy bee candy to Luna. As they got closer to their destination, Harry and the others heard a sharp sound. This sound was so piercing that it made their hair stand on end. When they arrived at the entrance of the Great Hall, Vezet waved to Harry and the others. "We'll be leaving first. Happy Halloween." In order to welcome the arrival of Halloween, the layout around the auditorium has been completely renewed, with special Halloween decorations everywhere. Led by the nearly headless Nick, Harry and the others walked into the dinner party and suddenly felt a little dazed. Ronald took a deep breath and immediately began to dry heave. "Merlin's stinky socks from the previous night. What did I smell just now? Why is it so?" Harry and the others also waved and said, "Happy Halloween." Harry and Ronald looked towards the auditorium. The colorful decorations inside were very attractive, stirring their heartstrings and making them want to walk into the auditorium. "Good news, we have chicken legs." Ronald walked quickly to the dining table, his voice a little hysterical. "Bad news, there are maggots." As they moved away from the auditorium, the warmth seemed to be moving away from them. In addition to the huge pumpkin lantern in the corner, countless bats were flying around on the ceiling, making the scene look very lively. The candles on the ceiling are transformed into candies. As the candle flames melt the candles, the dripping wax actually turns into candies. Yes, the fire and water invulnerability spell is quite useful. Vezet nodded and said, "I learned it from the Book of Spells. You can look it up. Look, something seems to be coming out there." There was a commotion at the Hufflepuff table, directing the students to look towards the teacher's table. The open space in front of the teacher's desk turned into a muddy ground with several tombstones standing on it. As the tombstones shook and collapsed, several skeletons broke out of the ground. These skeletons wore silver decorations on their necks and wrists. They lined up and quickly came to the long table of the college. Anthony on the side said, "This is the skeleton dance troupe." Vezet glanced at the skeletons. At least they used a levitation spell, and probably also some transfiguration magic. The low sound of the organ sounded, and the skeletons danced to the rhythm of the music. Their movements are sometimes stiff and weird, and sometimes full of wild vitality, as if they are walking on the edge of life and death. As the sound of the carillon joined in, the skeletons' movements became more frantic. They threw their bones into the air, forming the emblems of the four colleges. The bone emblem danced and circled in the air, emitting various colors, or deep blue and bronze, or emerald green and silver, or warm yellow and dark black, or bright red and gold. These colors are sometimes independent and sometimes blended, just like the clear and ethereal sound of a glockenspiel, giving a magical and mysterious feeling. As the skeletons danced faster and faster, the entire auditorium was shrouded in brilliant and blurry colors. Just when the colors were about to become dazzling, the music stopped abruptly. The entire auditorium returned to silence. The skeletons also stopped dancing and stood quietly on the stage. With the appearance and dissipation of a puff of smoke, the tombstone mud land disappeared, and a dozen white-haired wizards appeared in the open space in front of the teacher's desk in its place. These wizards were the real members of the skeleton dance troupe. They all had smiles on their faces and kept waving at the students. The auditorium erupted in thunderous applause as everyone cheered for the wonderful performance. Vezet is naturally one of them. The skeleton dance troupe does not use much magic, which is just a combination of levitation spell and transformation magic. The levitation spell controls the movement of the skeleton, and the transformation magic is used to show different performances. These two seemingly ordinary magic tricks present such an extraordinary stage effect. This is undoubtedly a very difficult task that requires long-term practice. Vezet took out a notebook and wrote down her feelings. Through a lot of practice and precise use of magic, I can grasp every detail and movement. Finally, it was presented with levitation spells and transformation magic, which requires a high degree of concentration and control. It is important to dare to try. It also requires patience and perseverance. The sharp-eyed Hufflepuff noticed that Kulik also appeared on the teacher's desk. For Dumbledore, a sweet-tasting potion held a special appeal. Not only the Weasley twins did not expect this, but other students did as well. The mystery of the drink Kulik rose to a new level in their minds. He immediately smiled his signature shining smile and said, "Suitable for Ravenclaw. Are you talking about me?" There were also huge pumpkin-shaped cakes on the long table of the academy. Even Snape unscrewed a bottle of Kulik, but instead of drinking it, he cast a spell to transfer the drink to the cup and took a few sips. Although it looks creepy, it is actually finger biscuits decorated with candies or chocolates to make it look bloody, as if it had just been chopped off. Halloween dinner is simply about enjoying special foods and feeling the festive atmosphere. George's tone was full of impatience. "I've asked the Ministry of Magic. Once they finish the potion assessment next week, Madame Pomfrey will be able to distribute Kulik." Seeing the students' laughing faces, he also smiled and said, "I'm glad. We can enjoy the Halloween dinner in its entirety this year." On top of the cake were chocolates in the shape of various tombstones, with a circle of bright red jam sprinkled around the chocolates, which looked like the color of blood. Professor McGonagall showed some envy in her eyes. Yeah, obviously Vezet understands this. He is really a perfect fit for Ravenclaw. Lockhart had just finished shaking hands with the members of the skeleton dance troupe and returned to his seat when he heard Professor McGonagall's words. Just like that, the students who were paying attention to the teacher's table saw Snape smile, a smile that came from pure happiness, a little unnatural but natural. Fred rubbed his hands together and said, "When the cloudy weather ends and the school hospital stops supplying Kulik, it will be our turn to take the stage." "Cool, Rick," Fred whistled. "Can you believe Snape can smile like that?" Next to the cake were plates of realistically decorated eyeballs and fingers. George laughed wickedly and said, "I thought he only knew how to smile evilly, slyly, sneer and sneer. I didn't expect he also had an innocent side." For example, the black pepper sauce completely covers the surface of the steak, and the cuttlefish ink is added for seasoning, which not only adds the marine flavor but also makes the overall color much darker. Literally a dark dish. He raised his wand above his head. "It looks like the holiday gifts I prepared last year. I can distribute them to you smoothly this year." On the teacher's desk, Flitwick noticed Vezet taking notes, stroked his beard and said, "Precise control. For spells, this is very important." This was the result of a discussion between MSC. The two of them were good at selling various prank props and had more experience in buying and selling. Unlike the back-to-school dinner, the various foods at the Halloween dinner are much more distinctive. As white smoke came out of his ears and head, Dumbledore laughed cheerfully, his long beard trembling. The auditorium was filled with joy and excitement as students enjoyed the food and got into the Halloween spirit. Lockhart's embarrassment did not last long. Dumbledore left his seat and walked to the podium to announce the official start of the Halloween dinner. Dumbledore waved his hand, and sumptuous food immediately appeared on the headmaster's table. In addition, there are many unique foods on the long table, such as chocolate bats that fly when touched, chocolate spiders that spray peanut butter spider silk. When the students had eaten and drunk their fill, Dumbledore stood in front of the owl podium again, white smoke still coming out of his forehead and ears. Look, it seems the professors are drinking Kulik too. Professor McGonagall acted similarly, ignoring Lockhart's increasingly awkward smile. He also helped Professor McGonagall unscrew the bottle cap and demonstrated how to drink the drink. As he gently raised his magic wand, the candy candles that had not yet burned out turned into flames, and countless colorful candies fell. Flitwick didn't say anything, just stared straight ahead and watched the skeleton dance troupe leave the auditorium. Seeing the students reaching for the candy, Dumbledore added, "Don't worry about the candy being from last year because last year's candy was well eaten." Madame Pomfrey looked forward, her eyebrows raised high and her eyes extremely sharp. Dumbledore seemed to sense something. He coughed lightly and said calmly, "It will be the same this year. The remaining candies will be eaten well." Hearing this, Professor McGonagall shook his head helplessly and whispered softly, "Albus, you still have to do what you can." Dumbledore seemed to have heard her and raised his hand and waved it gently. Snape crossed his arms, his eyes full of sarcasm, as if to say, "I'll show you how good medicine tastes bitter." The students left the hall one after another, but Colin Creevey went against the flow and came to the teacher's desk. He held up the Polaroid camera and asked with some excitement and some timidity, "Professor, President, can I take a picture of you? This potion is indeed very interesting." Dumbledore looked towards the door of the Great Hall. Fred and George made a face and then smiled brightly. He seemed to understand something, nodded and squatted down. "How are you going to take the photo? Are you going to take a group photo? The camera is a great invention. Why don't you let me try it?" "My hands are a little longer than yours now." Colin was shaking all over, obviously not expecting Dumbledore to be so accommodating, and he stammered out his explanation. "Principal Dumbledore, this is the shutter. This is the lens, then press." "Press it." Vezet and Luna followed the group out of the Great Hall and encountered the Weasley twins who were making faces. "Aren't you going to go back?" Fred grinned and said, "Wait a little longer. This idea of leveraging marketing is really great." George looked at Colin, who was taking pictures. "Use Dumbledore for publicity. I can already see the gold galleons waving at us." Luna asked curiously, "Leverage marketing?" Fred nodded. "Yes, this method is written in a book written by a Muggle. We are practicing it now." Vezet said sincerely, "Mr. Arthur Weasley really likes Muggles. He even reads books on this subject. I really admire him. Dad really likes Muggles, but he likes studying their daily items more." George explained, "As for that book, it's a dark magic prop that Dad confiscated." Vezet continued, "Dark magic props, are there any curses on them?" "There's no curse." Fred waved his hand. "According to Dad, someone tampered with the book and mixed in some belladonna potion powder." "Belladonna magic powder?" Vezet raised her eyebrows. "It has a certain hallucinogenic property." "Is it for a prank?" "Yes, some wizards like this." George nodded. "Buy some books that Muggles are very interested in and then mix hallucinogenic potions into them." Vezet raised her head suddenly and looked into the distance with a frown. Vezet dodged Colin and ran quickly towards the teacher's table. "No one knows how to diagnose illness better than me. Let me see how you..." "Oh." Lockhart took out his wand and seemed to want to draw a flower, but unexpectedly he dropped the wand to the ground. "Who says it's not true?" George nodded in agreement. "A wizard who is ambitious should play pranks on other wizards. Bullying Muggles is nothing." George corrected him, "That depends on who it is. Remember that Mundungus Fletcher? He would never settle down." Luna asked with concern, "Are you okay?" "I heard a strange noise." Vezet reached into her pocket and pulled out the Marauder's map. Apparently no one's name appeared in the direction from which the cold, vicious voice came. At this time, Colin raised his camera and ran towards Fred and the others. "I took the photo. It was taken by Headmaster Dumbledore himself." Fred added, "That's when Dad comes in. He'll send these people to Azkaban and lock them up for a few days. They'll be safe for at least half a year." He tried to keep his voice calm and clear. "Professor Flitwick, I heard a strange noise in that direction." Dumbledore raised an eyebrow and turned to meet Snape's gaze. He put the Marauder's map back into his pocket, put the wand to his temple, and looked through his memories. Vezet resumed her Marauder's map disguise. "The prank is over." He pulled out his wand and tapped it on the Marauder's map. "I solemnly swear that I am up to no good." In his memory, he heard that cold and vicious voice again. "Something is wrong. I did not hear it wrong." When this happens, wizards will appear at the Muggles' window and just lie there to watch. They enjoy watching Muggles daydreaming. Based on the location where the sound just appeared, Vezet searched on the Marauder's map but found nothing. It seems that the previous owner of the book about leverage marketing seemed to have had a dream about getting rich. He dreamed of meeting the Prime Minister of England. Luna noticed the change in Vizet's expression and immediately asked, "Vizet, what's wrong with you? What did you hear?" Fred and George asked quickly. They also noticed Vizet's abnormality. The professors who were about to leave stopped in their tracks. Flitwick noticed Vizet's serious expression. "Vizet, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell?" There was a sound of hurried running outside the hall. Penelope, Percy, and other prefects returned to the hall. Suddenly, a cold voice as loud as a mosquito appeared. Although the voice was extremely weak, the cold and vicious tone made him feel extremely familiar. In addition, the corridor that was the only way to return to their dormitories was crowded with people, appearing as a dark mass on the map. Hungry, so much blood. Flesh, hungry, he's a recidivist. Dad has caught him so many times, Fred agreed. Maybe he likes dementors, so he wants to go back home from time to time. Healed. Vizet breathed a sigh of relief and cast a healing spell on herself to help her recover. "It's okay, I heard a strange sound." Vizet waved her hand. "I'll go find the professor and the others." Snape twitched the corners of his mouth, a natural sneer appeared on his face. Fred said, "When muggles buy books and read them at home, they will have hallucinations and daydream about various things because of inhaling these potions." Snape's eyes narrowed slightly, hiding the smile that appeared because of Kulik. Vizet frowned and said, "That's disgusting." Percy's chest kept rising and falling, and he shouted in a staccato voice, "Professor McGonagall." Penelope took a few breaths and continued Percy's words. "Something happened. It's in the corridor outside the auditorium." Dumbledore stroked his beard and said, "Phileas, go to the place Vizet mentioned." "Okay." Flitwick jumped off the chair immediately, took out his wand, tapped his feet, and ran out like a whirlwind. Snape glanced at Vizet, curled his lips as if he wanted to say something, but in the end he didn't say it and followed Phileas out of the hall quickly. Dumbledore continued, "Vizet, you come with us and go back to the house line first." He led a group of professors out of the auditorium and, under the guidance of the prefects, came to the crowded corridor. The prefects shouted a few times, and the students quickly made way for Dumbledore and the others to pass. Ravenclaw was located a little further back, and the far wall looked a little dim. Vizet fits into the Ravenclaw team, surrounded by the players of the Ravenclaw Quidditch team. He continued his guardian meditation, trying to capture the cold, malevolent voice. "Fortunately, you are all fine." Qiu Zhang said, "Where did you go just now?" "I stayed in the auditorium for a while." Vizet responded, looking at the noisy crowd in front of her. "What happened?" Qiu Zhang said, "We were at the back and didn't know the exact situation. We just saw Filch running to the front. After a while, Filch yelled that Harry Potter had killed his Mrs. Norris, and then you came over. There seems to be writing on the wall." Vizet narrowed her eyes slightly, raised the wand to her eyelids, and gently raised the wand and said, "Night walk and peek." With the help of the night vision spell, he could see the words on the wall. "The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware." Hearing what Vizet said, Qiu Zhang said with some confusion, "Secret chamber, isn't this a story?" "The Slytherins think it's true," Roger Davis interrupted, "but there's no mention of the Chamber of Secrets in a history of magic. Compared to adult wizards, those children have no resistance and can really be burned to death by fire." Before he could use his magic eye, he was blocked by Lockhart. Vizet glanced at Mrs. Norris and found that her whole body was stiff, and she seemed to have stopped breathing. Since magical plants can absorb ancient magical powers, Salazar Slytherin's pets must be able to absorb ancient magical powers as well. The thing in the Chamber of Secrets must be Salazar Slytherin's pet. It is said that there is something in the secret chamber. When the heir of Slytherin returns, he will implement Salazar Slytherin's ideas and clean up wizards from Muggle families. As the saying goes, a lion will use all its strength to fight a rabbit. What's more, Vizet is about to face a pet that has survived for 1,000 years and has been nourished by ancient magical powers for a long time. Jason Samuels on the side added, "These things are not mentioned in the book Great Wizards of the Middle Ages either." Filch walked behind Harry and the other two, his face wet. No one knew whether it was tears or sweat. However, when combined with the identity of the Guardian and the wonders of ancient magical power, everything seems to make sense. Vizet is also using ancient magical powers to tend to a mandrake. Lockhart came up to Dumbledore and pointed the way cheerfully. "Yes, it's up here." Jeremy Stratton shrugged. At least based on the situation at the time, Salazar Slytherin was right. Then the next part is the legend. Qiu Zhang took over the conversation. As a result, Salazar Slytherin's differences with the other founders intensified until he quarreled with Godric Gryffindor and left Hogwarts. It is precisely because of this that Vizet is constantly accumulating strength. and striving to master more magic in order to deal with Salazar Slytherin's pet. Noticing Luna's curious look, Vezet said, "According to the description in the medieval wizarding guide, when Hogwarts was first established, the four founders were still very harmonious. Hogwarts has been established for more than 1,000 years. It is hard to imagine that any pet can survive for so long and still perform the tasks left by its owner." Vezet turned her head and saw Luna's bright and serious eyes and smiled slightly. "Don't worry." The information he had obtained so far was similar to what Qiu Zhang and others had said. The four founders had a disagreement, which ended with Salazar Slytherin leaving Hogwarts. The reason why Vezet read wizard history books such as A Guide to Medieval Wizards and Hogwarts, a history, was actually to find Salazar Slytherin's pet. According to Hogwarts, a history, before Salazar Slytherin left, he secretly built a room without telling the other founders. In the mirror world, Salazar Slytherin mentioned that his pet was still alive and continuing to perform its former duties. Dumbledore held Mrs. Norris in his arms. "Filch, please calm down. Things are not that bad." Due to the emergence of the witch hunt, the situation of wizards has become increasingly severe, and Salazar Slytherin has become increasingly distrustful of muggles. Professor McGonagall and Professor Sprout followed at the end, while the other professors left along the corridor and did not continue to follow Dumbledore and his group. Filch's voice rang out, his tone full of madness and sadness. "They are all murderers. They killed Mrs. Norris." In his later years, Salazar Slytherin felt that only sending admission letters to pure wizard families would be more conducive to the stable development of Hogwarts. After all, those wizards who come from Muggle families, their parents or relatives are still Muggles, and they can easily be deceived by the witch hunt and then betray other wizards. As the witch hunt intensified, Salazar Slytherin became more and more suspicious. Even wizards from Muggle families felt untrustworthy. Just as Vezet was thinking, Luna's ethereal voice sounded in his ears. "Although I don't know what you're going to face, I will accompany you no matter what you do." Duncan and Glebby disagreed, but if Slytherin believes that, then there must be some basis for it. Harry and the other two walked in the middle, their faces covered with sweat and looking nervous and anxious. Recruiting too many wizards from Muggle families and the emergence of a few traitors among them doesn't seem to be unimaginable. Entering Lockhart's office, there are many magical photos of Lockhart hanging on the wall, with various styles, and even a photo before going to bed wearing curlers. The movements of these magical photos were unified and all focused on Harry. Harry felt his scalp tingle and would rather go to another Death Day dinner than endure such stares. Ronald glanced at Lockhart and saw the wavy golden hair and couldn't help but curl his lips. Hermione's attention was focused on Dumbledore, and she took a sharp breath when she saw Mrs. Norris being placed on the desk. Harry and Ronald stood up straight subconsciously and looked at Hermione. They could see the tension in each other's eyes. Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall were both bent over, examining the room with great care. Looking at their serious expressions, Harry and the other two felt not only nervous but also deeply uneasy. Especially since Lockhart was still gossiping, Harry felt even more irritated than before. "The magic that tortured this cat is most likely a transfiguration torture curse. I actually know how to remove the curse, but the interval is too long, so I can't save it. What a pity." When Filch heard that Lockhart knew how to remove the curse, he looked up with a glimmer of hope in his eyes. However, after hearing the restrictions, he cried even more sadly. Hearing Filch's crying, Harry sighed softly and felt a little sympathy for the gatekeeper. But he felt more sympathetic for himself. If Filch's slander was accepted, this would be his last night at Hogwarts. Just as Harry was distracted and Lockhart was chattering, there was a sudden knock on the door. Snape and Flitwick walked into the room and Dumbledore straightened up and asked, "How is it? Nothing was found." Flitwick shook his head. "I used magic to detect it but found no traces." Snape also shook his head, his eyes falling on Harry. Seeing Harry shrinking his neck and looking uneasy, there was a hint of gloating in his eyes. He walked straight behind Harry and looked at Mrs. Norris lying on the desk from a distance. Harry shuddered, feeling a chill down his spine, and the uneasiness in his heart grew stronger. Dumbledore walked up to Filch and said gently, "Fortunately, Filch, Mrs. Norris is only petrified, not dead. This petrification magic is very powerful. It is probably a very advanced black magic. It is somewhat untraceable, at least for a second-year student." He paused for a moment. "At least Harry and the others can't do that. Besides, Hogwarts Castle is so big with so many corridors they can choose how to get back to Gryffindor." Dumbledore said slowly, "We have recently planted a batch of mandrakes. When they mature, we can prepare a potion to remove petrification." Lockhart raised his hand like a spring and said happily, "Mandra Resurrection Potion, I know this very well. No one knows resurrection potion better than me. Hearing this, Professor McGonagall interrupted with a straight face. Principal Dumbledore said that Harry and his friends cannot perform dark magic like that. Filch shrieked, "They're gone. Where's Mrs. Norris? Why didn't you come back? Maybe you could catch some candies that fell from the sky and fill your stomach a little." Ronald stared at Lockhart with wide eyes and couldn't help muttering, "How can he be so confident?" Dumbledore asked, "Do you have any additional details? For example, did you see any strange figures when you went there?" Seeing the three people's almost identical actions, Dumbledore nodded with a smile. "In that case, you can go back and rest." "Professor McGonagall, did you know about this?" Snape asked. "They don't seem to have learned their lesson, just like last year's Halloween dinner." "As far as I know, to get from the basement to the Gryffindor Tower, you don't necessarily have to go through that corridor." Hermione and Ronald broke out in a cold sweat as they listened, and started to explain with Harry that they had gone to the Death Day dinner. If it were any other time, Hermione would have definitely protested, but what happened tonight was quite serious, so she didn't have much energy to refute. Even if we put aside the matter of the Death Day dinner, he couldn't explain clearly why he appeared in that corridor. Snape laughed coldly, "So you're not hungry? Then we should go back to the common room, right? I was wondering what's so strange about this." Lockhart suddenly realized, "It's petrification, it's exactly what I thought." Hermione and Ronald both made a motion to turn their heads, but immediately turned back and began shaking their heads back and forth. Snape's face was grim. "It seems that I am the potions professor. Perhaps you would like to switch with me." Professors Flitwick, Sprout, and McGonagall raised their eyebrows. They were a little surprised that Lockhart knew the name of the potion. Harry seemed to have thought of something and said quickly, "Vezet and the others can prove. We really went to the Death Day dinner. We're not hungry." Ronald's voice was so loud that it sounded like he was shouting. Harry and the others all raised their heads and looked at Professor McGonagall with eyes filled with infinite emotion. "Or maybe you could contribute your wand, add it to the cauldron. After all, it doesn't seem very obedient. It always falls to the ground easily." Unfortunately, his stomach protested louder, and the growling sound drowned out the sound of his words. While Filch was relieved, he continued to doubt Harry and even revealed the fact that he was a squib. Snape's face twitched as if he remembered something bad. "Headmaster, it's clear that Potter is hiding a lot of things." Vezet. Snape narrowed his eyes and his voice became much deeper. "In that case, how about the end of the dinner? He happened to discover Filch's secret a week ago and happened to appear in that corridor before everyone else. And happened not to attend the Halloween dinner." Ronald muttered, "How come he knows more than we do?" Harry did the same thing. "No more, Principal Dumbledore. Also, if Professor Snape has real evidence, he can present it instead of relying on vague speculations. I think Mr. Pot has a point, he just happened to be, that's all," Snape said sinisterly, dragging out the last word with great pleasure. Harry and the others all breathed a sigh of relief, feeling as if they had survived a disaster. When Harry confronted Filch and claimed that he didn't know what a squib was, Snape, who was standing at the end, smiled, a natural, heartfelt, and happy smile. Professor McGonagall shook her head slightly and couldn't help but sigh, thinking of Vezet, who had just given the report. Snape continued coldly, "Do you need me to notify the Daily Prophet for you? Oh, there's one more thing I need your help with. I'll mark the cauldron with its name to make sure it's the cauldron that appears on the fire, not a curling iron." Lockhart's smiling face seemed to be stuck with glue, and his raised hand was as stiff as Spanish ham. There was an amusing silence. Dumbledore stroked his beard, trying to tie a bow in it. Professor McGonagall, who had a stern face, relaxed and his pursed lips curled up slightly. Flitwick looked around and found that the expressions on the magic photos around him were the same, all of them showing the same embarrassment and awkwardness. He could only lower his head, look at his toes, and shake his shoulders gently. Sprout coughed several times before he finally calmed down. Hearing Snape's words, Harry puffed up his cheeks and tried his best not to laugh out loud. Ronald was in a similar state, except that he couldn't help it and made a puff-puff sound. Snape heard Ronald's movement, raised his eyebrows and said, "It seems that Mr. Weasley has something else to say." Harry and the others didn't dare to stay any longer and immediately pulled the doorknob and ran out, leaving only one sentence: "Good night, Professor." In the office, Filch was the saddest person, and the other professors also realized this. Sprout spoke first. "I should go back to the greenhouse and take good care of the mandrakes and make sure Mrs. Loris recovers as soon as possible." Professor McGonagall picked up Mrs. Norris and said, "Filch, I'll take him to Madame Pomfrey." Filch nodded somewhat dully. "Professor McGonagall, I'll go with you." Dumbledore nodded to Lockhart. "Thank you for your office, Professor Lockhart. We should leave now." Dumbledore, Flitwick, and Snape turned a corner and went up another staircase. Dumbledore went upstairs and confirmed again. Didn't you find anything? Flitwick nodded. I tried to collect the sounds there, but all I heard were some normal movements. I also used a tracking spell but found no trace of magic. Snape added grimly, no trace of the dark arts either. Could it be because of the animagus? Flitwick speculated with a frown. Vezet engraved a lot of magic on that siphon, but no one has ever done this before. Based on my understanding of animagus, Vezet is currently at a stage where she can sense abnormalities. Usually this abnormality would be a second heartbeat, but it cannot be ruled out that he could hear some unusual movement. Why not ask him directly? Snape raised his eyebrows and said, he is different from Potter, he won't hide anything from us. That's true. Flitwick laughed with a hint of relief. Except for the fact that he doesn't like to rest, everything else is very worry-free. In that case, let's pick a time tomorrow. Dumbledore nodded. Phileas, how far has Vezet learned the weather spell? Flitwick replied, the basic principles have been mastered. We need to lay a solid foundation before we can further influence the weather. It takes a long time to learn how to influence the weather with emotions, so I haven't taught him that yet. Vezet did not actively join the topic, but mainly tried to collect potentially useful information from various stories. For the few pure wizarding families at the time, this was considered a concession by wizards to muggles and was a very shameful act. Dumbledore chatted with Flitwick and Snape for a long time before returning to the headmaster's office. All the way back to the common room, the teams from both houses were restless. Such a conspiracy theory actually won the support of many pure wizarding families, making pureblood superiority spread. Gryffindor, on the other hand, shares all kinds of rumors which have no basis at all but are interesting enough or sensational enough. The Phoenix Guardian did not dissipate. After a pause, it added, come back after your lunch break, remember to get a good sleep. What's coming up is quite energy-consuming. In order to support this theory, these pure wizard families cited classics and some works of Salazar Slytherin to explain the existence of pureblood wizards and prove their superiority. The most popular of these is, of course, the story about the Slytherin Chamber of Secrets. These pure wizarding families claimed that it was the Ministry of Magic that was suppressing wizards, leading to their destruction. At the end of the 17th century, a major event occurred that had a great impact on the wizarding world. The silver phoenix leaped out of the tip of the magic wand and then began to shrink until it was only the size of a palm. Ravenclaw is responsible for providing actual books that can prove or disprove the existence of the Chamber of Secrets. They had a great time chatting along the way, and when the Ravenclaws returned to the common room, they felt more tired than usual. In fact, the stories and rumors about the Slytherin Chamber of Secrets only really began to spread in the late 17th century. The guardian god looks like a phoenix, which looks extremely delicate and is probably only the size of a palm. Ravenclaw and Gryffindor were exchanging information, sharing what they knew. They also made a list of books, planning to go to the library early tomorrow morning to borrow all the books on the list and study them carefully. As if hearing Vizet's voice, the phoenix did speak Dumbledore's voice. Vezet, if you have time, come to the hospital wing at noon. After saying good night to Luna, Vezet walked towards the dormitory and washed up simply. I know he can control it, but I still can't help but worry if he loses control. It will be very dangerous. Vezet asked tentatively Principal Dumbledore. Vezet also provided the names of many books on that list. A secret room that has not been discovered by other founders has a strong, mysterious color and is also in line with the wizard's preferences. Although the Ministry of Magic quickly refuted the rumor, it did not have much effect. It is precisely because of this that the hatred of Muggles arises and spreads among pure wizard families. Unfortunately, the rumors that Gryffindor told him were all stories he had seen in the library. He crossed his fingers and looked at the older fox. He thought for a long time before finally raising his wand, expecto patronus. When he sat on the bed, he found a patronus on the pillow. This type of pure wizard family extended the concept of pure wizard and established the theory of pureblood superiority, pursuing the supremacy of pureblood wizards. In 1698, the ministries of magic of various countries completed the signing of the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy, and wizards gradually went into hiding, building a wizard world separated from the Muggle world. Due to the spread of this theory, many curious people have created many anecdotes related to Salazar Slytherin's deeds. The next morning, Vezet and Luna returned from the greenhouse to find the Ravenclaw common room full of people. All the books on the list have been borrowed, and the students who have borrowed the books have dispersed around the lounge, holding the thick, old books and reading aloud as if they were holding a book club. There were many people around, and they all took their breakfast back to the common room and filled their stomachs while listening to the sound of reading, satisfying both their bodies and their spirits, killing two birds with one stone. The people who read will take turns constantly. When one person gets tired of reading, another person will take over. In fact, not only Ravenclaw, but the entire Hogwarts was discussing what happened last night. Vezet listened all the way and found that the students' discussion was not limited to the secret room, but also talked about Mrs. Norris's current situation. Mrs. Norris is now in the school hospital, looking like a statue lying straight on the hospital bed. Vezet could tell from this that Mrs. Norris was still alive, otherwise she would not have been transferred to the school hospital. Dumbledore wanted him to go to the school hospital, which might have something to do with Mrs. Norris. The library was bustling as never before, and among the books everyone wanted to borrow, there was definitely one called Hogwarts, a history. Madame Pince was already talking until her mouth was dry, but she still said in a hoarse voice, "Wait, come back in a week." As more and more students pre-registered, her words changed and she said helplessly, "Come back in 2 weeks, you can't borrow it now." The students could not forget it, and Filch, as the person involved, naturally could not sleep all night. He wandered in the corridor with the writing early in the morning with dark circles under his eyes. He was like a ghost seeking revenge. He would pounce on a student for no reason and viciously accuse the student of being the murderer. If the student repeatedly denied it, he would try to make trouble again with excuses such as his face was ruddy or he was wearing a black robe. Faced with this situation, the students ignored the puddle of water and quickly ran through the corridor, trying their best to avoid being attacked by Filch's ghost. It was not easy for Colin Creevey to run away with a Polaroid camera in his hand. As he was wading through the water, he slipped and almost fell into the water in an attempt to avoid Filch's arm. "Colin, come here." Vezet waved her wand and pulled Colin to her side. Colin suddenly flew up, which also scared Filch. Compared to Gryffindor's house ghost, nearly headless Nick, Ms. Grey is much more arrogant and indifferent. Vezet continued, "I think you could take care of Mrs. Norris more and help rub her joints." Colin's face was full of admiration, his voice trembling a little. "Vezet, you are so amazing. You actually convinced Filch. I remember you, Vezet." Ms. Grey lowered her head a few degrees and looked at Vezet. "You made a lot of contributions to our winning of the House Cup last year." After a nap at noon, Vezet met the Ravenclaw school ghost, Ms. Grey, on her way to the school hospital. "It does seem like he's showing off." Vezet raised her wand, not putting it too close to feel the magic attached to the wall. Filch shook his head and shed a few more tears. "I didn't dare to go over. I saw Mrs. Norris lying on the hospital bed. I felt so heartbroken." Vezet walked up to Filch and said, "Mr. Filch, have you been to see Mrs. Norris? It feels like he's showing off." Luna didn't get too close to the wall. "It's like a hedgehog living inside a hedgehog. I saw a lot of harassment flies." Since she is the ghost of the academy, Ms. Grey should have been in the school for a long time and might know something about the Chamber of Secrets. That's a very comprehensive analysis. Professor McGonagall's voice suddenly sounded, "But I don't recommend you stay any longer. Otherwise, after breakfast, you probably won't have time to go to class." When he saw Vezet holding a magic wand, he calmed down a little, leaned against the wall with a dry mouth and made way for him. "At least it gets some company," Vezet said. "I heard from others that Mrs. Norris was beset by some kind of dark magic and became like a statue. To clean up these writings, we need a magic similar to the Patronus charm to counteract the malicious intent and black magic." Aside from ancient magical powers, transfiguration magic was the type of magic he was best at. "Then I'll give it a try." Filch nodded repeatedly and turned around twice before finding the correct direction. "The school hospital is in this direction. I almost forgot." Thank you. Filch seemed to grasp at some hope and asked timidly and urgently, "Will this work?" One approach is called bonding therapy, where the family can talk and chat with the patient as they normally would, which can be very helpful, Vezet said. With this thought in mind, Vezet took a few steps forward and said while bowing, "Hello, Ms. Grey." It is precisely because of this personality that it is not easy to meet Ms. Grey. Colin left quickly with a look of great joy on his face, as if he had learned some incredible secret. "It contains malicious intent. Black magic. It's very delicate. Even if I use those magical cleaners, I'm afraid it will be difficult to clean." "What's the treatment?" Filch asked eagerly. There is no doubt that ancient magic, purification curse, is a very good choice. She seemed to like places where few people appeared. Instead of looking for her all over the castle, it was better to wait in the common room or rely on a chance encounter. "We can't delay the class." Vezet nodded and saluted to Professor McGonagall. "Professor McGonagall will be leaving first." I've read some magazines before that talked about a very similar disease and mentioned some treatments. Ms. Gray is usually a bit arrogant and doesn't really pay attention to students. Even when dealing with Ravenclaw students, he would just float in the air and simply answer the questions raised by the students without having any in-depth conversations. Vezet moved closer to the wall and carefully examined the writing on it. Looking at the backs of Vezet and Luna leaving, Professor McGonagall nodded slightly, his eyes full of appreciation. If Filch can go and keep the cat company, the students will feel better. In addition, transformation magic is also a good choice. If Madame Pomfrey thinks this will cause a quarrel, you can also try touching Madame Norris, stroking the fur in the way it was once familiar with to help it through the difficulties. Vezet waved her hand. Mrs. Norris is a very important family member to that's the result of everyone's hard work. Vezet said with a smile, I'm sorry to bother you, but I want to know about the secret room. Is that convenient? It's the result of everyone's hard work. Mrs. Gray nodded. About the secret room, what secret room do you mean? Vezet said, Salazar Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets just last night. Mr. Filch's cat was attacked and left a line of words on the wall. The words on that line read, the Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Those who are enemies of the heir beware. Everyone speculated that it was the Chamber of Secrets left behind by Salazar Slytherin. Ms. Gray's expression changed. How could this happen? Seeing Gray's abnormal demeanor, Vezet naturally had some doubts. Ms. Gray, do you also think the secret room exists? Ms. Gray's expression turned cold again and she shook her head slightly. No, I'm not sure it exists. Is that so? Vezet groaned and asked another question. Gray, the reason you are surprised. Is it because there has been a similar attack before and the attacker at that time also claimed to be the heir of the secret chamber? Very interesting. Ms. Gray's expression became complicated. It's no wonder you are qualified to join Ravenclaw to be able to make such a guess. Indeed, just about 50 years ago the Chamber of Secrets was opened once, but the victim was not a cat but a Ravenclaw. The deceased was a Ravenclaw. Vizet's eyelids twitched, but Mrs. Norris was only petrified, not dead. Perhaps it's just another prank. A trace of disgust appeared on Ms. Gray's face. Those Slytherins are like that, otherwise the legend of the Chamber of Secrets would not always exist. Vezet asked again, would you like to know the name of the dead Ravenclaw? Mrs. Gray said uninterestedly, Myrtle Warren. She was far inferior to you. She loved to cry all day long and even became worse after she died. Becoming worse after death. Vezet frowned, thinking of Ms. Gray's current form. In other words, she has also become a ghost. Yes. Mrs. Gray nodded and floated into the air again. If you want to find her, you can go to the girls' bathroom on the second floor. She often stays there. Vezet saluted again. Thank you for telling me this. Ms. Gray nodded, half of her body already submerged in the ceiling. If you have any problems with magic, you can come to me. It's not that hard to talk to you. Vezet thanked him again. Of course, thank you very much. He was thinking about the conversation he had just had with Ms. Gray and suddenly remembered something. Ms. Gray had just mentioned, what secret room do you mean? Thinking of this, he quickly shouted towards the ceiling, Ms. Gray, could it be that? Ms. Rowena Ravenclaw also left a secret room. Only a little bit of Ms. Gray's skirt was still on the ceiling. She smiled and said, you can go and look for it. Only a fool or a thinker can find it. Only fools and thinkers can find it there. Vezet took out a notebook and wrote down this sentence. He did not stop writing, summarizing the conversation he had just had with Ms. Gray, extracting the information from it and writing it down in his notebook. Before Vezet entered the school hospital, she saw several freshmen peeking around, including Colin. He couldn't help but smile and asked, what are you doing here? He's the hero who defeated Filch. The students exclaimed and made way for him. Are you here to see the cat as well? Madame Pomfrey won't let us in. Do you want to come over to our side? Thank you, but I need to go in and take a look. Vezet thanked with a smile and walked straight into the school hospital. The freshmen were still talking outside the door. You are worthy of being the hero who defeated Filch. You even dared to face Madame Pomfrey. Vezet walked forward with a somewhat amused look on his face. He suddenly became curious about what Colin had said to the other students. Not only was Madame Pomfrey in there, but Dumbledore and Filch were too. Dumbledore sat quietly, watching Filch massaging Mrs. Norris and putting a cockroach pile into his mouth. Madame Pomfrey stood nearby and saw Dumbledore eating a pile of cockroaches. She raised her eyebrows and whispered, Albus, restrain yourself a little. This is your second bag already. Madame Pomfrey, Headmaster Dumbledore, and Mr. Filch, good afternoon. Vezet walked up and greeted Dumbledore and the other two. Good afternoon. Dumbledore nodded, and while Madame Pomfrey was smiling, he pulled out another pile of cockroaches. Poppy, Filch, can you give us some privacy? Noon. Good afternoon. Filch nodded repeatedly and walked out, looking back every few steps. Of course, no problem. Good afternoon, Vezet. Madame Pomfrey took the bag of cockroaches before leaving. I'll return it to you in the afternoon. Dumbledore shook his head slightly, smiled bitterly, and said, okay. He pulled another stool over and patted it. Are you planning on visiting Mrs. Norris first, or should I tell you everything? I want to see it for myself first. Vezet stepped forward, drew her wand, and approached Mrs. Norris. He closed his eyes and tried to use his wand as an extension of his senses to find out more about Mrs. Norris's situation. It would be much safer to do this with a wand instead of physical contact. It's a very strong black magic. It should be a curse, but it feels so strange. It also contains evil thoughts. Very strong and vicious evil thoughts. Vezet opened her eyes and frowned as she said, Headmaster Dumbledore, even though he appears to be petrified, something is wrong. This evil thought is wrong. There are all kinds of evil thoughts in the Obscurus. So I am very sensitive to evil thoughts, but the evil thoughts in Mrs. Norris are obviously different from those in the Obscurus. He raised his wand and drew a smooth S-shaped arc. All the dust and dirt will go away. Under the effect of ancient magic, purification spell, a ball of extremely deep black gas appeared and a few dark green electric lights could be seen faintly. When the black energy appeared, Dumbledore also frowned. This is no longer just evil thoughts, but a very straightforward murderous intention. He raised his wand and pointed it at the window. In just 2 breaths, a struggling salmon flew into the school hospital. Vezet immediately swung her wand and threw the black energy at the salmon. The black air completely enveloped the salmon, and its struggles became increasingly weaker until it completely stopped. Its scales glowed a deathly gray, and it had clearly lost its vitality. Facing the stiff salmon whose scales had lost their luster, Vezet shook her head slightly. Such murderous intent alone is enough to kill a weak creature. Looking at Mrs. Norris lying on the hospital bed, he sighed, if we just deprive it of the killing intent, it still can't restore it. I have never come across this kind of curse. You've done very well. Dumbledore stretched out his hand and gently stroked the fur that had regained its softness. At least Mrs. Norris is feeling much better now. It will probably take until the end of May next year for the mandrake to mature. If Mrs. Norris can recover like this, Filch won't have to suffer so much while waiting. The effects of mandrake were mentioned in the herbal medicine class where we came into contact with mandrake. Mandrake root is the main ingredient of a powerful restorative agent. Many difficult-to-solve curses or transformation magic can be restored to their original state with it. When Vezet was taking private lessons from Snape, Snape mentioned the name of a powerful restorative potion, Mandrake Resurrection Potion. Use the Mandrake Resurrection Potion. So when he heard the word Mandra, he immediately thought of this potion. Yes, this is the best solution at the moment. Dumbledore patted the stool again. Come and sit down. Regarding the rumors about the Chamber of Secrets that have reappeared. Regarding Salazar Slytherin. What do you think? Vezet hummed and said slowly, based on reliable textual materials, my opinion is consistent with that of other Ravenclaws. I believe that Salazar Slytherin did nothing wrong. Salazar Slytherin advocates that it is necessary to eliminate those unstable factors in order to help Hogwarts develop better. But the rumors about the Chamber of Secrets are not that simple, because similar rumors actually appeared after the signing of the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy. Salazar Slytherin's ideas have been abused and become a propaganda tool for those with ulterior motives, laying the foundation for pureblood supremacy. This is what we need to be vigilant about. That's right. Dumbledore smiled with satisfaction and subconsciously reached into his pocket but found nothing. He stroked his beard gently. So, you think the secret room is just a vague rumor, not a real existence? The Chamber of Secrets is real, there's no doubt about that, Vezet said. In fact, on the way here I met Ms. Grey. She mentioned to me that the Chamber of Secrets was opened 50 years ago and a Ravenclaw was killed. But this time, things are a little weird. Madame Norris was only petrified and was not killed by the thing in the secret room. Perhaps it's because the so-called successor who opened the secret room this time was even less skilled, so he couldn't be killed. You know more than I thought. Dumbledore smiled even more. You are concerned about the same things I am concerned about. Being able to investigate so many things. There is no need to hide some secrets. The person who opened the Chamber of Secrets 50 years ago was Voldemort, who was still studying at Hogwarts. Hearing this, Vizet's expression remained unchanged. It seems that at the end of last school year, I still didn't completely solve this hidden danger. Looking at Vizet's calm expression, Dumbledore nodded and continued, Voldemort seems to have mastered some method that gives him more chances to fail. Vezet frowned slightly. Principal Dumbledore, are you going to use this opportunity to conduct a new round of tests, try to find his real weakness? What about 50 years ago? He should have been easier to deal with then. Didn't they find some flaws back then? After all, some people died because of it. It should be easier to carry out relevant actions. He suddenly thought of something. It seems that this is not an easy task. Dumbledore sighed helplessly. Yes, in 1942, the Wizarding World War had not yet ended. Even if there was no real war in England at the time, the Ministry of Magic would have to provide assistance and could not spare so many manpower. Besides, Voldemort identified a murderer. At least for the others at the time, catching a murderer was enough to get the job done. Vezet immediately thought of someone. Could it be Hagrid? When he visited Hagrid's cottage, Hagrid would talk about his past, not only his work in the hunting grounds, but also his life as a student at Hogwarts. It was because of this that Vezet learned that Hagrid was actually expelled from Hogwarts and even his wand was broken. Considering Hagrid's age, it is easy to draw such an inference given that he received such a severe punishment. Dumbledore nodded. Yes, Hagrid was made the scapegoat. He did keep a dangerous magical creature. Vezet wondered, isn't finding that magical animal enough to prove innocence? Dumbledore was somewhat helpless. The situation was very complicated at the time. After Hagrid was arrested, there were no more related attacks. This was a disguised proof of Hagrid's guilt. When this happens, neither the people at Hogwarts nor the Ministry of Magic are willing to continue to spend energy to find the magical animals raised by Hagrid. Principal Dumbledore, what about Myrtle Warren? Vezet continued to ask. Ms. Grey told me that she turned into a ghost. Didn't she provide any useful clues? Unfortunately, Dumbledore shook his head. Myrtle Warren was only vague about the process of her death. The clues she could provide were simple. Before she died, she heard voices and saw a pair of scary-looking yellow eyes. Hearing this, Vezet finally understood why Ms. Grey made such a comment when she mentioned Myrtle Warren. Despite this, he still captured one key point, the sound of voices. He asked, Principal Dumbledore, did Professor Flitwick and the others discover anything unusual last night? Like strange noises or something else? No, Dumbledore shook his head. Phileas and Severus searched all the way but found no sound or trace of magic. Perhaps it would be better to check the memory directly. Vezet put the wand against her temple, moved the soul to the memory. Dumbledore's eyelids twitched as he watched the memory Vezet pulled from his temple. Compared with the memory extraction spell from some time ago, Vezet is now much more comfortable with this magic. But now was not the time to sigh. Dumbledore raised his wand, took the silver thread, and directly integrated it into his temple. Dumbledore closed his eyes, taking in the contents of the memory. Vezet had kept her memories very clean, so there would be no hidden dangers even if she reviewed them in such a direct way. Even if there is some hidden danger, it will not cause any trouble to him. Seeing Dumbledore open his eyes, Vezet quickly asked, Principal Dumbledore, how can I help you? Dumbledore shook his head. I can feel the coldness and malice. Other than that, there seems to be no more clues. But it's still a clue. Vizet's tone remained calm, and she rubbed her thumb and index finger slowly, as if trying to rub the scattered information together. Since you can hear the sound, at least one thing is certain. The sound in my memory does exist, and it is not my imagination. Dumbledore nodded, waiting quietly for Vezet to think. Vezet subconsciously took out her notes and reorganized the previous clues. Salazar Slytherin's chamber, his heir, the murderous petrifying curse, the victim 50 years ago, Voldemort. He was not only recalling these clues, but also recalling memories from his past life. Those secondary creation videos don't have much dialogue. The main part is a clip from the movie, supplemented by various BGMs. He placed his wand against his temple, sorting out these memories from his past life. Since Harry is the protagonist of the Harry Potter series of novels, it is natural to look for clips related to Harry. He saw Harry stretch out his hands and press them on someone's face. That person's skin was quickly carbonized and peeled off as if corroded by some strong acid. He saw Harry wave his wand and summon a patroness of great light in the form of what seemed to be a stag, which fought off a horde of Dementors. He saw Harry holding a sword and a dark shadow approaching. Harry raised his sword recklessly without any intention of dodging and stabbed the sword fiercely into the upper jaw of the huge snake head. That's it. Vezet picked up her pen and wrote a word, giant snake. But what type of snake has the ability to petrify? As he was thinking, he connected giant snake and petrification. Dumbledore saw the contents of the note. Vezet, do you think it was a giant snake that attacked Mrs. Norris? Yes, Headmaster Dumbledore. Vezet nodded. The emblem of Slytherin College is a snake, so it is normal for him to raise a giant snake. It's a good idea. Dumbledore praised, but there is still a question. If it is a giant snake, how can it move around Hogwarts without being discovered? Combined with the two keywords alchemist and medical genius, the name seemed extremely familiar to him, but he was unable to pronounce it. Yes, there are so many things to deal with at the beginning of the school year that I am overwhelmed. Dumbledore nodded. I will find it when I return to the headmaster's office. He seems to have a simpler name. Vezet said, it's called Perither. His name is on the chocolate picture. The moment the fire ash snake appeared, Vezet heard a shouting sound. Vezet was still thinking about Parseltongue. Principal Dumbledore, why do I suddenly have the gift of Parseltongue? It can be traced back to an even earlier time. Despicable Herpo, according to the relevant ancient Greek texts, he has the talent to communicate with snakes. He may be the earliest Parseltongue, but this talent appeared very early. Salazar Slytherin in the Middle Ages had this talent, and the wizards at that time called him Serpent Speaker. This magical talent is a kind of instinct. If I was born with it, why didn't it work when I encountered the Runespur? Vezet looked at Dumbledore and asked tentatively, Principal Dumbledore, did you hear it talking? After a long while, a coiled snake appeared outside the window and struggled to fly into the school hospital. Oh, speaking of Newt, I suddenly forgot something. He tapped his forehead lightly. We went to Africa before. Vezet simply recounted the sound he heard. It told us to let it go. It had to hurry up and lay eggs. Let me go, I don't have much time, I still have to lay eggs. Dumbledore's smile was evident as he shook his head slightly. What did it say? Dumbledore continued, you can try to comfort it. Tell it not to worry, I will send it back soon. Vezet pinched her earlobe and shook her head gently. Principal Dumbledore, I just happened to learn about it these past 2 days, so I can only say this name. Those murals. Vizet's eyes lit up. Mr. Scamander told me about those murals of African wizards separating the Obscurus. Vezet could only continue to speculate. Perhaps it has other magic. He raised his wand toward the window again, this time holding it a little longer. Salazar, heir of Slytherin, magical talent. Vezet pursed her lips and searched for relevant information in her mind about the magical talent of snakes. Parseltongue, when he mentioned the word heir, he felt that a flash of inspiration suddenly emerged. Giant snake. A giant snake that can turn invisible and cast a petrifying curse. Dumbledore stroked his beard. Looks like I'll have to trouble Newt. This is a XXX level magical animal, the fire ash snake. Its entire body is grayish-white like ash, and its round eyes are flashing red. He looked up at Dumbledore and said quickly, Philippus Aureolus Theophrastus Bombastus von Hohenheim. He thought the length of his full name was exaggerated enough, but he didn't expect that the name Vezet said was even more exaggerated. I can't explain this problem for now. Dumbledore shook his head, but we can try to use it. Perither. Dumbledore smiled helplessly and shook his head gently. Young people have good memories, I can't even remember it. Phillips, Hohenheim? Dumbledore's eyelids twitched again. Vezet knew that Dumbledore could learn a lot about Hogwarts through magical portraits. Dumbledore waved his hand. When you get older, you have to accept your age. I'm not that stubborn. He put together a new phrase after the word giant snake. School should be a place for learning. Vezet sighed, we still need to deal with this heir as soon as possible, whether he is Voldemort or not. That famous alchemist and medical genius. In the 16th century, he discovered a magical talent called Parseltongue. Try to comfort it. Vezet thought for a while and performed the guardian meditation method, trying to feel the difference. When he stared at the fire ash snake and spoke, the feeling in his entire mouth was different, as if it was vibrating in some way. Vezet could clearly sense that the state at this moment was more like releasing a spell rather than simply speaking. Please don't be nervous. We will let you go soon. A vague hissing sound came out of his mouth, strange yet familiar. He could understand the meaning of this hissing sound as if by instinct. The fire ash snake also understood. It stopped twisting its body and struggling. It just coiled on the ground, looking very well behaved. Principal Dumbledore, I succeeded. Vezet looked at Dumbledore, and this time the words he uttered were not hissing sounds but normal sentences. He looked at the well-behaved fire ash snake and fell into thought again. Principal Dumbledore, if I use my special magical talent of Parseltongue, will I have a better chance of finding the trace of the heir? Dumbledore did not comment but asked with interest, what are you going to do? Vezet hummed, I want to do an experiment and then lure the snake out of its hole. Drawing the snake out of its hole. Dumbledore blinked. It is an appropriate description in every way. Tell me the specific method, I will give you some advice. Vezet nodded and flipped through the notebook to find the front page. Principal Dumbledore, when I was sorting out the animagus, I focused on studying the effects of mandrake leaves. You should remember, right? Of course I remember. Dumbledore nodded and said, I can't wait to see your paper in Transfiguration today. Vezet coughed lightly and said, maybe we need to wait a little longer. I have only completed the outline of the paper and sorted out the materials. That's amazing progress. Dumbledore waved his hand with an encouraging smile on his face. How much have you done from the beginning of school to Halloween? From what I know, there are still animagus who have mastered quite good mental magic, plus weather spells and kulik. Even so, Phoenix Fox swallowed very slowly, only shaking his neck a little bit to allow the sweet pulp to slide into his throat. A pile of cockroaches. Vezet repeated, I've got it down, I'm going to class now. After taking another look at the Phoenix Fox, Vezet calmed herself down, sat down opposite Dumbledore and took out a magical item that emitted a faint glow. Watching Vizet's rapidly retreating figure, Dumbledore said with emotion, It's good to be young, so energetic. Especially in the following history of magic class. After Hermione took the initiative to interrupt Cuthbert Binns's lecture to further confirm and perfect the relevant details, the discussion about the Chamber of Secrets became more and more intense. Vezet finally made a magic prop according to her idea and brought it to the principal's office. He put the stool back to its place and said to Dumbledore, Principal Dumbledore, I will go back and sort out my thoughts. I will not bother you again when I am ready. Dumbledore stood up. We have talked for a long time. This is an oval-shaped magic prop with runes carved on the surface and an amethyst inlaid in the center from which the faint light comes. Madame Pomfrey walked into the hospital wing and interrupted Dumbledore. It's almost time for class to start. I don't think Vezet would want to miss it. I don't know which student had the wild idea to come to such a conclusion. Filch was right, Harry was the heir. Dumbledore picked up the magic prop, looked at it carefully and said, It's a very exquisite magic prop, and the degree of completion is quite high. Perhaps the person who wrote this fairy tale created such a story by combining the disease of dragon pox. This fairy tale is not completely fictional, and the curse of turning into a fire dragon may not exist, but a magical disease called dragon pox does cause the symptoms described in the fairy tale. Harry is the wizard who defeated Voldemort, and before Voldemort died, he left him a curse, making Harry the second Voldemort. Madame Pomfrey, thank you for your reminder. Vezet certainly didn't want to miss the class, so she quickly thanked her. Some students lost interest in the Chamber of Secrets rumors, thinking that what happened to Mrs. Norris might just be a prank against Filch. As another weekend arrived, discussions about the secret chamber and the heir gradually subsided as no new attacks occurred. Principal Dumbledore, this is a magic item I made using Parseltongue. It's a simple early warning device that can warn of the giant snake's movements. Okay. Dumbledore also put the stool back to its original place, then come directly to the headmaster's office to find me. The password is cockroach pile. Vezet also processed the berries she fed it, trying to make them easier for it to swallow. This fairy tale goes like this. The wizard went through untold hardships to kill the dragon, but unfortunately was cursed by the dying dragon. During the days when Vezet was perfecting his idea, the discussion about the secret room never stopped. Discussions and speculations about who would be the successor to Salazar Slytherin have also never stopped. Poppy, thank you for your trouble. Dumbledore smiled and nodded, then looked at the fire ash snake and said, I should send this little guy back. There is a saying in the magical world that he who slays a dragon will eventually become a dragon, and it has even become a bedtime fairy tale. The Phoenix Fox had grown older, with 1/3 of his feathers falling off, revealing his fiery red skin underneath. When the wizard returned home, more and more green rashes appeared on his body, and sparks began to spew out of his nose, until he finally turned into a fire dragon, ready to accept the challenge of the next wizard. Seeing the Phoenix Fox swallowing the berries, Dumbledore returned to his seat and said, It should be nirvana before the Christmas holidays. It will be a bit hard during this period. You are still very young now, and you have to carry several bags of candy every day. Madame Pomfrey said unhappily, stuffing the pile of cockroaches into Dumbledore's pocket, Remember to restrain yourself. If we extend this fairy tale to Harry, it is because of his identity as the savior. Its expression became sad, as if it was sick, its eyelids were half drooping, and its once lively eyes had lost their luster. There was no logic in it, but it was magical enough, so it spread quickly. Some students from Muggle families believed it and began to consciously avoid Harry. Vezet smiled and said very proudly, Luna helped with the design, she's very good at it. Fred and George also gave me a lot of valuable advice, and I learned a lot from them. When it comes to making magic props, the Weasley twins are very talented, and he can always get inspiration from them. It is precisely because of this that our understanding of Grindelwald's notes can continue to increase. For example, the magic props on the table are made using the methods in the notes, supplemented by traditional magic prop-making techniques and some theories of ritual magic. Dumbledore's eyes were filled with satisfaction, and he nodded encouragingly. After all, one person's power has its limits. It's good to be able to pool the wisdom of all. He stroked the shimmering amethyst and said with some surprise, "It's a very perfect purity. Such quality is really rare." Vezet said truthfully, "This is some help from Ms. Pendragon." The amethysts came from the treasure chests in the Guardian's chamber, and as Dumbledore said, they were extremely high-quality material in every way. Such pure crystals, in addition to being made into magic props, can also be used for ritual magic or other purposes. They are very versatile and effective. Dumbledore is an old acquaintance of Grindelwald. The two have many secrets between them and have developed many magic props together. In addition, he was also an alchemist, and together with Nicholas Flamel, he made many contributions in the field of alchemy. Combining these key points, Dumbledore could look at this magic item more comprehensively and specifically, and find out what Vezet had overlooked. Vezet handed the notebook to Dumbledore. "Principal Dumbledore, this is the idea behind making this magic item, as well as the specific production process. The key is this amethyst. The entire magic item can sense and respond because of the amethyst and the mandrake leaves inside it. My memory, the memory of that cold voice, now I know it was the voice of a giant snake. I only need to add one more mandrake leaf to anchor it. Principal Dumbledore, what do you think? Is there anything that needs improvement? This is the property of the mandrake leaves you discovered. The leaves can transform memories into anchor points. It's great that you can apply it so quickly." After some study, Vezet now felt like her brain was greased with oil and she quickly came up with a solution. Hearing this, Vezet smiled shyly. "Yes, this is the experience I have summed up through many attempts at Parseltongue." He also asked about a lot of questions that were left over from before or things that he didn't quite understand, and all of them were answered fully and completely. "Perhaps we can try the Obscurus," Vezet said, using the method on the mural. "I can separate part of the Obscurus. Mandra blades." Dumbledore looked at the notebook seriously. "Just like engraving magic, engrave the Parseltongue into the mandrake blades." He looked at Vezet. "There are many different types of snakes and some students have pet snakes. What can you do? It seems so. The warning method is indeed a bit crude. After all, the purpose is to lure the snake out of its hole, not to alarm the snake. This is really a difficult matter." Dumbledore stroked his beard, took out a handful of candy from his pocket and placed it on the table. The amethyst instantly burst into a dazzling white light, followed by a sharp scream. "Compared to these, I think the appearance. And the way to identify snakes and give warnings can be further improved. When snakes approach, they will naturally react to Parseltongue. It's an instinct." A simple modification played a guiding role, leading him to explore the mysteries of alchemy and magic prop making more deeply. "It's great to be young," Dumbledore said with emotion. "I really didn't expect that you could digest the contents of those murals. Appearance, identification of snakes, warning methods." Vezet hummed, thinking carefully about Dumbledore's opinion. Dumbledore was very effective in the field of alchemy, and even just a few simple pointers were enough for him to gain a lot. But the cost may have to be increased. "We need to use alchemy to refine the hair of invisible beasts and use it as a consumable for carving." He raised his wand and tapped the amethyst magic prop gently, then swept it back and forth from above while whispering. From time to time, mist would emerge or heat would be emitted, as if he was detecting something. Dumbledore peeled a lemon sherbet and said, "Even from my critical point of view, this magic item is extremely outstanding. Let me help with this part." Dumbledore said with a smile, tapping the notebook with his wand to make a copy of it. "Some of the processes are a little complicated for the sake of rigor. I'll simplify it for you. For example, in this step, you can try zircon." He picked up the quill and made some changes in his notebook. A simple rune of the disillusionment spell plus a concealment spell. Dumbledore continued with the next topic. "As for identifying snakes, I'm afraid this is a bit difficult." Vezet quickly took her notebook and wrote down what Dumbledore said. "Whether it's the core functions, adaptability to the environment, or the laws of magic operation, it's hard to find fault with it." Vezet nodded. "Yes, using Parseltongue to mimic the perception of a snake, that's what transfiguration magic does. It seems that we have overcome another difficulty." Dumbledore handed Vezet a candy. "Next, the connection between the magic props. What do you think we should do?" Dumbledore picked up the amethyst magic prop again and looked at the mandrake leaf inside. The mandrake leaf is in the shape of a snake. This is the result of using the transformation magic. The magical talent of Parseltongue is actually very similar to casting magic, so you can use the mandrake blades to engrave Parseltongue on them. He closed his eyes, and after a brief preparation, he looked at the amethyst magic item, which made a vague hissing sound. Vezet engraved the magic lighting spell and the howling spell on the amethyst magic props. That is the purpose of those runic carvings. And the parcel tongue in the mandrake leaves can capture this instinct and produce an early warning effect similar to this. Ahem. Shut it down. Vezet cleared her throat and gave the command in a normal voice. In addition to being the headmaster of Hogwarts, Dumbledore also holds the positions of president of the International Confederation of Wizards and chief warlock of the Wizengamot. When he returned from Africa, a lot of official business came with him. Dumbledore was extremely busy during that period and could be described as a student who has not finished his homework but is about to start school. By the time he finished these things, the copy of the mural he brought from Africa gradually faded from his memory until he was chatting with Vezet in the school clinic, and he finally recalled it. What do the murals tell us? Dumbledore asked interestedly. In fact, he was also very curious about the contents of the mural copy. It is better to be safe than sorry. If you can master the methods in the mural copy, you can lend a helping hand in time when you meet Momoran again in the future and avoid tragedy. Vezet said, Mr. Scamander once told me that African wizards refer to the Obscurus as the curse of malice and the Obscurus as the host of the curse. The reason for the Obscurus is very simple. A young wizard who can cast magic but hates it will attract the attention of the Obscurus because of his suppressed magical talent. Hatred is a negative emotion, and the content in the mural copy is actually related to it. It can be regarded as an extremely ancient ritual magic of the forgetfulness spell. Compared to ordinary forget spells, casting the forget spell through ritual magic can greatly enhance the power of the forget spell and achieve the purpose of stripping away the Obscurus hatred. Very interesting idea. Dumbledore praised, the wisdom of ancient wizards is worthy of awe and learning. Ritual magic is really interesting. Vezet agreed. To perform the ritual magic of stripping away hatred, a magical plant is also needed. Headmaster Dumbledore, do you want to guess? Judging from your expression, it should be a magical plant that I have come into contact with. Dumbledore crossed his fingers and said in a light tone, is it the root of the mandrake? Yes, Headmaster Dumbledore. Vezet nodded. Use the crying sound of the mandrake root tuber as a medium to amplify the effect of the ritual magic, thereby completing the stripping of the Obscurus. However, this method also has disadvantages. One of the drawbacks is clearly recorded in the murals. That is, the silent one will be like a squib and lose the talent to cast magic. Besides that, the older the obscurial is, the greater the variables that will be faced when using this method, just like the Sudanese child mentioned by Mr. Scamander. I can use this emotion as a bond to resonate with Momoran and maintain this connection. Using the Oblivion charm to maintain it, Dumbledore's tone was more curious. He vaguely sensed something. What kind of principle is this? He pointed to the black mist in the amethyst. As long as I don't complete the prying step, the Obscurus will not be completely stripped away. The black mist danced happily in the amethyst, like a moon-crazy beast encountering the moonlight. Love is a powerful force, but my Obscurus is different. It is more peaceful and can be guided by the Patronus charm. Dumbledore sighed and put a sizzling honey candy into his mouth. That is indeed a pity. Dumbledore nodded, an interesting amusement ride, I have experienced it. He intentionally controlled the range of the Patronus charm to just a fist-sized area of silver light. I know a few friends who are suffering from amnesia. Vezet, can you help them find their past memories? One black and one white swam back and forth like a yin and yang fish, slowly returning to the tip of Vizet's wand. A small wisp of black mist was separated, and Vezet used ancient magic, throwing mastery to guide the power of ancient magic, grabbing the black mist and placing it into the amethyst. Vezet nodded, her tone becoming a little deeper, so I am lucky to have your help and to be recognized by so many professors. Vezet did not comment, coughed lightly and said, he is a rather special professor. When casting the breaking spell, find the emotions that resonate with you and use them as a fulcrum to pry those forgotten memories. It seems that Lockhart has brought you a lot of inspiration. Dumbledore stroked his beard, his tone revealing satisfaction. A warm feeling spread from the silver light to the surroundings, and the principal's office became much warmer. Expecto Patronus. Vezet raised her wand and drew a circle in front of her. The use of the forgetfulness spell in the first set of ritual magic also gave me a lot of inspiration. The two were silent for a while, found their past memories. Vezet blinked. Did they lose their memories because of the forgetfulness spell? Vezet continued. So in the facsimile, there is also a second method recorded, using love as a guide to awaken the silent and free them from the erosion of the obscurity. It is indeed very special. Dumbledore looked at Vezet with a smile on his face. It is not easy to learn real skills from him. Vezet waved her wand, and a fist-sized piece of silver light flew up and sank into his body. Even the phoenix fox was a little moved. It let out a long, melodious and heavy cry, and there was a little more spirit in its eyes. Vezet exhaled, her tone returning to normal. Yes, you need to use the Patronus charm. This is what Professor Snape taught me. Vizet's eyes widened when she heard this, but then she remembered the message on theory of metamorphism and deformation, and it suddenly made sense to her. Vezet said, "This is a little trick I learned from Professor Lockhart. Principal Dumbledore, you should know about the seesaw, right? Since the Obscurus can be stripped away through the Oblivion spell, we can naturally use the Oblivion spell's breaking spell to maintain the connection between the Obscurus and the Obscurus. This method also has its limitations." Dumbledore sighed again. "The older you get, the more variables you face." Dumbledore let out a breath, feeling more peaceful both physically and mentally. He coughed lightly and returned to the topic. Whether it is the Oblivion spell or its breaking spell, its principle can be regarded as a seesaw. It is important to find the fulcrum. Dumbledore nodded in understanding. Severus, Dumbledore nodded and said, "Yes, it is an extremely powerful Oblivion charm. I am a little helpless against it." Vezet asked, "What about Professor Lockhart? He's actually pretty good at Oblivion charms, so he should be able to break these Oblivion charms." Perhaps due to some concerns, he cannot lend a helping hand. Dumbledore's mouth curled up and there was a different meaning hidden in his smile. "Is that so?" Vezet frowned slightly, somewhat understanding the meaning of Dumbledore's words. Lockhart's concerns, the contents of those books. All the things related to Lockhart gradually connected together. Vezet hummed, "I may need some more practice. After all, I've only just found a little trick. More practice will increase my chances of success." Dumbledore waved his hand. "It's okay, I'm not in a hurry. It will take quite some time to find them." He picked up a cockroach pile and put it in his mouth. "We can deal with the hidden danger of the giant snake first and then consider other things." All the improvements suggested by Dumbledore have been addressed. The next thing to do, of course, is to make more amethyst magic props, put them into use, and place them in key locations in the castle. Under Dumbledore's guidance, Vezet completed the production drawings with more detailed steps. Dumbledore also proposed that magical items be given a formal name. Vezet is not very good at naming, so she simply referred to the naming method of MSC, combined the two characteristics of Parseltongue and Early Warning, and named this magic prop Snake Whistle. He gave the blueprints of the snake-talking whistle to Fred and George, who were asked to make the base to store the amethyst. Dumbledore also applied for a sum of galleons for them as funding for the club's operations. Fred and George became more motivated because they could make magic props and earn income legitimately. However, completing the production of the base is also a time-consuming and laborious task. As the curfew had not yet been lifted, the two of them simply took their food and stayed in the corridor after the afternoon classes, and did not return to the common room until the next day. Vezet did not stop being busy either, as he still had a lot of magic to study, and there were also banned books in the library waiting for him to continue reading. In order to cooperate with the use of the snake whistle, he also seized some trivial time to study the live map. There were no new attacks in the castle, discussions about the Chamber of Secrets and the air became less frequent, and the campus returned to its former tranquility. On relatively peaceful days like this, Percy catching Ronald entering the girls' bathroom would also be a topic of conversation for Fred and George. Vezet also learned about this somewhat outrageous incident from them. Gryffindor had almost no chance to defend themselves and was quickly defeated by Slytherin, who successfully won 10 points. The Slytherin team members could even faintly hear a whoosh sound when they were flying, like a series of jet planes. Dumbledore stroked his beard. "Do you think this might be related to the giant snake? Is it foraging for food and gathering strength for a second attack?" Casting the Patronus charm to make Phoenix Fox feel better was something he had done recently after coming to the principal's office. Before we knew it, we were already halfway through November, which also meant the start of the Quidditch tournament. When I met Hagrid 2 days ago, he mentioned something to me. The chicken coop seemed to have been attacked by some kind of beast, and many chickens died. After deciding to name the amethyst magic item Snake Whistle, Dumbledore also gave Vezet a small item. With the current gathering of dark clouds, it is very likely to rain during the game. Vezet looked up at the leaden sky. When the rain is over, maybe more harassment flies will leave. After a long while, she finally came to a conclusion. A lot of our harassment flies flew away, but they didn't fly very far. They all hung in the sky. Even if Fred and George swung their bats and hit the bludger aside, the bludger would still rise higher and aim again at Gryffindor seeker Harry Potter. He raised his wand and drew a circle towards the Phoenix Fox. "I'll pay attention." Vezet nodded. "It's almost time to gather. Principal Dumbledore, I'll take my leave now." As Fred and George said, the Nimbus 2001 is fast. Vezet glanced at the weather outside the window, then climbed the spiral staircase and walked through the corridor into the principal's office. Luna was more lively than usual. Even when Vezet was training, she came to the Quidditch field many times, and her eyes still showed endless curiosity as she looked at everything around her. Vezet led Luna to the viewing platform, and with the whistle of Mrs. Hooch, the game finally began. According to Vizet's impression of Ronald, this should be a collective action of Harry and the other two, and they need to use the girls' bathroom to do something. While carving the runes, Fred and George would suddenly laugh and sigh, "Our Ronald has grown up and is beginning to yearn for the girls' bathroom. It's always better to be prepared." Dumbledore nodded. "If you encounter any unusual situation, notify me immediately through the bookmark." It just so happened that Percy showed up and happened to see his brother behaving strangely. The news that the Slytherin team has replaced their brooms has spread throughout the school, and students all want to take a look at the Nimbus 2001. After Vezet got the bookmark, she never had the chance to use it because everything was calm in the castle. As a chaser, Vezet not only keeps an eye out for the quaffle but also for the bludgers on the field. Nearing 11 o'clock, under Flitwick's organization, a group of Ravenclaws quickly walked down the moving stairs, walked out of the oak door and left the castle. It was still the familiar Gryffindor versus Slytherin game. Students almost stopped discussing the Chamber of Secrets and the air and began to predict the outcome of the first Quidditch game. By writing the words on it, Dumbledore would be able to sense it immediately and take action to curb possible attacks and capture the hidden giant snake. "It's better to be safe than sorry." Vezet nodded. "After all, this month has been too peaceful, just like the weather right now." He maintained the Patronus charm and placed a small box on the table. "Principal Dumbledore, this is a newly made Parseltongue whistle. Expect God to guard." The weather on the opening day was not good. Although the sun was out, the air was filled with heat and humidity. The situation was similar in all four colleges, with the flow of people pouring into the Quidditch field like a turbulent river. He noticed that one bludger seemed a little odd, abandoning the lower chaser and attacking the high-flying seeker. Fred and George once again defended, swinging their bats together and hitting the bludger towards Draco Malfoy in the distance. Just as Draco pulled the handle of his broom and prepared to turn to avoid the bludger ignored its inertia and flew backwards, hitting Harry again. It was obvious that someone was using magic to manipulate the bludger in some way. Vezet immediately stood up, walked all the way to the corner of the viewing platform, and took the Marauder's map in his hand. "I solemnly swear that I am up to no good." He chanted a spell, and the Marauder's map changed rapidly, presenting its original appearance. The Obscurus core pumped out ancient magical power, and Vezet injected it into the Marauder's map while looking at the location of the court, capturing the movements of the abnormal bludger. While tracking the movements, he waved his wand and chanted a spell at the Marauder's map. Flashback spell, reveal the traces. The book of spells he obtained from the restricted area allowed him to learn a lot of practical and interesting magic. The way he used the Marauder's map now was to combine the flashback spell and the tracking spell from the book of spells. Using ancient magic power as a medium, he can lock onto a certain magic item through his gaze. Once the lock is completed, he can trace the source of the magic item and find the target of the spell. Although the activation conditions are harsh and it seems to have little effect, it happens to be effective in the current situation. The bludger continued to attack Harry relentlessly. It was as if Harry was a magnet and the bludger was constantly attracted to it and had to chase Harry and attack him. Harry had no time to care about the golden snitch at the moment. Fortunately, his Nimbus 2000 was extremely fast, allowing him to keep a distance from the bludger and dodge its attacks again and again. There was a commotion in the viewing stands. At this moment, any student who was watching the game carefully could notice the abnormality of the bludger. However, the situation is still relatively stable, and Mrs. Hooch has not blown the whistle, so everyone is still in a wait-and-see mode. Vezet murmured in a low voice, "My eyes can easily follow the wandering ball. But it will take some time for the Marauder's map to lock it." Unfortunately, the weather was not good. The leaden sky turned completely gloomy and pea-sized raindrops fell and hit his hair. Luna's voice sounded at the right time, "Water and fire are invulnerable." The raindrops no longer sank into Vizet's hair but slid down his body to the ground. Invulnerable to water and fire, Luna also cast a spell on herself. "Don't worry, I will protect you." As Luna spoke, the heavy rain fell on her body and dispersed, forming a layer of hazy light, like an elf falling into the mortal world. Vezet smiled and nodded to Luna, who smiled back at her with a bright smile that seemed to break through the gloomy sky. It was raining heavily. Oliver Wood called a timeout. and players from both teams returned to the ground and gathered into two square formations. As Harry's feet landed, the bludger became less aggressive, and Vezet immediately seized the opportunity and successfully locked onto the magic attached to it. On the Marauders map, bludgers appear on the Quidditch pitch as two black lines. A black line extends from the Quidditch pitch, and the final location should be the manufacturer of the bludgers. The other black line was still on the Marauders map, extending along the Quidditch pitch to the bottom of the spectator stands. This is it. Vezet confirmed the location of the black line, took out the bookmark given by Dumbledore and wrote the relevant message on it. Principal Dumbledore, there is a problem with the bludger on the Quidditch field. The target is at the bottom of the west viewing platform. After making sure both teams were in position, Madam Hooch threw the quaffle up and announced that the game was about to begin. He took out the bookmark and checked it. Not long after, a new line of words appeared on the bookmark. The person who cast the spell was a house elf, but not from Hogwarts. He must have been following orders and did not leave anyway. Vezet raised her wand and gently touched Luna's eyelids. Night peep. Even though Harry kept swinging his broom and flew through the rain like lightning, he still couldn't get rid of the bludger. Her eyebrows curved. It's so clear, it seems like I can see everything clearly. Just like an eagle, Dumbledore also mentioned that the house elf was acting on orders, which to some extent reduced the possibility of him leaving. Luna stretched out her fingers with interest and touched the raindrops falling along the edge of the umbrella. In addition to being good at taking care of people and performing various daily chores, house elves also possess extremely magical magic of apparition. The game continued, and so did the bludger's attacks. The area where Hogwarts is located, including the village of Hogsmeade, is actually cast with anti-apparition magic. Since the bludgers were still attacking, it meant that Dumbledore had not yet dealt with the curse caster. Close your eyes, he whispered to Luna. Is it difficult to restrict movement? That is indeed a problem. Vezet frowned slightly, thinking about a solution. Since it is confirmed that the other party is a house elf, the danger will not be that high. With such accurate information, Dumbledore responded quickly and even included a response plan. Got it. I'll ask the house elf to check the situation. However, the house elf's apparition is very special. They can get rid of the restrictions of anti-apparition magic and move freely in this area. The principle of the night vision spell is to make oneself sensitive, so as to use the body as a medium to feel everything around. He could see that Luna loved Quidditch games, and he hoped to give Luna a better experience. Luna immediately closed her eyes, her long eyelashes trembling slightly. Therefore, this magic can not only be used at night, but also in such heavy rain conditions, it can have a good effect. The Gryffindor team seemed to have changed their strategy, with Fred and George dealing with the normal bludgers and not offering any help to Harry. He usually had the habit of taking notes, and the benefits of this were fully reflected in his mind. He quickly wrote this paragraph on his bookmark. Vezet looked down at the Marauders map from time to time and found that the black line was still lingering on the Quidditch field. Under these circumstances, Gryffindor finally managed to throw a ball with difficulty and scored 10 points. Vezet smiled and said, "Then you are an eagle and I am also an eagle." The rain was getting heavier and the situation on the field became more uncertain. Luna gave a satisfied smile. "Yes, that's why you are always so clear." However, the black line's whereabouts were extremely erratic. It would appear at the northern viewing platform one moment and at the southern viewing platform the next. Vezet pulled out a piece of parchment and transformed it into a large umbrella to shield Luna from the falling rain. He asked softly, "Okay, how do you feel now?" Not long after, Madam Hooch blew her whistle again, and the players of both teams stepped onto their broomsticks and kicked off into the air again. It would be best to catch a house elf who comes and goes without a trace now, otherwise there will be too many hidden dangers. Thinking of this, Vezet wrote a line on the bookmark, "Principal Dumbledore, lead the house elf over to the bottom of the eastern viewing platform, and I will try to deal with him." Dumbledore's reply was quick and simple, "Okay." Vezet put the bookmark back into his pocket. Before he could say anything, Luna said, "I'll go with you." "Okay." Vizet's answer was simple, and she and Luna came to the edge of the viewing platform. Luna glanced down at the viewing platform, her eyes sparkling. "I'm ready." "Me too." Vezet nodded, looked at Luna, tightened her wands, and fell to the ground in unison. In midair, with the whistling sound of the air flowing around them, Vezet and Luna raised their wands at the same time. At the same time as they approached the ground, they uttered the same spell, Lawe Asa. When Vezet was teaching Luna the ancient magic, levitation spell, the two of them were in the pensive, trying to cast a spell for each other in order to slow down their falling speed. However, due to the impact of the attack, they were unable to try to cast the ancient magic, levitation spell on each other in real life. Just as they had practiced in the pensive, a gentle force appeared around them both, slowing their descent. Amid Luna's wind-chime-like laughter, the two of them slowly descended to the ground like dandelions. They came to the open space below the viewing platform, and while waiting for the house elves to arrive, Vezet told them what had just happened. Luna tilted her head, her long blonde hair falling to her shoulders. I heard Ginny tell me before, there is a house elf named Dobby who has been causing trouble for Harry. It seems that it was because of Dobby that Harry was put in detention by his uncle when he was at his uncle's house. Mom told me that house elves are very simple magical creatures. Maybe he really does want Harry's best interests, but he won't. Before Luna could finish her words, two crisp noises suddenly came from not far away. A sharp voice sounded, "Bad house elf, why are you trying to stop me from saving Harry Potter? You are hurting the children of Hogwarts, you are the bad house elf." Another sharp voice immediately retorted. Two house elves stood facing each other, one wearing a dirty, threadbare pillowcase, the other wrapped in a clean tea towel. Apparently the house elf in the threadbare pillowcase is Dobby. Dobby was not only dressed in rags, but also seemed to have injuries on his body. His thin and long fingers like branch were wrapped in a thick bandage, and even some bloodstains could be seen. He glanced in the direction of the Quidditch field, gritted his teeth, stretched out his finger, and a wave of magic flew out. Lawe Asa, it's the house elf's apparition. After doing all this, he and Luna walked out of the big bubble and shrunk the size of the bubble so that it just covered Dobby's whole body and restricted the house elf's apparition. Luna also walked into the big bubble, the bludger is back to normal, and Harry caught the golden snitch. Fainted, Dumbledore was a little surprised. It seems I heard his voice just now. Yes. Snape's voice was filled with a hint of joy. Give the house elf some and give Pot more, then they will all tell the truth. Luna and Vezet worked in perfect harmony and raised their wands at the same time. With the disappearance of the word primary, the effect of ancient magic, improved extinguishing spell is further enhanced. Dumbledore was the only one outside, the house elf had left. Vezet thought for a moment and easily determined, Professor Snape, is this truth serum? Dumbledore's voice came from outside the big bubble. Vezet, are you in there? As Vezet expected, the house elf's apparition could be suppressed by the power of ancient magic. Dobby screamed in defense, I didn't attack Harry Potter, I was saving him, Hogwarts is too dangerous. He also noticed that the bulge was becoming increasingly sharp and that Dobby might escape the confines of the large bubble at any moment. To his surprise, Snape was already in the headmaster's office, holding a bottle of transparent potion in his hand. I don't know either. Vezet didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but this is fine, I'll leave the rest to Headmaster Dumbledore. Knox. Almost instantly, a bulge appeared in the round bubble, as if something was breaking through the limitations of the bubble. However, in order to avoid attracting attention, he simply enlarged the bubble by 2 times and quickly entered the bubble to face Dobby, who was breaking out. Yeah. Vezet nodded and said loudly, your name is Dobby, right? Why did you attack Harry and that giant snake? Did you release it? Vezet said truthfully, he passed out. I can only restrain him with this magic energy field. If Vezet does not take active control, the range of the bubble can easily increase tenfold. Came the voice of the Hogwarts house elf, who protested from outside, Hogwarts is not dangerous at all, it's the safest place in the world. Luna cast the ancient magic, levitation spell, pulling Dobby into the air and controlling him for a short period of time. Vezet coughed lightly, I don't know, I just heard him shout and then he fainted. He released the devil's net, used transformation magic to create a net bag, put Dobby in it and tied him up tightly. Vezet cast ancient magic, improved lights out spell elementary, and a huge black bubble with a diameter of 10 meters appeared, instantly enveloping Dobby. The big bubble has a good restrictive effect and can also protect the devil's network state. He simply continues to provide ancient magic power for ancient magic, improved extinguishing spell elementary. In that case, let's take them back to the headmaster's office first. Dumbledore took out 2 candies and stuffed them into Vezet and Luna's pockets. As for how to deal with them, that's a problem. The wonders of ancient magic. Dumbledore sighed, what is the situation now? He cast ancient magic, self-shaping devil's net state, and countless devil's nets flew out, completely binding Dobby, who was trying to escape like a silkworm chrysalis. Luna was extremely puzzled. He seems to be afraid of you, but why? You are him, Dobby actually. Dobby seemed to have heard something horrible. His neck tilted, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Vezet suggested, he seems to be related to Harry. Why not ask Harry about the details? Vezet walked Luna back to the common room and took Bubbles to the principal's office. Why are you here? Harry appeared at the door, his right hand clenched into a fist, glaring at Snape. Snape didn't look into Harry's eyes but looked at Harry's left hand with a sneer on his face. The famous Po-T. He said in a cold and short voice, even your proud broom-holding skills couldn't protect your fragile body. Harry blushed and clenched his teeth, and the words came out from between his teeth, I defeated Slytherin. Vezet looked at Harry's hands and realized that there was something strange about Harry's left arm and palm. It seemed that there were no bones or joints, just like a rubber tube, and it was shaking slightly. Harry argued it was Lockhart. Professor, who did it? Ah. Of course, I understand. Snape's sarcasm became more obvious and his eyes flashed with malice. The great Potter likes it this way. You like to blame everything on others. Do you need me to call all the students of Hogwarts to sing Amazing Grace for you to mourn the bone you just lost? Harry emphasized again, I beat Slytherin. Snape curled his lips and asked coldly, then can you defeat Ravenclaw? Harry opened his mouth but was at a loss for words, not knowing what to say. Vezet pursed her lips and turned her attention to the dark bubbles. At this moment, Dobby's voice suddenly came from the bubble. Harry Potter, run, you will be killed, Dobby. Harry exclaimed in surprise. Who will kill me, Snape? Snape raised an eyebrow. 5 points from Gryffindor for disrespecting the professor. I seem to be late. Dumbledore appeared at the door, looked at Harry and asked, this house elf named Dobby seems to be familiar with you. Not at all. Harry shook his head repeatedly, angrily saying, if it weren't for him, I wouldn't have been warned by the Ministry of Magic. Dobby in the bubble said again, his tone full of sadness, Dobby is saving Harry Potter, the great savior. Harry Potter, why are you here at school? Dobby has reminded Harry Potter several times. Why didn't you listen to Dobby's warnings? Why didn't you go home even though you missed the train? So it was you who did it. Harry's eyes widened with an expression of disbelief. It was because of you that I had to stay with Snape for an entire afternoon. Dobby was still mumbling, this is the last resort. Why did Dobby have to burn his fingers? Snape raised his eyebrows and hissed like a venomous snake, you are disrespecting the professor again. Gryffindor will deduct your fine again. Ahem. Dumbledore coughed twice before Snape finished speaking. Harry asked Dobby why he did this. Would anyone commit a crime in school? Harry suppressed his anger, nodded and asked, Dobby, tell me, why did you do this? Harry Potter clearly knew. Dobby sounded like he was sobbing, his tone sounding somewhat sad. Something terrible has happened. History is repeating itself. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. There was a strange crashing sound and his voice became slurred. Dobby can't say that. Bad Dobby, very bad Dobby. Perhaps affected by the collision sound, Harry's tone softened. Who wants to harm me? Is it Malfoy? Dobby, Malfoy. Snape suddenly said, Vezet, I want to see what this house elf looks like. Vezet nodded and controlled the bubble to shrink a bit, revealing Dobby's head. Dobby was tied up by ropes with blood dripping from the corner of his mouth, apparently caused by his chin hitting his body. He is Lucius's house elf. I have seen him several times. Snape frowned. But it shouldn't be. I'll go get Draco. After saying this, he quickly walked out of the principal's office, his black robe fluttering in the wind. Malfoy really wanted to harm me. Harry gasped, the bludger attacked me. Was it you who did it? You wanted Malfoy to win. Harry Potter, stop questioning poor Dobby. Dobby groaned, I can't say these. Otherwise I will have to punish myself. Before he could finish his words, he raised his head and slammed his chin against his chest. Vezet picked up her wand and tied Dobby's head with ropes, then tangled it with the ropes that bound his body. Dobby was almost tied up like a mummy before he finally calmed down and looked at Vezet with horror. Terrible. So horrible, exactly the same, completely. He didn't finish his words and fainted. He actually thinks Vezet is scary. Harry muttered as if he had heard the most outrageous nonsense in the world. Has he been brainwashed by Malfoy and is therefore insane? Dumbledore waved his hand. He is just a special house elf with such a strong will. Vezet made some attempts before Snape came back. He asked tentatively, Principal Dumbledore, should we give him Veritaserum? Despite my strong personal will, I feel it is unlikely to work. Magical creatures like house elves usually put their master's orders first, which makes it very likely that the truth serum will not be effective. This is a last resort. Dumbledore murmured, if regular Veritaserum doesn't work, Severus can mix a special Veritaserum. Then we might have to adjust the amount of silent bird feathers we use. Vezet nodded, and we have to leave it alone for a month. That's a long time. Listening to the conversation between Dumbledore and Vezet, Harry opened his mouth. What are you talking about? What truth serum? A kind of magic potion. It's quite complicated to explain. Vezet smiled and said, if you want to know more, you can borrow a book called Powerful Potions, page 234. Powerful potion. Harry seemed to be frightened and subconsciously took 2 steps back. Please sit down for a while. Dumbledore pulled out a chair. I'll take you to find Poppy in a little while. Harry nodded and sat on the stool obediently. Thank you. Principal Dumbledore, I can try to extract his memory. Vezet said, after all, Dobby mentioned the Chamber of Secrets. He must know something. If he uses the memory extraction charm, he can circumvent the Master's orders to some extent. Dumbledore warned, the memories of magical creatures may be confused, so it is not so easy to extract them. I will try to find a fulcrum. Vezet said with a smile, it can also be regarded as a preparation for breaking the Oblivion spell later. Snape and Draco walked side by side in the corridor. Draco had just finished a Quidditch game, and even though Snape had slowed down, he still had to jog to keep up. Snape asked sternly, did your father tell you anything? What to tell? Draco was a little confused. Professor Snape, I don't understand what you mean. Did I tell you anything before school started, for example? The secret room, number, Dad didn't tell me this. Professor Snape. Was the Chamber of Secrets really opened? Those mudbloods. Snape stopped and shouted, Draco Malfoy, don't say that word, that's my advice to you. Draco's cheeks, which had been rosy from jogging, now turned pale. He gasped for breath and stammered, Professor Snape. I won't do it again next time. Snape resumed his cold tone, think about it carefully. Your father really didn't say anything, like asking you to make friends with someone, like last school year. Yes. Draco nodded honestly. Dad asked me to build a good relationship with Vezet, but he said that for safety reasons, it is best to only contact her within Hogwarts Castle. Snape frowned slightly and subconsciously held down his left arm. Only contact within the castle. Yes, Draco nodded. Dad also said, the best thing he ever did was to be friends with you. He is very grateful to you. Haha, don't learn his tricks. Snape still had a stern face and snorted twice, let's go. Keep catching up. Vezet took a few steps forward and placed her wand against Dobby's temple, closing her eyes. Harry's eyes widened, but he couldn't figure out what was going on. He could only ask Dumbledore for help. Principal Dumbledore, is this the extraction of memory charm? Yes, if you are interested you can look for it in the restricted section. Dumbledore nodded with some encouragement in his tone. My memory is not as good as Vizet's. I only remember that the book was called A Brain Like a Moth Pupa, but I don't know which page it was. Harry said dryly, the restricted section. Isn't that easy to get into? Dumbledore and Harry looked at each other. Getting an autograph from a professor shouldn't be a difficult task for you guys, right? You can learn more about magic. Hermione is an excellent little witch. She will help you work hard. Yeah. Harry felt like he was being seen through and nodded stiffly. Principal Dumbledore, I will try my best. For a magical creature like Dobby, the emotions and thoughts in his brain would be relatively simple and direct. Vezet nodded to Draco, put the extracted memory into the bottle, then raised her wand and chanted, resurrect quickly. Hiss! There was a sound of gasps coming from outside the principal's office. Hearing these words, Harry felt that his accumulated anger seemed to be almost dissipating, and he even felt a little sorry for Dobby. He looked at Draco and asked, Mr. Malfoy, what's going on? It was a pale body, with a grotesque and terrifying snake face. At this moment, Vizet's brows suddenly knitted together and he shouted at an alarming speed. The giant snake appeared. Seeing Harry's focused expression, Dumbledore stroked his beard with satisfaction. Yes, this is memory. Isn't it amazing? Remember to find that book. It seems. He acted on his own without his father's order. Draco said casually, so when I asked about it, he punished himself. Dumbledore waved his hand, stood up and walked towards the cabinet where the pensive was stored. In fact, the memory that Vezet just extracted is not as good as ours. With the help of the fear fulcrum, Dobby's confused memory instantly became clear, meeting the conditions for casting the memory extraction spell. What other memories terrify Dobby? He addresses Harry in a very specific way. Calling Harry the Great Savior. So he was also persecuted by Voldemort. His eyes rolled back and he was about to faint again, but because the resuscitation spell was still in effect, he was still awake. As for Voldemort's image, you can refer to the body that Voldemort transformed into after he left Quirrell at the end of last school year. The memories of magical creatures are relatively chaotic, like a tangled mess, and skills are needed to extract their memories. Snape's voice was still cold. Go in. Before coming into contact with Dobby's memories, Vezet had come into contact with similar memories, so now it would be much easier for her to handle them. Then came Draco's voice, Professor Snape, what's wrong with you? Otherwise, Dobby would not have gone to the length of sealing off the platform walls or attacking Harry with a bludger in order to save Harry, in order to force Harry to return home and avoid danger. Dobby is a bad house elf. When Dobby heard Draco's words, he actually opened his mouth wide and stuck out his tongue, as if he wanted to bite off his tongue. The pattern was fleeting, and even he couldn't catch it in the first place. After some thought, Vezet had an idea in mind. He wanted to set the embodiment of fear as Voldemort. Do you want to use truth serum? Snape raised his eyebrows, but his eyes were looking at Harry, which made Harry feel a chill down his spine. Use the fulcrum to pry open the memory. I don't know Dobby that well, but he is very afraid of me. So this fulcrum is fear. Shut up, Dobby, Draco shouted arrogantly. Tell me, why are you in school? He walked around the dark bubble, looked at Dobby with a ferocious face and said in surprise, It's really Dobby. Why is he here too? Is this the memory? Harry stared at the silver thread with wide eyes, not wanting to miss any details. Dumbledore flicked his fingers and a piece of wood suddenly appeared, blocking Dobby's mouth. You have to speak up, Snape followed closely, wiping the sweat off his forehead. Otherwise he would rather stab himself to death with his chin than speak up. The effect of the resuscitation spell was obvious. Dobby let out a sharp scream, the one who must not even be named, the one who must not even be named. At the moment when the snake-faced face appeared, a pattern seemed to flash before Vizet's eyes. As a house elf, if he can't even protect the interests of his master, then what's the difference between him and trash? So his father told him that he must punish himself severely. Vezet, why are you here? Draco walked into the headmaster's office and saw Vezet and Dobby, who was in a coma. Move the soul to the memory. Vezet raised her wand and pulled out a relatively thinner silver thread. Colin Creevey, holding a Polaroid camera in his hand, stepped lightly through the circular doorway and ran out of the Gryffindor common room. The fat lady in the painting yawned and lazily reminded, Curfew is about to start. If you miss it, you will have to sleep outside the door. Don't worry, fat lady, I'll go check on Harry and be back soon. Colin nodded and the warmth from the fireplace flames quickly dissipated. It rained heavily today, but the moisture has not yet dissipated and the Hogwarts castle has become damp again, with the ground a little slippery. The curfew was approaching and the corridor was deserted, looking very empty. Colin clutched the Polaroid camera and walked quickly down the corridor. The dim torches in the corridor emitted a weak light, casting long shadows which danced because of the dancing of the flames like lurking ghosts. Every footstep Colin took was amplified in the empty corridor, echoing like drumbeats. For some reason, he suddenly remembered the legend about the secret chamber. He pursed his lips tightly, not daring to make any loud noise for fear of disturbing some monster. Perhaps it was an illusion, but he felt that his heartbeat seemed unusually loud in this quiet corridor. Do you want to go back? This thought suddenly occurred to Colin. No. Ginny was also concerned about Harry and wanted to know what was happening to him now. As the head of the Harry Potter fan club, how could I not satisfy the deputy head's wishes? I couldn't back down. Colin quickened his pace as he thought about this. While he was daydreaming, he was led astray by the moving stairs and mistakenly entered a corridor on the 4th floor. Just as he was sure of the direction and turned into the corridor, a gust of freezing cold air suddenly hit him, making his hair stand on end, and a layer of cold sweat broke out on his back. The cold current seemed to amplify Colin's perception. Cold malice surged from all directions, suffocating him. He also detected a fishy smell, which seemed to be the smell of some kind of reptile. Perhaps he could not smell such a faint, fishy smell normally, but at this moment, the fishy smell was magnified exponentially by his perception, almost making him breathless. Is it the monster in the secret room? Colin tried to make his steps as light as possible in an attempt to avoid being discovered by the monster in the secret room. He swallowed hard. The Polaroid camera in his hand became his only comfort. As he stepped back cautiously, he held the Polaroid camera in front of his eyes and used the viewfinder to observe the situation ahead. Fear washed over him like an electric current, and his heart seemed to be playing Flight of the Bumblebee and was about to jump out of his chest. Colin felt that the fishy smell was getting closer, but he still couldn't find the source. His breathing became rapid, and his fingers were stiffly on the shutter of the Polaroid camera, but he seemed to have no strength to press the shutter. Not only were his fingers stiff, his body became stiff as well, as if frozen. He wanted to scream, wanted to run away, but he could do nothing. His heartbeat was getting faster and faster, rumbling like a train running on the rails, making him feel as if he was deaf. Time seemed to stand still. Colin felt his arm suddenly grabbed. The thing that grabbed him was thin and cold with a bit of flesh texture. The feeling of fear spread like a chill through his blood. This fear was deep in his bones. It was the despair and helplessness in the face of death. It made him seem as if he could see his past from birth to entering Hogwarts. Colin opened his mouth wide but could only make a ho-ho sound. A faint, sharp voice echoed in his ears. I found you. Colin didn't know what he was about to face, so he could only squeeze out all his strength and press the shutter button. Bang! A white light suddenly appeared, filling the entire corridor. The Marauder's map quickly expanded, revealing the specific appearances of countless landmarks. Vezet frowned, her tone a little surprised. Thank you for your hard work. Go back and have a rest. Dumbledore took the Polaroid camera, raised his wand, and opened the back cover. I solemnly swear that I am up to no good, going out during curfew. And encountering danger is a serious crime. Snape raised an eyebrow. Gryffindor will be deducted 50 points. Vizet's eyes swept across the Marauder's map and immediately determined the location. At the same time, she saw a familiar name, Colin Creevey. He smiled, squatted down, and comforted softly. Child, you are safe now. A house elf appeared. Principal Dumbledore, what can I do for you? Shut up. Snape frowned and flicked his wand quickly, instantly stopping the shrill screams. Shut up. Bang. He suddenly remembered Colin's Polaroid camera and immediately asked, Colin, where is your Polaroid camera? Did you bring it out? Did you take any photos? The house elf returned with Colin. Snape was right this time. Being able to avoid being attacked by the giant snake was already the greatest luck. Stop the curse now. Dumbledore raised his wand again and helped Colin remove the tongue-tying curse. Bang! Vezet walked directly to the desk and pulled out a crumpled piece of parchment. Snape sneered and crossed his arms but said nothing. Bang! Vizet's mind is still focused on the giant snake. Principal Dumbledore, Colin rubbed his eyes and adjusted to the light in the headmaster's office. Vezet, Harry, Dumbledore quickly stood beside Vezet and slammed his hand on the desk. Dumbledore stood up and the smile on his face turned into two light coughs. Dumbledore looked at the house elf on standby. Then please make another trip and retrieve what Colin dropped. Ah, Colin suddenly let out a shrill scream. Principal Dumbledore, Colin is here on the 4th floor. He encountered the giant snake. What greeted him was the pungent smell of burning plastic and a puff of black smoke. At the moment when Colin's name disappeared, the snake whistle's alarm also stopped. It suddenly disappeared again. There must be something we missed. Vezet pursed her lips, not surprised by this. Dumbledore immediately said, go to the place, Vezet said, and bring Colin back. The house elf also knew that the situation was urgent. With a crisp sound, it disappeared from the spot in an instant. Harry and Colin, two Gryffindors, were in perfect sync and shouted at the same time, 50 points. The house elf was very fast. With another snap sound, it returned to the principal's office holding the Polaroid camera. I brought it out. Colin nodded quickly. I even took a photo. Before I was pulled here, I pressed the shutter. The giant snake appeared suddenly. Logically speaking, this corridor should have been well arranged. Principal Dumbledore, there might be some clues. The giant snake has disappeared now. Vezet closed her eyes and felt it for a while. There was no alarm at the place where the snake whistle was placed. Colin cried out in great distress, my Polaroid camera. Dumbledore raised his wand and cast a repair spell on the Polaroid camera. Repair it as new. The repair spell didn't seem to work. The Polaroid camera was still emitting black smoke and a pungent smell. Snape's lips curled up with a hint of sarcasm. If you hadn't been discovered by Vezet, the thing smoking now would probably be you. Vezet saved me. Colin's face turned red instantly and he looked at Vezet with wide eyes. Harry blinked. He felt that Colin's eyes at this moment were familiar. The prank is over. Vezet stared at the Marauder's map and the area of the giant snake for a while before putting the map away. Principal Dumbledore, the giant snake is probably not roaming directly in the castle, but moving within the walls. Otherwise, there is no way to explain why it suddenly appeared and disappeared. Inside those walls, Dumbledore said, that's the pipe. Isn't this the darkest place under the lamp? Vezet said with emotion, it's normal to have pipes installed in the wall. That's not normal for wizards. Dumbledore blinked, a gleam in his eyes. That's right. Vezet understood. According to Hogwarts, a history before the 18th century, the students of Hogwarts did not need a sewage system. What do you mean no sewage system required? Harry asked in confusion. You can just use magic to solve the problem. Snape looked at Harry and said with a teasing tone, or just take out the Sphinx in your head and wipe it clean. That's what I mean. Vezet coughed twice and continued, Hogwarts' plumbing system wasn't truly established until the 18th century. Wizards copied the Muggles' practices to build plumbing systems, toilets, and other facilities. Since then, professors don't need to teach students the toilet spell in the first class. Yes, Splendens will do. Snape stared at Harry. I think someone should go to the hospital ward, otherwise he might not be able to hold the Splendens. Pipeline, what does it mean? Colin obviously didn't follow the train of thought and kept asking questions when he left the principal's office. Harry said nothing. When he heard the words pipe and giant snake, a flash of inspiration came to his mind. He always felt that he was about to grasp something but was just one step away. As they were about to reach the fat lady's portrait, Colin saw a figure in the distance and couldn't help asking, who's standing there? Hearing Colin's words, Harry looked up. It's Professor McGonagall. Haha, Draco sneered. It's Professor McGonagall. Colin's tone was filled with fear and there was even a hint of crying in it. It's over, it's all over now. Seeing that Colin was safe and sound, Professor McGonagall first breathed a sigh of relief, but then immediately frowned. The fat lady told me that she saw a Gryffindor sneak out of the common room before curfew. Yes, but it's not a big deal, I've already punished him. Snape's tone was filled with joy. He helped deduct 50 points from Gryffindor. I've seen it. Professor McGonagall's tone became more serious. If it were me, I would do the same. After bidding farewell to Colin, who looked desolate, Harry was taken to the school hospital, and Draco was taken back to the dormitory by Snape. Harry looked at Vizet's retreating back and suddenly felt an impulse. He wanted to put on his invisibility cloak and sneak into the restricted area, find the book recommended by Dumbledore, and read it carefully to digest the magical knowledge contained in it. But before that, he had to digest the steaming bone spirit in front of him. But when he took a sip, he felt his mouth was burning, so he immediately spat out all the potion. I know it's uncomfortable. Madame Pomfrey poured another glass of bone spirit, but if you want your bones to grow back by the time you see the sunrise, I suggest you still drink it. Harry could only endure the burning sensation in his esophagus and swallow a large cup of bone-growing spirit with difficulty. After his bones healed, he planned to go back and find Hermione and Ronald to share what happened tonight. He didn't know where they were. Would they be waiting for him in the common room or in the abandoned bathroom? He vaguely remembered that the preparation of the Polyjuice potion seemed to be about to enter the next stage. Vezet followed Dumbledore and Snape and first searched the place where Colin was attacked. There were still no traces left at the scene. Even when Dumbledore waved his wand and tried to search for evidence in the surrounding pipes, he found nothing. Vezet did find something unusual in the corners of the wall, groups of spiders crawling out of the window. Even though there was a cold wind blowing outside the window, it couldn't stop the spiders from leaving the castle. He thought of some topics related to earthquakes, such as some creatures would instinctively migrate before an earthquake occurred. Maybe the spider sensed some scary snake and fled from the castle. Thinking of this, he wrote "Spiders escaped from the castle" in his notebook and followed Dumbledore out of here. Dumbledore asked softly, "Vezet, where do you think we should go, now that we have the clue of the pipeline?" Vezet murmured, "Since we haven't found the place where Colin was attacked, we should go to the place where Mrs. Norris was attacked." Snape raised an eyebrow. "It's a shame you don't have splendens in your head." The words on the wall where Mrs. Norris was attacked had not faded at all. Not only are the handwritings still there, but even the accumulated water in the corners is preserved. This is because the rainy season this year was unusually heavy, causing problems with the abandoned washroom opposite, causing the water to flow from the washroom to here. Professor McGonagall has already applied, and once the rainy season is over, a special wizard will carry out the repairs. When Vezet looked at the abandoned bathroom, Dumbledore and Snape did the same thing, looking at the abandoned bathroom where water was slowly flowing. Dumbledore was still walking in the front, casting magical lighting spells, like a hunter patrolling the night with a lantern. His movements were brisk and unhurried. The abandoned bathroom was naturally in disrepair, with thick yellow scale covering the wet floor and mottled gray-black mold on the walls. In the damp and musty smell, there was a hint of fire and herbs. "Is there someone here, brewing potions?" Vezet, Dumbledore, and Snape said at the same time. "Brewing potions in a place like this?" Snape looked up and around. "Are they planning to blow up the bathroom, so that potions can fill every corner of Hogwarts?" Dumbledore smiled without saying anything, walked to the door of a single room, raised his wand as if to detect something, and then pushed open the door. His Patronus charm is very special. A fist-sized silver light emerged from the chest, and intertwined with it was a ball of pure black mist. Vezet said as she changed the motion of her wand to cast the Oblivion Curse-breaking spell, "Hanging in the Mind." Dumbledore pushed a box of chocolate frogs to Vezet. "These are all the results of your hard work. I think your source of inspiration should be the method of love."
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.